Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's turn to item number 5, correction of votes and proceedings, unofficial reports. I have in my hand the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 29 July 2025 for corrections. Honourable members, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect on page 7, item 5, recognition of school/visitors. We should add S to the school to make it schools. Recognition of schools/visitors. Thank you.
Very well. Table office, please take note. In other words, delete S after visitor. Then we know you are using singular approach. Page 8. Yes.
Speaker, this is a minor observation at the apex of the page, number B. If you look at the last line, schools, Maxwell, Dagadu, I suspect that, or we should check, because Maxwell normally has double L, but there's a single L. So if they can cross-check to be sure.
Very well. Table office, good observation. Take notes. Page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15. Yes, Honorable Franca Friye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, page 13, item 1, the name of the group, West African Action Network on Small Arms, Ghana. Speaker, if you go to item 3, the same group is referenced quite differently, like Kenny, President, West African Network on small arms. Over here, the action is omitted. So I don't know which is correct. If the clerks at table could take notes so that for consistency's sake. Thank you.
Very well, good observation. Thank you, Honourable Member. Page 15. Yes, Honourable Kinsley.
Mr. Speaker, on page 40 under opening, there is something minor, but I'm thinking that if you look under item 1 opening, the committee met on Sunday, 13 July 2025 at 9 a.m. and held a stakeholder engagement with the following. You see that the committee met about 5 stakeholders. So if it is possible for us to make it held stakeholder engagement, instead of a stakeholder engagement, if you can make it plural, held stakeholder engagement with the following. Thank you.
Thank you. Table office, take note. Page 16. Yes.
Speaker, I was on my feet for page 15. That's item 2IX. The name of the honorable member, that's Michael Kwesi Edu. The Michael has been spelled wrongly. If that could be deleted and then Michael properly be inserted. Thank you.
How does he spell his own?
He spells it, Mr. Speaker, if you may, Michael. Over here we have E before the A. It should be the A before E.
Very well.
Thank you.
Table office, take note. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, page 16, Roman number XI, Miss Mavis Lamisi Apeliba. Technical aid. The aid should be AID, not AID, as in aid, support given to persons or individuals. So it should be technical aid, a supporter, than AID. Thank you.
Technical aids.
It should be AID, not AID. AID is aid. That is like donation that is given. But there is a technical aid. So it should be AID. Roman number XI. Technical aid. We should delete AID and insert AID, aid. Thank you.
Is that the designation under the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment?
Speaker, but if it is AID, technical aid, that would be a bit strange.
What?
So
Table of this cross-check.
Yeah.
Cross-check.
It should be
Page
AID,
17.
not AID.
Page 19. Page 20. 21. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, page 20, item 3, Executive Secretary, Public Services, that's I, item 3I, sorry. Executive Secretary, Public Servants Housing Loan Scheme Board. But Speaker, if you come to item 19, the same institution has been captured over here as Public Servant Housing Loans. And so I do not know, one comes with loans and the other one comes with loan. I don't know if the clerks are taking
Table of his cross-check for consistency. Page 22.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Page 22. Public Accounts Committee, number 2. Item number III. Nano Seji, the D is missing.
Very well.
ADJ.
Take note of the spelling, table office, and do the correct spelling. Page 23. Honourable members, in the absence of any further correction, the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, 29 July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have two official reports. One on 21st July 2025 and the other 22nd July 2025. We shall therefore consider 21st July first. The floor is now open for corrections. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, with respect on column 74, the last paragraph, the last but one line, variable player award. If you read further, you will see that the member was talking about 3 different awards that our female players received. So with respect, the award should be awards. So it should be the women from our side have received the most valuable player awards, with Grace Asantoa winning the Woman of the Match award against Algeria. Also, Chantel Boy Roka won the Woman of the Match award against Tanzania, with Jennifer Kujo winning Woman of the Match against Mali. So I think the award should be plural. Thank you. Then you go to column 90. This is an insertion that I suggest we make. Mr. Speaker, that is column 90, paragraph 1, 2, 3. After the quotation, Mr. Speaker, in 2006, my home team, Brekum Arsenal, qualified for CAF Confederations Cup, qualified for the CAF Confederation Cup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table of Office, take notes. Any further correction? Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official reports of 21st July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, official report of 22nd July 2025 under corrections. The floor is now open. Honorable Kotosu, are you on your feet? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official reports of 22nd July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, by agreement, we are to vary the order of business to do presentation of papers. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Honourable members, we will go to item number 7 at commencement of public business. Presentation of papers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to find the one for you. Mr. Speaker, we want to do some laying of some papers. Yeah, is there any minister here? No minister here. Yeah. Relax. Mr. Speaker, just a second, we're just comparing on.
Well, let me use the opportunity to acknowledge the presence of students in our midst. First is Golden Bridge STEM Academy, led by Atta Wilson Alfred, a teacher. They are from Ejumakun Enyan Esiem. They numbered 80. Second is Bonaboto Students Association, University of Ghana, led by Ajaka Asogla Aka Abdul Rahman, President, and they are from Ayawaso West Wagon. On behalf of the House, I welcome you to Parliament of Republic of Ghana. May you enjoy your stay. Have a fruitful visit. Yes, any indication?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on what you've just mentioned, commencement of public business, we want to look at item 7E to present a paper, a joint committee report by the chairman of the committee, 7E.
Item 7B. D. E, as in Emmanuel.
Speaker, E for Emmanuel. You are right. Thank you.
Very well. By the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Joint Committee on Budget and Finance on the request for the multi-year commitment for the selected road projects under the Big Push program contained in the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented and it is for the distribution to honourable members. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we can do 7D, D on page 4, the subsidiary legislation, the chairman.
Yes, chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation on the Environmental Protection Petroleum Regulations 2025.
Honourable members, report duly presented and it is for distribution to honourable members. Honourable members, can we turn to other paper addendum and also present the report item numbered 1, I and II.
Reports of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Public-Private Partnership Regulations 2025. Reports of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Immigration Service Amendment Regulations 2025.
Honourable members, the report numbered item 1, I and II on the other paper addendum have been duly presented and they are for distribution to honourable members. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can we go back to 7A, also to lay a paper? Was supposed to be done by the Minister for Food and Agriculture, but the Minister is not here, but we have a Minister here present. So I was going to crave your indulgence to permit
Honourable Deputy Whip. The application is for leave.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection.
Very well. Item number 7A, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented and they are referred to the committee responsible on food and agriculture for consideration and reports. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, can we get the minister to do same for 7B, which was to be done by the Minister of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry, but get the Minister of Gender to do same?
Yes, consequentially B, Minister for Gender.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the annual statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism for consideration and report. Yes, item numbered 7C.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, same, to get a minister to do that on behalf of the Minister for Education. Again,
yes. Honourable members, let's take all of them together.
Yes, 20 of them, Roman numbers 1 to 20. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as much as we might not have a problem with the Minister for Gender laying the papers, the leader, he hasn't been able to tell us where the ministers are, that they are not available in the chamber to do their own business. I think you need to tell us that so that the minister can proceed and do that. Or it's just the case that they are not here, then she has to do it. So where are the ministers?
Honourable Habib, let's allow the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection to lay the paper for. You know, the Minister for Education is always at the chamber. Yes, Minister for Children, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wesley College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Suyanes Technical University for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tumu College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Joseph College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Monica College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gbewa College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Energy and Natural Resources for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Cape Coast for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Evangelical Presbyterian College of Education, Amejope, for the year 2024.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Institute of Chartered Accountants for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jessican College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Vincent College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akachi College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Ambrose College of Education for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Cape Coast Technical University for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Professional Studies, Accra for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Library Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of Simon Diegon Dombo, University of Business and Integrated Development Studies for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the item numbered 7C at page 2 and 3 of the order paper, numbering 20, are duly presented and they are referred to the Committee for the Committee on Education for consideration and reports. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think yesterday we were doing the social protection bill. We got to the consideration stage, and we will want to continue with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will indulge you to we take the item number 14.
Honorable members, the social protection bill under consideration. Honorable members, social protection bill 2025 under consideration, clause 1. Chairman of the committee. Clause 1, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 1, Mr. Speaker. This act applies to a person who falls within the following categories.
Honorable member, clause 1.
Yeah, we don't have.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have advertised.
Very well. Table of Office, clause 1.
Application of the act.
Yes, chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Object of the act.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Eligibility of social protection
Chairperson
intervention.
of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that the first line in clause 3 should read Schedule 1, not Section 1. I imagine that they are referring to the schedule which outlines the vulnerability criteria, examples of affected persons. If that is the case, then that is Schedule 1, not Section 1. I stand to be corrected.
Honourable member, if you look at Section 1, it says chronically poor, economically at risk, socially vulnerable, and persons affected by a national or local emergency. So that is what exactly they are referring to, not to the schedule. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Policy directives.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Role of the Ministry in Social Protection.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the national budget, development partners, civil society organization, and the private sector. So what if an individual intends to also assist? What happens? So an individual is a private sector? I don't think the individual is a private sector. Mr. Speaker, that is my view for now. I propose that we should add individual into the listed listen.
Well, the proposal is to add
individuals who also want to contribute.
The argument is that the individual is not a private sector. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, when I say private sector, it includes individuals.
Exactly.
And my senior, I will urge him, maybe the reading, he was looking at private companies. But when you look at private sector, it includes private companies and individuals.
That is so.
So I think the current rendition should suffice, senior.
In fact, in law, a private company is even a person.
Mr. Speaker, that's okay.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill, say aye. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose 5(1)D, the insertion of an III to say prevent duplication of social protection programs. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that sometimes you have the same person benefiting from different social protection programs. So you have social protection programs that appear to provide overlapping benefits for the same category of persons. So I'm proposing we introduce prevent duplication of social protection programs as an addition under 5(1)D III. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Azikadongo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the essence of social protection is to target the vulnerable and provide them with enough interventions that can get them out of poverty. That may require that the same person gets more than one. So I think that is okay.
Yes. You didn't get him clearly.
What I'm saying is that the principle underlying social protection is to target the poor and the vulnerable and target them with several interventions that can eventually equip them to get out of poverty, which would then require that in some instances, one person may be targeted by several other interventions as a means of getting him out of the poverty.
So if your rendition is carried out, in those instances, it becomes very difficult.
And I assume, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, it's precisely for that reason that I'm proposing that rendition, so that those who are designing these social protection programs will design them in a manner that is efficient and able to address some of the issues without necessarily duplicating multiple programs. If you look at some of the programs that are currently being run, you have the same person benefiting from multiple programs when you could, for example, put them, let's say, under productive inclusion. Under one program, that will put them on an economic path so that they don't require multiple social protection programs. And so I'm proposing that we do not necessarily create the model you are trying to create, where the same person is benefiting from different programs. But the designers of the programs are more efficient, put them in a program that can get them back on a certain economic path, and then they don't keep benefiting from multiple programs.
Honorable
former Speaker,
Minister, looking at the application of the Act as in 1, is targeting people who are chronically poor. So is your suggestion to the effect that if a chronically poor is benefiting from national health insurance, the same person should not benefit from the Lively Empowerment Program? Because that is also a social protection program. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out from my senior if DI has not addressed his concern, because his concern is duplication. And here we're saying that the protection would devolve leakages among social protection program to enable the integrated delivery. Mr. Speaker, emphasis is integrated delivery. I think that is a point that probably addresses his concern about duplication of programs, and if he will find answer in this, that may not be necessary. I'm just trying to find out from the senior.
Yes, honourable member.
No, Mr. Speaker, in my view, it doesn't address it, but you can put the question for the House to decide.
Very well. So I am putting the question on the amendment proposed by Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the proposal by Honourable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Honourable members, I'll put a question on clause 5. As many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Coordination of social protection.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Lukuto.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to inquire from the chairperson whether it will be harmful for us to insert the word activity or intervention after social protection, so that it becomes the ministry shall coordinate social protection activities through the Social Protection Directorate of the ministry.
Yes, chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it's not harmful, but we can do without it.
Honourable member, have you looked at page 44? The definition of social protection. Social protection means a range of actions carried out by the state and other organizations. So in view of the definition of social protection in page 44, do you still believe that action should be included?
Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 3, eligibility for social protection intervention. And so I feel that maybe for the sake of consistency, see that intervention or activity coming along with the social protection will not be harmful.
Clause 6.1 is saying the ministry shall coordinate social protection. And the social protection that the ministry is going to coordinate is the social protection as defined in page 44.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So
and if you look at page 44, it doesn't include intervention. It says social protection means a range of actions carried out by the state and other organizations. That is the definition for social protection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Withdrawn.
As many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Functions of the Social Protection Directorate.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Collaboration with specialized agencies and agencies responsible for flagship programs.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 8? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Collaboration with oversight institutions for local authorities.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of National Household Registry.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question therefore is as many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Functions of the National Household Registry.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 11? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Targeting of beneficiaries for social protection intervention.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Community targeting.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 13? Yes. Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, the first wave was sick from the chair lady of the committee. When they say any other statutory bodies, what do they mean? Before I can propose my amendment.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the rendition says at the latter part, it says that or any other statutory body. And I'm just seeking the clarity as to what is in contemplation here.
Well, honourable member, the rendition is saying the selection of communities for social protection intervention or social protection program shall be guided by the National Household Registry and statistics published by Ghana Statistical Service or any other statutory body. So, for instance, if there is statistics published by National Health Insurance Scheme, it's a statutory body, that should also be taken into consideration. That is my understanding, and many other statutory bodies. So it is not only the Statistical Service.
So, Mr. Speaker, it may well be that community targeting could be done by agencies just like individual beneficiaries in clause 12. Because sometimes program targeting of a community is not from government, it's from other private people. So when it is couched this way, it means that when a community is targeted by the private sector, it will not fall within this bill or within this particular law.
Well, as to whether the law is contemplating taking statistics from other bodies apart from statutory bodies,
Mr. Speaker,
it's a matter
I get
for us to determine.
I got your explanation. I'm well pleased with the explanation.
Yes.
And I'm just trying to further say that the current rendition limits the ability for private people to target communities by way of community being beneficial, because this is in contemplation of community benefiting from social protection program. So once it is contemplating a community benefiting, and we are relying on data from Ghana National Registry or the Ghana Statistical Service and any other statutory body, that means that if a private program targets a community, it is not going to be captured under this bill. So that fear, I was just thinking that if we can address that fear by way of amendment to this particular bill, or it is addressed other parts. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance.
Well, my understanding here is that the source that should guide the National Household Registry is the statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service or any other statutory body that will serve as a guide. So if, let's say, a civil society organization has gone to do a project, that is not being envisaged here. Yes, Majority Leader.
I think the provision is first about the selection of communities. The selection of communities. And then just the selection of communities for targeting social protection. And the information that should guide the selection. So essentially, the objective is to make sure that the statistics, data, and information that guides the selection is from statutory agencies. That's public agencies established by law. So it should either be the Household Registry, which is under the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection, or Ghana Statistical Service, or any other statutory agency, or an agency established by statute. So I can understand you. If a private entity gathers data, that data cannot bind or be used to guide the selection of communities. But what I understand you to be saying is that this prevents private entities from targeting communities. No, it doesn't bind, it doesn't stop private entities from targeting communities unless it discourages them from gathering data on communities because the data may not be used by the state. But if the data is to be used by international NGOs, by academics and etc., they may as well go and gather their data as private entities, like Action Aid, and all those NGOs that also do some work around gathering data about vulnerable communities for their own purposes. That information doesn't become amenable to use by the state agencies. That's all that this clause is talking about.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Establishment of the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty Management Unit.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Functions of the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty Management Unit.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendments? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Beneficiary identification and reassessment.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendments? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 16 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Social protection support.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 17? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Social assistance.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 18? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Cash transfers.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 19 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Abuse of cash transfer.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Termination of cash transfer.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any, yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire from the chairperson 21A and B. So A, the cash transfer was obtained through misrepresentation, deceit, fraud, or failure to disclose information. And B says the cash transfer was approved or paid in error. What's the difference between the A and B, and what is the definition of error here in B?
One is dealing with the cash transfer was obtained through misrepresentation, deceit, fraud, or failure to disclose information. And the other one is the cash transfer was approved or paid. One is talking about receive of the information, and the other one is talking about transfer of the payment. And they are two different. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 21, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 21 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Suspension of cash transfer.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 22 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favour of clause 22 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Refund of cash transfer.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 23? As many as are in favour of clause 23 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Productive and financial inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 24 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Social protection through social insurance.
Mr. Speaker,
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 25 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Emergency assistance and relief.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Ghana School Feeding Program.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 27? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Education Interventions.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the 28(1)B says nutrition support. If I just start from 28(1), the ministry shall, in collaboration with the ministry responsible for education, ensure that nutrition support programs are effectively implemented in schools in vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, not sure here what is in reference to vulnerable communities. I need clarity to that.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee.
Speaker, vulnerable communities here means there are communities that have been identified as vulnerable, being economically at risk or chronically poor. Those are the communities we're looking at.
Honourable members, I intend to direct that when we get to interpretation, we provide a definition for vulnerable communities. So take note when we get to interpretation. Honourable Dr. Kabiru, take note. I will now put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Health Interventions.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 29? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Other social assistance interventions.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 30 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Confidentiality and protection of personal information of beneficiaries.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 30, the question is, as many as are in favor of the clause standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31. Oh, the question should rather be on 31. Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 31 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Role of the ministry responsible for finance.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Establishment of Social Protection Fund.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any consideration, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Object of the fund.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House any proposed amendment to clause 34. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Sources of money for the fund.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 35 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to give indication that we will truncate at 37, clause 37. Then we zoom into the debate and come back.
Yes, with a high gear, I want to plead with you that we stop at clause 45. We are now at 35. We are moving to 36.
Yeah,
then we come to the motion.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if we can do up to 37, then we zoom into the debate. We'll come back to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, but my plea is let's stop at 45. 45 is a convenient place to stop. In no time, we'll be done. Clause 36.
Bank accounts for the fund.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 36 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Management of the fund.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 37? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 37 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Accounts and audit.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 38 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Annual report and other reports.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable
I advise that once you move to the debate and you are coming back to this, they should do the order paper addendum and get it so that it will reflect tomorrow. Because as we stand today, it ends at clause 33. So that they can do the order paper addendum and make it reflect all that you are doing. It's not.
No, the social protection is under consideration. So if you are not able to finish the consideration today, we'll continue the consideration.
So there's no amendment at all?
No, there's no amendment.
On it.
Yes,
okay.
That was what necessitated the withdrawal and the reintroduction of the bill, to integrate the amendments into the bill. That was why when we were debating, Honourable Nettywood, that was why when we were debating the agency, we justify it by the reason or the fact
so
that
there's no advertised amendment?
There's no advertised amendment. The proposed amendments were all integrated into the bill, withdrawn, and then the new one relayed. Yes.
That's why they took it yesterday at the certificate of... Okay.
That is why. So, clause 39.
Annual report and other reports.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 39 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Establishment of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the... Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, since we've completed the financial matters, there's a clarification that I want to get.
Very well.
On the financial matters, clause 32, 1B, the role of the ministry responsible for finance. There's a confusion here that I would want clarified. It says to make specific allocation for the social protection interventions and the social protection fund. So some clarity, Mr. Speaker. Is it the case that we are setting up this fund, that this fund will now be the one responsible for funding the interventions, or that this fund is being set up parallel to the Finance Ministry's financing of the social protection interventions. And I asked that question because of the earlier issue of duplication that I realized.
Yes, Chairperson and Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fund will run alongside what the Ministry of Finance will give.
Yes, Honorable Patrick Buama.
Then obviously there will be duplication of activities of the fund. If the sources and objects of the fund are clearly established by this clause, I think clause 34, then the fund ought to be very specific as to what it's going to do to fund social protection activities. Okay. But if you say to make allocations for social protection interventions and social protection fund, that means there's a duplication there that you must correct. What are we seeking to do from the same fund that is being established to fund social protection interventions and what? Chair, do you get the argument? So we need to be very clear on what we are doing. Otherwise, there will be some form of duplication there. So you can flag it and discuss with the minister so that when we get to the second consideration stage, you can look at it. Thank you.
Very well. Let's look at it as second consideration, as indicated. So clause 40. Clause 40.
Establishment of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 40? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 40, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Composition of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the composition of the National Social Protection Committee, reading through, we have the ministry being represented, but we do also have the Department or Director of Social Protection Directorate, which is also under the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs. But conspicuously missing is a representative of the most important directorate or unit, which is the LEAP unit. I don't know whether it has expression in other areas, but if we have the Social Protection Directorate representing here, I think that clearly LEAP should have representation. LEAP.
So what will be your rendition?
So the proposal is that we have the director of the Livelihood Empowerment Program Unit to be also a member. That is the proposal.
Do we have a director for that position?
Mr. Speaker, under the ministry, the LEAP program is under social protection as a secretariat, so it's covered under the Social Protection Directorate.
It's under this directorate. So the director, as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill, yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, just some clarification.
Yes.
The establishment of the National Social Protection Committee has the minister or her rep. I don't know who is going to chair that committee. Secondly, I don't understand why the ministers listed under Roman B, Roman 1 to 7. I don't know what they will be doing on this committee. There are very important ministries and functions to perform. So I think their reps must sit on the committee.
Yeah, if you look at the rendition carefully, it said the minister or representative of the minister, no below the rank of director as chairperson. The rendition ends with as chairperson. Then when you come to B, representative each of the following ministries not below the rank of director nominated by the respective minister. Then it's just mentioning the ministries, not the minister himself. Any further issue? As many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Functions of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertising.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I will propose after H on omnibus function that seeks to cover, because there may be other things ancillary to the social protection work of the country, but the current function doesn't provide for that. So if the draft
So propose a rendition. How do you want it to be?
Well, so Mr. Speaker, I have thought that the legislative director will have given the December. Once you want me to, I'll propose that after H, insert page 24.
You see, though this is a committee, it's not like a board subcommittee where they are to perform any other function assigned by the board. This is the highest decision-making body involving the minister. So if you have the omnibus clause, who then determine that omnibus clause for them to perform? Or we should just say any other function ancillary to the object?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker, because when you are giving functions to the committee and you limit it to what is being specified, it limits the hand of the committee in terms of what other things they can do ancillary to the attainment of the object of that particular committee. So that was the proposal. So they perform any other function ancillary to the object of the committee.
Yes. Drafters, take note. Any other function ancillary to the object. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Dr. Kabiru say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put the question on entire clause 42. As many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Tenure of office of members of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
43.1, I propose after deletion 3 and section of 4. Mr. Speaker, it is my view that members of the committee should hold office for a period of 4 years, which is well enough for the members to be able to learn the industry and can make meaningful contribution to such. But if we limit 3 years and it's not even conterminous with the tenure of the president, it's become problematic. So my proposal is that we delete 3 and insert 4. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the proposal is that the tenure of office should be 4 years instead of 3 years. Chairperson, yes. Honorable Zuera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular clause was debated extensively at committee, and we looked at all the various variables, and we came to the conclusion that, indeed, this is July. So if we wanted to make the term of the committee coterminous to that of the president, we would have already lost 6 months. So there's no way we could gain 4 years. And we also agreed that it seems to be the procedure at every time when there is a change of government, that it takes a while for the government to settle, to enable the government put together all these boards. So the committee agreed that 3 years was a more practical period for the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak in support of the 4 years. As much as the committee might deliberate, looking at the fact that we are in July, but we are making a law, and then the law will stay for long. So it
Honorable
will not
members,
be the case.
this House is guided by the President in other committees and boards that we have established. How many years do we have as a tenure of office? Is it not 4 years? So, honorable members, let's give consideration to the proposal made by Dr. Kabiru. So I'll put a question on that proposal. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiru to change the 3 years to 4 years, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment to clause 43(1) is carried. Honourable members, there should be a further amendment to clause 43(1). May a member adopt that rendition and then let's make progress. Honourable members, we always say for reappointment for another term only, but that is missing in the rendition. So a member should own the amendment, and let me put a question. If you read 43(1), a member of the committee shall hold office for a period of 3 years and is eligible for reappointment, then full stop. Well, then what I have, there is full stop there. So, Chairperson, furnish me with the new bill. Yes, I realize that this one is there. So, Jetro. Honorable Jetro. Yes, it's there. So I will then put a question on entire clause 43. As many as are in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Meetings of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the agreement is to stop by clause 45, which deals, and the rest of the clauses 46 deal with the Secretariat of the National Social Protection Committee. So I guess we are bringing a consideration temporary to an end at clause 45. We'll continue later. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
So, Speaker, we'll continue with the debate. Item 8 on the order paper.
Very well. Item numbered 8. Motion. Continuation of the debate. Honourable members, I will proceed to give the floor to Honourable Dako Mensa Kobena. You have 15 minutes. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, when we started the debate, we started from the majority side. Yesterday, we went to the minority side. So today, we should start from the majority side. That was the arrangement.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't change anything, so they can go ahead.
Honourable members, I recall that the first day I started with the majority side, the following day I started with the minority side. So today it's good my attention has been drawn to that. I will therefore start with the majority side, then I will give the floor to Honourable George Kweku Ricket Hagan. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the mid-year fiscal policy review. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to commend the Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen, for what he's been able to do since the last time that he read the actual budget somewhere in March. Mr. Speaker, I think what is happening at the moment in terms of the economic situation that we find ourselves in is too much for some to take. They actually find it unbelievable that within the shortest possible time, we have been able to turn around the economy and put all indicators on the right path to growth. Mr. Speaker, it may surprise them because he has done in a few months what they couldn't do for 8 years. And I am not surprised that they doubt that this is a flash in the pan, as they put it. They think it's something that cannot be sustained. And it is either they've got their economics upside down or they don't want to agree that things are different. Mr. Speaker, I think what we should look at is what has really happened. Something has happened to this country in the last few months that, as I said before, has never happened for almost 70 years. And if my honorable friends will listen, they will actually understand what is going on. Because they are looking at something completely different and thinking that it is not possible for the currency to appreciate up to the extent that it is now. Because if they couldn't do that for 8 years, how can it be possible that it can be done in 3 months? Now, let me explain to them what is going on that they are not looking at. Mr. Speaker, as I said, something has happened in this country in the last few months under the NDC government, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the pragmatism of Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen as a finance minister. We have listened to a lot of theories on the other side, and it didn't amount to anything. Mr. Speaker, our country, is one of the largest producers of gold in the world. For over 100 years, Yes, we are one country that has no control over its gold for that almost since independence. Because if you go to Dubai, for instance, in a time past, and ask for how much gold that they have received from Ghana, it is actually more than the official gold that we have exported to them. But that doesn't seem to tell us anything, or we don't hear anything. It simply meant that gold was taken away from this country and the proceeds actually doesn't come back here. Mr. Speaker, the formation of the gold board is something that has not happened in this country for 70 years, nearly 70 years. And it is what has turned this economy around so quickly that people believe that it's impossible. We have full control of our gold, which we never did. And it is not surprising that it baffles people that within these few months, we have actually been able to rake in terms of inflows, $5 billion worth of gold. Mr. Speaker, I heard the former finance minister saying that if we have actually brought in that much money, why is it that the gross reserves is 11 billion? Because they left 8.9. I'm surprised. I am really surprised that he will even ask that question. Simple. The gold that brought us the 5 million was bought with some capital. So when they say 5 million inflows, those are inflows, and you are going to take off other costs to be able to arrive at what went to the central bank. So 2.2 billion that was added to our gross reserves came purely from gold. This has never happened in the history of Ghana. When our friends were in office, that their $2 billion comes from borrowing from the Eurobond. The only thing that they know how, they borrow the $2 billion from Eurobond. Today, Ghana gets its $2 billion from its own gold. This is simply what has happened. Ghana probably wouldn't need to return back to the Eurobond market again, because the gold board is going to give us what you were collecting from Eurobond and put this country in a mess. Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side, they lived on three things. It is three things that kept them alive, and they were all loans. Our friends lived on the IMF drawdowns when we were on the IMF program, because in the last decade, we've actually been on an IMF program, almost in and out. And they were getting money. I don't know if you forgot in those days, when the cedi had depreciated so much, they would tell you that they are waiting for IMF proceeds to come in. When the cedi had depreciated so much, the other thing they depend on was the cocoa syndicated loan. Everything is loan when they were in office. The third thing, as I said, the Eurobond, the cocoa syndication, IMF fund, this is what they lived on. And that is what the gold is actually bringing us. The gold board is bringing us today. So anyone who thinks that the cedi will depreciate again to the extent that it did, then they either don't understand what this government is doing, or they need some kind of a training to understand exactly what is happening. Ghana will never return back to where the MPP government left us, because we wouldn't be in a situation where the cedi will depreciate to the extent that it did again. Because if we carry on with the gold board All the money that we were borrowing will come from our own resources. Mr. Speaker, the gold reserve is now 11 billion. And as the former finance minister said, the explanation is that we have added 2.2 billion from our own cocoa, from our own gold to that. And that is why we have over 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, if you have that much reserves, and if your currency is controlled the way we are controlling, you wouldn't need to throw any reserves to try and hold your currency. So, if we are getting our own resources into our reserves to manage our currency, we wouldn't need to throw the money at the central bank at correcting the currency. This is what you were doing, and that's why you failed. And, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that they talk about, the finance minister is not spending money. If the finance minister is not spending recklessly, it's not bringing a wasteful expenditure, because that's the only way you know. When you say spending, you are spending on frivolous expenditure, wasteless expenditure. Those are the things you do. So the finance minister is not doing that now. You see it as no spending. The oil for gold, or gold for oil, whatever you call it, that you were doing, which turned out to be one of the unbelievable, unthinkable policies that can ever be implemented in this modern age. We had a world market for gold. We have a world market for oil. And you are sitting in some little corner, you are doing a barter trade of oil and gold. How? And you said it's an economic policy. Gold has a world market price. If anybody wants to buy gold, they go to the market. Oil has a market price. If anybody wants to buy oil, they go to the market. Why would you call somebody in Dubai and do a barter trade in this day and age? I mean, did you set up your own price in that barter trade? Did you have a different price for gold and a different price for oil than what is being given in the world market? What was in for you and what was in for the other person? Nobody in their right senses will sell oil to you at a price lower than the market. And then you may want to sell gold to other people below the world market. It is not surprising. That policy, we have lost $2.4 billion in that unthinkable deal that you have done. And you said it's a barter trade. In this day and age, when we have a traded market in the world, it is no wonder that the 4.9 billion that you sank into that, we don't know who was supplying you the oil, we don't know the price. There were so many things we didn't know about that transaction. The government itself didn't know. All we found out is that you've lost 2.4 billion. This is money that should become money of someone who has caused a financial loss to this country, and that money must be paid. And it will be eventually, one day. Mr. Speaker, the cedi has appreciated against the US dollars 42% in this short space of time. And he said you don't know why. If you don't know why, ask the Gold Board. It has appreciated against the British pound 32%. And you say you don't know why. Ask the Gold Board. Against the euro, it is 24%. This country will never be the same again. Because this country's currency will not reverse to where it used to be again. And this country does not need to go to the Eurobond market to borrow again. Because the Eurobond money will come from the gold bond. You know, when you were doing the Eurobond, you alone, the $13 billion Eurobond debt that you have, you alone in 7 years, 11 billion of that money was borrowed by you. And what did you do? You stopped paying. You did not pay the Eurobond debt. And then you are asking Dr. Atiforsen, he's not spending. The $700 million that he paid to the Eurobond market was the money you should have paid when you were in office.
Yes, they refuse.
You refuse. Let me remind you. Let me remind you in case you have forgotten. You may pretend to have forgotten, but we still have the records. And let me just find it for you and show it to you what you were doing in office that you have probably forgotten. You have 3 Eurobonds here, which were due. One was due in September 2022 for $750 million, which you never paid. The second Eurobond that was due for payment was for August 2023, which you never paid, and that's also for $1 billion. The third one you never paid was another billion for 2024. So you alone, when you were in office, the maturity of Eurobond of 2.75 billion, you never paid. Atiforsen had to come and pay 700 million of it after you have done your what is it called, external debt exchange program. That is the external one. We haven't even talked about the local one yet. Mr. Speaker, the economy we are building today will not be understood by our friends on the other side. And that is why they should be out of power for a very long time, not to take us back to where we had been. Mr. Speaker, they talked about NIB. I heard them talking about Atiforsen has spent money on NIB, and they say he's not spending. You were never able to resolve NIB's problem. You took some fancy financial instrument and told us that you were using it to correct the NIB situation. Meanwhile, you never did. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer them to something they did which they thought we had forgotten. They created, during the crisis, what they call crisis, the currency crisis, the banking crisis, where they used 30 billion to collapse banks that could have been saved with 9 billion. And then they said there's a cleanup. Mr. Speaker, they created something called Ghana Amalgamated Trust. And the money that went into that area, nobody knows where it actually opened from. And let me remind them what they did at NIB. This is from the budget of 2020 budget. And if they can check on their phones or their system. Page 50 and 50 budget they read to us in this house. This is what they said about NIB, which nobody knew actually what happened. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I read. This is paragraph 221 of the 2020 budget, page 50. It says, Mr. Speaker, government took a decision to deal with NIB separately from the other 4 participating banks because of its unique challenge and the fact that it was almost 100% owned by the state. Over the past month, government has worked to strengthen the management and ensure regulatory compliance and beef up the financial reporting framework of the bank to enable it to participate more effectively under the GATT program. Mr. Speaker, nothing was done. Only money was siphoned. Mr. Speaker, NIB had a shares from Nestle of 500 million. Mr. Speaker, what did the MPP government do? They sold it. The bank that was collapsing, the juice in the bank or the crown in the bank, they sold it. And they sold it, it says here, October 2019, they entered into a swap arrangement. This is from their own budget. They entered into a swap arrangement with NIB with respect to its Nestle shares, giving 500 million cedis of new liquidity for the shares of Nestle. The final assessment of the bank, however, showed a much wider capital shortfall. Mr. Speaker, they did something funny, which is a derivative product in the financial world called put-call option. And they got this house to approve 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. Supposedly, it was used to restructure NIB. That never materialized. Nobody knows where that money went. Up to date. 2022 is here. It's in your own budget. If you pick your budget and you read it, you find it here. Eventually, you will answer for that. It's on paper, and you put it in that paper. You thought we have forgotten, but you will soon answer. Today, Dr. Forson put in an injection of about 2 billion or so into NIB to restructure it, to put it back on a path of growth. You are saying that he is not spending. That kind of spending will never happen again. We will put the money in the productive sector of the economy. We will spend for growth, not waste. We will not dig a hole with spending and abandon it. We wouldn't choose to fly on planes we can have a bath in. Those are the expenditures you will not see again. So if your idea of expenditure is that, then I'm afraid you will not see it again. You will see proper expenditure. Expenditure that will grow the economy. Expenditure that will clear your mess. Expenditure that will bring our credit ratings down. An expenditure that will make our currency stronger and stronger. Expenditure that will give Ghanaians a relief. You have done so much to this country. Please give us a break and let us fix this economy and make it the country that it should be. This is a rich country, a country that sits on gold. I remember in those days when you were in office, we used to tell you, please put gold on our reserves. You wouldn't listen. At the 11th hour, you started doing that. But at that time, Ghanaians have shown you the exit door, and you are on your way out. Though you started that, that is what this government has come to intensify. Can you imagine something that also has not happened for 70 years? And you sit down and ask yourself, why did we even think about that? And that was, Ghana is one of the largest producers of gold in the world. But we were one of the countries in the world that did not back its reserves with gold. The people we go and borrow money from, the Europeans that we were borrowing money from, the Americans we were borrowing money from, some did not even produce gold, but they have gold reserves in their central banks. We were producing gold, but we never had reserves. And this never happened for 70 years. Today, the reason why His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and pragmatist Dr. Kinsella Atiforsen are succeeding is because we are beginning to correct the mess. We are resetting the Ghana's economy. And that is why we are where we are. So if you don't understand why the city has strengthened and why it will stay that way, please, the Ministry of Finance is just here. You can go and get some explanation. The finance minister, just former finance minister, when he was speaking yesterday, I was not in the chamber, but I was listening to him. And I was actually watching him. And I could see that he looked confused. He cannot understand why the economy has turned around so well. Personal view on the facial expression. Mr. Speaker, interest rate is low. Mr. Speaker, when our colleagues were in office, when all the borrowing had dried up, when the capital market stopped giving us money, they then resorted to treasury bills. Mr. Speaker, in the last 6 months of 2024, this country was living on treasury bills. And Mr. Speaker, the graphs are here, and I will table this in. Mr. Speaker, I will table this. This is from Bank of Ghana. This is the treasury bills that Dr. Atiforsen had taken in the last 6 months. And you can see the graph. If you choose to see, you can see that it's been descending, which means that the country today is living on less and less treasury bills. That is why the rate is going down. When you were in office and treasury bills were going up, it was because you were living on it. But that is a thing of the past, and it will not happen again. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has reset the economy. And then the 24-hour economy will be the icing on the cake. I know you don't want to hear 24-hour economy, but in your own small corner, I know you talk about 24-hour economy. It will reach you. You will benefit from it. Your children will benefit from it. Your relatives will benefit from it. Because the jobs that the economy will create will be created for all of us. Mr. Speaker, if you look at all the graphs, whether it's inflation, whether it's interest rate, and I will turn this in. This is from Bank of Ghana. Please have a seat. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, you don't have the floor. No, let me respond to you. Let me respect you. Mr. Speaker, make those who want to hear listen. Mr. Speaker, the economy is on the right path. Gone are the days when you say you have turned a corner and you are still in the bush. You were lost. You never found your way. And today, we have got a government. When I hear my friends on the other side, talking about wanting their roads fixed, wanting some project completed, I ask myself, where have they been in the last 8 years? They got so much, but they've shown so little. And that is why Ghanaian people show them the exit. Mr. Speaker, I know they will stay in opposition for a long time if we continue to do what we are doing. And I know that frightens them. But they should brace themselves, because this economy is not going to turn around to where they used to be. It's never going to happen if they really understand what is going on today. Things have changed. Things have changed. Ghana's economy has changed. Gold board is a game changer. For the last 70 years, this country has never had anything like gold board. For the last 70 years, we have not backed our reserves the way we have. Therefore, we will never be going below 3 months of import cover. No amount of intimidation will change the Ghana we are resetting. No amount. Ghana will continue to go on the right path. No amount of press conference as well will change anything. If you want to govern this country one day, look at what is being done today and learn from it. You are talking about we are paying, you talk about we are paying statutory funds. You are not paying those money. We have uncapped it. Today, you were saying that when President Mahama comes, he's going to abolish or cancel free SHS. What has he done? He had provided a reliable source of funding for this free HS by uncapping a statutory fund. Something you could not do. You never, from day one, you were never able to explain to us how you were going to fund that free education. You never did before you left office.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Yes, I will proceed to give the floor. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that we don't need to interject in this debate. Yesterday, you guided Honorable Kabiru even when he used the word dishonesty. Even though he continued, you directed that the words should be expunged from the record, and he withdrew. The deputy majority leader said the former finance minister is very confused. Was confused. Mr. Speaker, that is unparliamentary. He should withdraw that or no. Mr. Speaker, he should withdraw that or it should be expunged from the record. Mr. Speaker, just like you directed and guided us yesterday, because Mr. Speaker, if you don't take this clue, if somebody from our side also says something against them, it will be difficult to tell them to withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, he cannot say the former minister was very confused. He cannot say that. He should withdraw that or it should be expunged from the record.
Honourable members, there is a vast distinction of you being classified as a dishonest person and you being confused. As for confusion, everybody can be confused. But when they say you are dishonest, it is imputing criminality. So, honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Dako Mensah Kobna. You have the floor. You are speaking for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this lively debate on the economy. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the minister talks about the current growth rate and the input of the agriculture and fishery sectors, 26.4, 16.4 in supporting that growth. Clearly, the Minister of Finance and the John Mahama administration know clearly that they have not grown any agricultural produce. These growth figures had come from our planting for food and jobs, phase 2. And the work that was done by Honorable Hawa Yakubu in the fishery sector. So if they are taking credit for these inputs, for this growth, they should give the MPP government the credit. for the work we have done in supporting the growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget review is clear on the issue of NIB. In fact, if you look at page 28, paragraph 139, it is very clear, and it states that we wrongly spent over 30 billion in reorganizing the banks. Mr. Speaker, this statement is very rich. It is extremely rich, especially coming from the NDC. When they know that their cronies, especially Dr. Dufour, NDC Dr. Dufour, is part and parcel of those who have dishonestly misused government money of over 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General recently did a press conference on this subject matter, and I can tender that in evidence. Mr. Speaker, I have it on my phone, and I can tender that in evidence. In fact, under this Attorney General, under the NDC terms, they have recalibrated the money from 5.7 to 3.3 under them, when they knew the case in court was 5.7.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
5.7 billion can do so much for this country.
Let me recognize Honorable Majority
The
Leader.
Honorable Deputy Leader, the former Deputy Minister for Finance, to be talking, why they have not been stopped.
Let me recognize Majority Leader.
Former Deputy Minister
Majority Leader.
under the NDC.
Honorable, let's recognize Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you gave an earlier indication of previous rulings about words that can be used by members to describe individuals during debate. He said the former finance minister, Dr. Dufour, dishonestly mismanaged. Dishonesty is a criminal offense. The government actually instituted criminal prosecutions, could not convict him after close to 8 years of a trial. They could not convict him. And just a couple of days ago, the state entered nolle prosequi. So to stand here and impute criminality to a person that they had an opportunity for 8 good years to establish the criminality and did not establish the criminality until that person benefited from a nolle prosequi, that clearly breaches our rules. And so he has to withdraw that. He has to withdraw
So,
that.
Honorable Member, did you say dishonestly misused or misused?
Mr. Speaker,
Did you say dishonestly misused or you use the word misused?
I use the word dishonestly misused because the case is in court and they have paid part of the money.
Then, Honorable
and there's
Member,
a plea bargain.
the Honorable
and
Member,
there's a plea bargain. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney
Honorable
General himself
Member,
have said it. There's a
Honorable
plea bargain,
Member,
60-40.
Honorable Member.
So there's nothing wrong with the
You see,
usage of my language.
in the Constitution, in our criminal offenses, we have an offense of dishonesty, fraud, moral turpitude as a criminal offense. And we don't impute criminality. So when the choice of your word is dishonesty, then really you are imputing criminality. And it offends our rules. So I'll urge upon you to withdraw the word dishonesty.
Speaker, I think that the person has already paid part of the money and there's a plea bargain. Please, let me speak to the Speaker. Let me speak to and what were the charges?
Honorable
what were the
Member,
basis for the charges?
Honorable
and
Member,
what were the basis for the plea
based
bargain?
on the rules, even if Honorable Kobina Mensah is a criminal, it doesn't the rules doesn't permit me to come and stand on this particular floor and say you are a criminal. That's why the rule simply said you don't impute criminal motive. That is not up to you. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, this is part of the reason why I was drawing your attention to something. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Habib,
Mr. Speaker.
Let's settle the issue this way. Look at our Criminal Offences Act. Look at our Constitution. Tell me where the word confusion is a crime.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be guided, Mr. Speaker, and we need to help you to manage this House. Mr. Speaker, in the debate, we all agree, and yesterday, you guided Kabiru and the rest. So what I was saying is that, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that when the Deputy Majority Leader said the former Finance Minister was very confused, Mr. Speaker, do you think it's parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, to say that a colleague is very confused? Mr. Speaker, is it parliamentary? And Mr. Speaker, what my colleague just said.
So that is why I am saying that if he had used the word confused or misused, I wouldn't have a problem. But my problem is the use of the word dishonesty.
Mr. Speaker, I think the matter in question, the former governor and former finance minister was charged for
Honorable available leader, the rules does not permit us to come to this particular house and refer to a criminal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm
if
not
that is what the
leader,
rules
I'm a
permit,
leader.
tell me that is what the rule says we should do. Because as a leader, you help me guide the house. If that is what the rule says, tell me.
Mr. Speaker, then you should guide
That is
us
what
with
the
the
rule
standing
says.
order so that we can be able to, we can guide ourselves very well. Which part of our orders will say that the
So as a
dishonesty
leader,
become this.
you
Then
are
we'll be able
asking
to
me,
guide ourselves.
look, I'm saying that as a leader, you are asking me, you don't know the provision in our rules that say you don't impute criminal motive.
Mr. Speaker,
Is that
not
what you are
when
telling me today?
Mr. Speaker, not when a person is charged with dishonesty and established with dishonesty, the person went on plea bargain. It is an established fact. So that's why I want you to guide me. The person was charged with dishonesty.
Honorable member, kindly withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I use the word criminally misused so that I can take away the dishonesty? Yes, can I use that word? If I can use that word, I can go on with that. So, Mr. Speaker, that amount of money, 5.7 billion. Mr. Speaker,
I am urging upon you.
Replaced with criminally misused.
You can decide to disobey my
Speaker,
order that withdraw the word dishonesty.
I've withdrawn dishonesty.
Very well.
And replaced it with criminally misused. Mr. Speaker.
Criminal what?
Misused.
Honorable member, withdraw the word criminal misuse.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided and I've withdrawn it. I'm guided, I've withdrawn it. Mr. Speaker,
the word is withdrawn and expunged from the record.
The criminal, based on your guidance, I've withdrawn it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I use the word? Stop it. That amount of money, 5.7 billion, could have been used to make sure that NIB survive. So what the government of Ghana has currently done is no news. Because, Mr. Speaker, there were other banks that had gone in the red that were able to support them to stand, like Omni BSC, UMB Bank, ADB Bank, and Prudential. So, Mr. Speaker, whatever has been done for NIB is worthwhile because we have done it for 4 other banks, and there's nothing wrong doing it for NIB. Mr. Speaker, this has always been in the works, and I believe that that is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, one other area that Honorable Kweku Ricketts have deliberated on has to do with the issue of Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact that he was a minister in the John Dramani Mahama one government. He never brought up the idea of gold reserves. Mr. Speaker, I was a minister in the Western region when we started working on the gold reserve optimization that led to the accumulation of gold over 31 tons. Everybody knows that it is this gold that has been the reference point for the stabilization, the anchor for the stabilization of the Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, we are clear in our mind what the gold reserve program did, what the Ghana gold purchase program did, and the gold for oil program did. Mr. Speaker, we are all in this country when the BDCs were exchanging the Ghana cedi for 1:19 until the gold for oil came into being. That reduced these figures up to 14.5 as at the time of us leaving office. Mr. Speaker, it is good that the Gold Board has been put in place to consolidate the work that was already being done in the system by the Bank of Ghana, which is now currently on the Gold Board, and the PMMC, whose name has now been changed into the Gold Board. So they are not doing anything new. All that they are doing now is virtually accumulating more of the gold. Mr. Speaker, this country has been mining for gold for over 1,025 years when the people of Akan moved and the people of Gonjes and the Guans moved into this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, it took the ingenuity of the MPP government to start this program, and we are improving upon it. So there's nothing wrong if you are doing such a program for this country. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, and before that bill became law, we said it in this house, that wait for us, don't do this overnight so we can all contribute and make it a bigger success. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges we have with Gold Board currently is that all the miners are complaining that they are being shortchanged. The exchange rate they are getting is not helping the work they are doing. Mr. Speaker, it's not a market rate. We need to have a market solution to this problem. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have said and said again that the structure and the ownership of the Gold Board itself have to change. Mr. Speaker, if we take the work that Cocoa Board has done with cocoa farmers and the problems they've created in cocoa communities, we know year in, year out, cocoa farmers are crying about pricing because the structure we have used at Cocoa Board is not working because virtually everybody on the board is government appointed. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Cote d'Ivoire, the Cocoa and Coffee Council of Cote d'Ivoire, the structure is different. Government owns 40% of the Cocoa and Coffee Council. The farmers owe 30%, and the traders also owe 30%. So when prices are being determined, it is collective, it is cooperative, and then the system runs very well. So there are no complaints. Mr. Speaker, today, in the whole of Ghana, there's one aggregator. And the aggregator, even in his hometown, there's no mining there. So he doesn't even understand the system. Mr. Speaker, in the Western region, we produce 60% of Ghana's gold. Yet, there's not a single aggregator in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair because a sole aggregator would always lead to bureaucracy, and bureaucracy will lead to corruption. We need to change this if we want to sustainably make sure Cocoa Board, Gold Board is doing its job into the long term. Mr. Speaker, I've always said, and said it again, that we need to decentralize the licensing of mining. We need to make sure that for every license that we give an engineer. And we should make sure that the district mining committees come into being. and possibly do a mobile licensing regime so that we know that every single gold that is mined can be traced. Every single gold that is mined can be sold on the market consistently with a better Ghana gold brand so that we are sure that people will not tag our gold wrongly. So, Mr. Speaker, this issue of traceability is something that we need to talk about. We know for a fact that the gold board even accepts that currently they are buying some of the gold from Galamsey's. Mr. Speaker, and we need to work on it now before it becomes an international problem. Because people start rejecting our gold. We need to start working now on this matter. And I strongly believe that the time is now. The time is now to help us move this issue forward. Mr. Speaker, the menace of Galamsey, the NDC made a huge promise that they were going to use AI to solve the Galamsey problem. Mr. Speaker, AI, when you ask an AI a question, within 1 minute you get an answer. It's been 6 months. They've still not been able to do it. Mr. Speaker, they say charity begins at home. They say AI has failed to Mr. Speaker, charity begins at home. And now that people are reporting Galamsey activities in the president's hometown, Bali Bamboy, and they are reporting Galamsey activities escalation in Elembele, I believe that the minister should go back to his hometown and stop Galamsey, and the president should go to hometown and send Galamsey. Because we are still waiting for the AI that the NDC promised, and Ghanaians are still waiting for them to deliver on that mandate. Mr. Speaker, other issues that the Minister of Finance had raised are to the issue of the big push. Mr. Speaker, the big push, by the definition and the sourcing of funding for the big push, is oil and gas revenues. And they are dedicating all that to big push. So clearly, big push is not anything new, because the oil revenues have always existed on our books to be used for infrastructure, education, and the likes. So if today we are deciding to use all that money, the 13 billion for the big push, then clearly we should all understand that the big push is not anything new. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the list of the big push, virtually every region is getting just one project. And I want to know how that is going to impact, because virtually these projects are going to be done multi-year. So I'm wondering how this is something extraordinary new that the minister should be promoting as if nothing has happened or something new is actually going to happen in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe that even though these are being done, one of the projects that they have taken on as a big project, Mr. Speaker, they have to be careful. Mr. Speaker, the Takrady Aguna Kwanta Road is a Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo's project. Mr. Speaker, they shouldn't take it from us. Mr. Speaker, when I was the Deputy Minister for Aviation, the NDC had only done 27% of Terminal 3. We never took over and said it was an MPP project. With this 73% of that project, we paid for it, but we never took it as our project. So the NDC should not use the big push to come and swallow Nanado's projects. In Akan, there's a way they say that when you be a mawasia, don't take Nanado's projects and as big push, because the source of the funding of the big push is coming from and all that they said and all that they've been saying is that we don't have funding for this, we don't have direct sources of funding for it, we don't have this for it. Mr. Speaker, the big push, the revenue is already there, and the revenue is oil and gas revenue, which is always there. But did you also pay 1 CD for the Terminal 3? What are you talking about? You didn't pay anything for Terminal 3. You know, you didn't pay. You are the ranking member. You didn't pay anything for Terminal 3. But we gave you the Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that the minister.
Honorable members, I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejra. Honorable, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this opportunity to thank you so much and contribute to the motion and also make some comments on the Midyear review. Mr. Speaker, last year by this time, we were told in this House that mid-year review, you don't need to debate it. Those who were in this house knew very well that mid-year review is supposed to be debated. My colleagues today are debating mid-year review. But when they were on this side, they told us that mid-year review should not be debated. What has changed? Power has changed, and we are resetting Ghana. Mr. Speaker, they were not even here when the mid-year review was given out. They were outside. They decided to go outside and to do other things. But today they are here debating mid-year review. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to state that the resetting of Ghana is not only in math, but the economic resetting. And this economic resetting, Mr. Speaker, is affecting every area of our life. Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that GET Fund has been able to pay contractors. It has never happened before. That by the 2023, all contractors who are being owed up to 2023 has been paid as at now. It has never happened before. MPP has left a whooping gap of debt at GET Fund. But this government uncapped GET Fund, and as we speak today, 4.6 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to GET Fund. And that money has been used to settle the debt of MPP government that they left. This alone, Mr. Speaker, tells us that we have reset Ghana and will continue to reset Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Free Senior High School, we all know. Before the MPP left power, they were talk all over the town. Students were not being fed. Things were not going on well. Today, as we speak now, have you heard from any student that he has not received food? No. It is because, Mr. Speaker, we are releasing money to the schools. We are not giving it to a buffer stock person to go and give them dirty or food that were rotten. Expired rights. Mr. Speaker, we are writing checks to the schools themselves to go to the producers and buy foods that will nourish our brothers and sisters in school. This is the proper resetting we are talking about, where the economy is being resetted, and not only resetted, but the economy is also affecting the lives of everyday Ghanaian in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. When we come to the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that from January this year to this time, 63 communities have been connected to the national grid. And if you take that, Mr. Speaker, it shows clearly that in the next 4 years, every community in this country will be connected to the national grid. It has never happened. And they will not do it too. MPP did not do it. We have come and we are resetting. 63 communities of our various rural areas have been connected to the national grid. And I'm sure very soon, your community that does not have light will also have light. Mr. Speaker, ECG, we all know, has problem. And the debt ECG left is so much that if we are not careful, if we don't reset ECG, ECG will collapse Ghana. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to the minister, has advised that we should have a private sector to support ECG to collect at least the units that you consume should be collected by the private sector. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that when we give the private sector participation in ECG, we can recover our debts in totality. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the oil sector was plagued with a lot of trouble. And most of our players in the industry have left the country, all because of one decision to unitarize our oil block. And Mr. Speaker, when this government came, His Excellency decided that let's leave that policy and open it up. Today, as we speak now, we have major players like Moben Ezon has come back into the industry. we have major players that has come into this country to support us. And I can tell you that Tallow Oil has decided to continue, and if we give them the go-ahead, new blocks will be drilled again, and there'll be more oil in the country. Mr. Speaker, having said that, we have noticed that the 1.7 billion debt that was left before our colleagues left during the that has to do with the power sector levy. Mr. Speaker, we have cleared most of the debt. That's why today you can have electricity hanging on your walls. There are no power off as it used to be. Mr. Speaker, this alone tells us that this government is doing what needed to be done. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I have noticed was that the last 3 years, the Minister of Finance comes to this house with all kinds of quotation. In fact, this budget, this year's budget, and even the review, there's no quotation in it. There is no Bible quotation. But last 2 years, there were quotation.
A lot.
And last 3 years, there were quotation. And all those quotations did not amount to anything. It was rather throwing dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. People were wearing white to give us economic policies with biblical directions. Today, Mr. Speaker, I have only one quotation to quote. Yes. Even though the Minister of Finance did not come out with quotation, I have only one quotation. And that quotation is found in the book of Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, it says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. Yeah. When the righteous rule, the people rejoice. And you could see the joy of God in the life of Ghanaians. All because the quotation is not in the reviewing or in the budget statement, but it is in the heart of the leader. And the leader does good to the people. And so, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, I will then proceed to give the floor to Honourable Nana Ajay Bafo Ewa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that after 8 years in opposition, our learned friends have not learned anything. They are back to their unprecedented ways and touting of achievements that don't even exist. We saw it. We saw it. Before you were booted out in 2012, you told Ghanaians that 2016, you told Ghanaians that you had done what was unprecedented. You published green books and you were dancing in supposed glory that didn't exist. Ghanaians quietly watched you and booted you out. You are back. It is obvious that you've not learned anything. That is why you are touting gains that you have not contributed to in 7 months. The Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, he is an economist, he's a finance person. He knows very well that no economic program or policy bears fruit in 7 months. No economic program, you know it. You know it. You know it. You know it. And so when you stand here and tout gains, supposed gains and achievements, you know that it is born out of confusion. Because no economic program bears fruit in 7 months. It is obvious. It is obvious that you are back to your propaganda ways. You are back to your propaganda ways. For you, governance
is government of propaganda, of propagandists with propaganda. And so you are back to it again. You are back to it again. Even before the Gold Board Act, was passed, you were telling this country, the people of this country, that because of the operations of the Gold Board, the city has stabilized. You are telling us, how can you operationalize something which is not in operation? Tell us how. It is only with you, because for you, governance is all about propaganda. You are back at it again. You are back at it again. You are so fixated. You are so fixated with the new patriotic party that you've taken up a course of study. You've taken up a course of study known as MPP Governance and Economic Studies. So instead of focusing on government, instead of governing, all you talk about is MPP did this, MPP did that. You have the power. Govern and let us see. You have the power. Govern and let us see. Govern. You have the power. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. On 20th of March this year, when you brought the budget to this house, we told you that the big push did not have details. But because you have the numbers, you sat there and said, yeah. Today we have been vindicated by the Minister of Finance. Today we have been vindicated by the Minister of Finance. The supplementary budget he brought, he has now provided the details. He has now provided the details. You have numbers, we have insight. We have numbers, you have insight. What we see sitting down, you standing on each other in multitudes of 187, you don't even see. You don't even see. You sitting down in multitudes, standing on each other's shoulder. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that you are still stuck in your propaganda ways. And so, the details of your big push and priority projects, and your priority projects, you are told everybody, you had made everybody to believe. You had made everybody to believe that you were going to complete the military hospital in Kumasi, but you brought your budget in Ashanti region, but you brought your budget and it is not even here. It is not part of your priority projects. Yet His Excellency the President went to Malaysia to promise Otumfuo that he was going to complete it. During the graduation of the officers cadet, the President again said it on the 11th of April that he was going to complete the military hospital. Yet your priority projects, which you have planned to complete by 2028, the military hospital is not here. You are deceiving the people that gave you the second highest number of votes in this country. You are deceiving them. All the things you went to tell them were not true. It wasn't true. It's not even here. It's not even here. They gave you more than 715,000 votes. Highest, second highest. Yet you are deceiving them. Yet you are deceiving them. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. We need to move away from the propaganda. We need to move away from the propaganda and govern. And govern. You are back at it. We are learning in humility. We are learning in humility. And we'll come back better. You told us we were going to do the women's back. There's nothing in the budget. 24-hour economy, zero. All the things you said you were going to do, you are pursuing it and pushing it with propaganda. It's just a matter of time. You will be exposed. I don't need facts. Do I need facts? It is enough that all the things are not here. I don't need further evidence to demonstrate to the people of Ghana that you are back at your propaganda ways. You are back at your propaganda ways. You are back at your propaganda ways. 419, 419. You are back at your propaganda ways. Settings. Government of settings. QNet government.
Honorable member, what is 419?
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, you are entitled to take judicial notice of 419.
Honorable member, the Hansard will bear me out that whilst at this side, I used the word 419 and I was asked to withdraw. So kindly do the same by withdrawing.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and substitute it with QNet. QNet. You see, it is important. It is important that we give meaning to democracy and let Ghanaians begin to have hope in democracy and not make it seem that it is government as usual, and not make it seem that it was because you desperately wanted to come to government, that is why you made all those promises to them. That is what it seems now. That because you desperately wanted to come into government, you kept making promises to them. That's what it seems. That is what it seems. You have the steer. Govern and let's see. You have the steer. You have the steer. Govern and let's see. Ghanaians are watching you. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect our democracy by keeping our word. It is increasingly becoming obvious that the confidence of Ghanaians in politicians, Mr. Speaker, is running out because of things like this. And so, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I would commend the Minister for Finance for taking a cue from us. He should continue to take a cue. And I'll urge, in conclusion, my brothers on the other side, that instead of joining the chorus of hear, 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 open your eyes.
Honorable members, I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Zuera Ibrahim. You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the mid-year fiscal policy review submitted to this August House by the very able Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Ato Forson. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to my brother. And Mr. Speaker, you can see, it's very clear, everyone can see how worked up he is. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Ato Forson is causing stress. He's causing pressure. And our brothers and sisters are under serious pressure. Mr. Speaker, I don't drink alcohol. As you know, I'm a Muslim. But anytime I've gone out with my friends, I've heard them tell their friends who are drinking wine to make sure that they have a glass of water close by, just in case they get dehydrated. And so it looks to me like our brother over there probably has a hangover from excessive alcohol. All I heard, Mr. Speaker, in his submission...
Honorable Ibrahim Zuera, do the needful. Please withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. So,
it is accordingly expunged, ordered to be expunged from the record.
Over was propaganda. You are into propaganda again. And I'm wondering how this beautiful document that they ran away from represents propaganda. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you refuse to attend lectures and you enter the lecture room and the question that is thrust to you says, describe an antelope. And because you didn't come for the lecture and your father has raised rabbits at home, you say at this juncture, what is a rabbit? That is exactly what my brother is doing. Instead of focusing on the substance of the budget statement, he's beating about the bush, talking about propaganda all over. Dr. Atuforsen did not engage in propaganda on the 24th of July. He came here to this house, this very respected house, and presented to us the true state of this country. What he and the Mahama government have done since 7 January when they assumed office as government of this country. Mr. Speaker, how do you walk out of a budget presentation and come back to debate it? Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that when you run away from service, judgment will be made against you. And that is why our brothers are found wanting. They realized that yes, they ran away, but the debate was going to ensue. And so they've come and they are trying hard, very hard, but unsuccessfully, to try and make zero impact of their debate. Mr. Speaker, in communication theory, face-to-face communication is always the best method of nothing comes close to face-to-face communication. The Honorable Minister was here. He presented the statement. We all sat here. We watched him. We saw him. We saw the cues. We examined the body language. We heard his choice of words. And it resonated with that. It's the most enduring form of communication. And so if you choose not to engage in a face-to-face, but decide to rely on two-step flow, again, another communication theory. Hearsay. I take it, I tell Honorable Rahel, then we add pepper here, we take out sugar, we put too much milk, and distort the communication. That is what our brothers are suffering. They should have sat here, and listened to Dr. Atuforsen and watched him as he presented the budget. You make more meaning of what the finance minister is saying. Mr. Speaker, I will urge my brothers. Yes, walkout remains a tool, boycott remains a tool, but they must watch it. Their constituents are watching them. By walking out of the statement, they told their constituents that they are not happy for them, because I know that their constituents are very happy with the work of Dr. Atuforsen. Everybody in this country is very happy with the work of Dr. Atuforsen managing the economy. Mr. Speaker, this morning on Atinka Radio, as I drove here, a gentleman called in. He says he's called Frimpong Nana. He said, na yesi minority for ne se budget ne nye. Na adanya Ghana ha na ye nyina ne yeti. Me na me bako school a me de 600 cedis me ya shito a me nya bottle 4. And then the same 600 me de shito me nya 8 bottles. E chere say anwa ne bua ba form, tomatoes bua ba form, Keta school boys bua ba form, meko bua ba form, ginger bua ba form. That is what the man said on radio. Mr. Speaker, to which he said, the minority cannot pretend that they haven't seen what is happening in this country. That he used to spend 600 cedis preparing his child's shito before January this year, and he always got 4 bottles. With the same 600 cedis today, Mr. Speaker, he makes 8 bottles of shito. And what that means is that the price of fried oil is gone down. The price of tomatoes is gone down. The price of pepper, Keta schoolboys, ginger, garlic, everything is reduced. So he's making more shito with 600 Ghana cedis. Now, so if you sit in this chamber and these people voted for you to come here to protect their interest, and you say that as for you, that news is not good news for you, as the accounts will say, you will go and meet them there. I challenge my brothers and sisters on this side to go to their constituencies and call town hall meetings and listen to what their constituents will tell them and ask and check whether it resonates with their own activities in this chamber. They are the people who brought us here, and we have a duty to protect their interests. Mr. Speaker, pre-mixed fuel. I have managed the Salaga South constituency for 4 years. This is my 5th year. And at every turn, the issue of pre-mix was a huge headache. Everybody who picked their phone called the MP to find out why they were not getting pre-mix. Mr. Speaker, they were buying petrol and diesel and mixing it in a certain ratio to fuel their engine boats to go fishing. Today, premix is all over the place. Nobody is quarreling about premix. Our fisher folks are able to go on their fishing activities without stress to the MP. So if you are an MP on this side, and your constituency sits along the Volta Lake or at Elmina, and you are not happy, then I don't know what will make you happy. Mr. Speaker, Dambai, the Honorable Finance Minister announced the construction of a bridge across the Volta Lake at Dambai. And the people of the Eastern Corridor, including my beloved Salaga South people, are overwhelmed. We are excited. We are excited because, Mr. Speaker, once that bridge is constructed, I travel 7 hours from Accra to Salaga. I don't have to go and wait at Dambai for the ferry and be told that the ferry is broken down. Sometimes the ferry comes, an articulated truck full of yams and other goodies has blocked the way, created a problem, the raft cannot be lifted, you are stuck behind the lake. And this is a crossing, Mr. Speaker, that takes just 25 minutes. But people who travel on commercial vehicles from Accra to my constituency leave Accra at 4 p.m. and only arrive in Salaga between 11 and 1 p.m. the following day. Why, Mr. Speaker? They will get to Dambai and they have to sleep behind the lake until the next morning. There are lactating mothers, there are pregnant women, there are women in the
Honourable Member, your time is up. Yes. I will give the floor to Honourable Asensu Boachi. Honourable Asensu Boachi, you are speaking for 15 minutes. Yes, Honourable Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, just to first of all commend you for directing our sister to withdraw those unprintable words. Speaker, I'm just calling your attention to this house. It's an August house. Our debates should flow, and it should be free of any insults or any forms of unprintable words. I think that we should be very decorous in our submissions so that we can move on. We are brothers and sisters, and that's my prayer. I mean, if you stand here and say certain things, when we go out, people take them differently. And Speaker, you don't want me to repeat that. I mean, let's just be decorous, that's all.
Honourable Member, you are right. I entreat everybody to read Standing Order 1, 2, 3. Yes, Honourable Asensu Boachi, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the 2025 Midyear Fiscal Policy Review, particularly on the important subject matter of road development. Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister for Roads and Highways, and also a member of the Roads and Transport Committee, I've had the opportunity to carefully look at the list of projects presented under what the government calls the Big Push Program. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, this so much talked about push is neither balanced, nor big, nor strategic. I say this because, Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that it's just a political program rather than economic efficient program. One, Mr. Speaker, the list of programs of roads is heavily skewed towards certain regions in the country, completely neglecting Greater Accra region and Ashanti region. Mr. Speaker, these regions are the most urbanized regions. They are the most or the densely populated regions. The two regions alone, Mr. Speaker, account for over 35% of the Ghanaian population and the heartbeat, the economic heartbeat of our country. And if you are embarking on a road program to promote economic development and you conspicuously eliminate these particular regions, how are you going to explain this to Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker, earlier on, the honorable minister was in the northern region and said that the previous administration deployment of road had concentrated on certain regions. I believe he was referring to Ashanti region and Greater Accra region. I think that it makes sense. But he went ahead that this time he is going to go ahead and also do other regions in terms of the roads. For me, that is not fair to the country. That is not strategic. Because you build roads where there are human beings, a lot of densely populated people, communities. You build roads which will connect economic centers. That will drive economic development and economic growth. So for him to say that it's concentrated on the densely populated regions is not fair, and it is not the kind of development that will bring will bring collective development in the country.
Remember, did you say there are no human beings?
No, I said they are not densely populated regions. That's no. Mr. Speaker, let's not belittle the point I'm making.
No,
the point I'm making is
honorable member, I just asked a question. My attention has been drawn to something. So we can do the honorable thing. Did you say there are no human beings?
I didn't hear.
Did you say there are no human beings in those regions?
No. What I meant, if I
no, honorable member, did you say so or you did not say so?
Let me speak. Mr. Speaker, I don't want that to distract the very important point that I'm making. If I said there are no human beings, that's not what I meant. I withdraw that. But listen to me what I mean.
The word withdrawn.
Belittle the very important point I'm trying to make. Mr. Speaker, the work that I've done, Mr. Speaker, I hope you are noting the distractions. The work that I've done in this country, whether in public office and in private office, I have had the experience of traveling across the country. There are some roads.
Honorable members, apart from Asenso Boachi, all others should resume their seats. All others, kindly resume your seats. All others, kindly resume your seats, apart from Asenso Boachi. All others, kindly resume your seats. Honorable Asenso Boachi, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the work that I've done in my life, whether public or private, has taken me around this country. There are some places you can travel for 50 to 100 kilometers. You won't see communities, you won't see human beings. But there are some places that you travel 100 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and you will see densely populated communities, and you will see economic centers. When you have limited resources, this is where you should build your road. Mr. Speaker, basic economic theory teaches us that when resources are scarce, when you are in financial constraints, you prioritize. And that's exactly that's what I'm saying. If my opponents don't understand this, I don't know what else they will understand. Mr. Speaker, I also see abandonment of strategic ongoing roads under the Bridge Push program.
No,
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Roads today rightly acknowledged that the Accra-Kumasi Road is the most, as a planner, I will call it the most important road in the country. The roads with the most traffic. And already, as a result of effort to bring interventions to increase mobility and enhance traffic flow, there are a series of interventions on that corridor. One of such interventions is the rehabilitation of the existing road. Many parts are deteriorated. I'm an MP from Kumasi. Every week I'm on the road. There are interventions going on that particular road. As I speak, the Big Push did not capture. Mr. Speaker, another area that the Big Push did not capture is the ongoing bypasses. There are 4 important bypasses going on. One at Osino, one at Enyem, one at Enyeresi, one at Konongo. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I came from Kumasi, and when I reached Konongo, I spent over 2 hours in traffic in Konongo. It's because of this reason. It's because of this reason that is why the interventions are being implemented. Listen to me. It's because of this that is why the interventions are being implemented. As we speak, these bypasses has achieved very significant achievement rates. For instance, bypass from Osino, the southbound, has achieved 78%. Osino northbound, 68%. Enyinem bypass, 58%. Enyinem bypass northbound, 100%. So they have all achieved significant completion rate. Mr. Speaker, what stops the government from completing these bypasses that will reduce the travel time from Accra to Kumasi by 3 hours? Now the minister is saying that they are going to construct a 6-lane expressway, totally different from the existing intervention. First of all, the president, with the greatest the greatest of respect to the president, he was in Kumasi a couple of weeks ago. Will you listen to me? Listen to sense, wisdom. Listen to wisdom.
Honorable Asenso Boachi.
Listen to words of wisdom and stop the heckling.
Honorable members, Honorable Asenso Boachi, to say that they should listen to sense. Please, kindly withdraw listening to sense.
What I mean is that they should listen to words of wisdom.
Kindly withdraw listening to sense.
And they are not allowing me to flow because they know I'm making a good point.
Honorable Asenso Boachi, will you withdraw listening to sense?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw listening to sense and replace it with
Thank
listening
you very
to
much.
words of
You can
wisdom.
make progress. You can go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, basic economic theory tells us that resources, when we know that they are scarce, we have to prioritize. And already there are existing interventions. If you are able to complete these bypasses, it will reduce the travel time by 3 hours. Then what will be left is 98 kilometers of undualized road. For me, that is where the government should concentrate on and complete. Once that's completed, we would have a dualized road from Accra to Kumasi. But the president was in Kumasi the other day, with the greatest of respect to the president. He said that they are going to construct a new expressway. And he went ahead to say that it will start next year and it will be completed at the end of his his term. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Roads is here today. He told the media that they have now hired a consultant to do feasibility studies. If you have not conducted feasibility study, you don't know the extent of the work. You don't even know how much it will cost. On what basis did the president tell the nation that the project will start next year and complete at the end of his term? What it means is that the minister didn't brief the president well. He got the president confused and he made the president only made a path rather than a rational statement. Mr. Speaker, there are also some critical roads. There are also some critical roads that are started that this BIS program has not captured. One of such roads is Kokobin and Nyakwanta Road. It's very important. Those of you who play on the Kumasi to Obuasi Road, you can see that you can sit in the traffic for about 5 hours. And last year, we began the construction of this road. The big push refused to capture this road. There's also Solawa, that the contract was signed last year. Solawa is a very important road. The big push didn't capture the road. At Tebubu Kwabi Danso, when I was a minister, that road was under construction. Honorable Chumesi is here. When I was a minister, that road was under construction. It wasn't captured under the beach program. Mr. Speaker, the impact of this neglect is not abstract. It will affect productivity, it will affect national growth, and it will affect development. Mr. Speaker, another important one is the interchange. I have seen 1 or 2 interchanges that were not captured under the big push. One is the Takrady PTC. Of course, that project stopped because of the debt exchange program. And the same as the Nungwa interchange. I was hoping that given the importance of interchanges in unlocking mobility and helping in the development of the urbanized communities, I thought government will capture this in the big push, but it's not part of it. Mr. Speaker, I've also seen a deliberate misinformation and repackaging of existing roads as part of the big push, as though they initiated it. I have no problem with that. The Constitution of this country enjoins us, enjoins every government to continue the projects of the previous government under the directive principle of state policy. But when you do so, you should recognize who started it. You should do so and recognize who started this. Development is a relay. It's not rivalry. That you package somebody's roads that you have started and say that you are the one doing it. Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, there's one thing that I also want to correct. The finance minister is on record. It's on record to have said that government secure loans to construct Swami and Ofanko interchanges, and we use it for other things. I think that was quite unfortunate. Because we were all in this house when the government brought a loan facility of $750 million. At that time, the Finance Minister was either the chair of the Finance Committee or the minority leader. So he was part and parcel of the process. That facility was not for Ofanko project alone. It was not for Swami interchange alone. It was a multi the rest of the funds were to come from government of Ghana financing. It wasn't from loans. So it was completely misleading.
Honourable member, your time is up. I'm not controlling the time. I am not the timekeeper. I am not the timekeeper. Yes, yes. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agboja, Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I saw the way the Roads Minister sat down quietly to listen to the submissions by the former Roads Minister. The interjections were too many. Under normal circumstances, Speaker, respectfully, I wouldn't think that we should have, at least we should have given him a minute to even have rounded up. I expect our people to still sit in quietude, to listen. And
Honourable member, apart from requesting that unparliamentary words have been used, I don't think I have entertained any point of order. I have not. So nobody has interjected him. More so, I'm not in control of the time in any manner whatsoever. Yes. Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways. Honourable members, why? Honourable members, why? Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
you have 15 minutes.
I thank you for the opportunity, and I wish my good friend, the former Minister for Roads, would have been in the chamber to listen. Mr. Speaker, I'll start from where he ended. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is spot on when he said that part of the monies used for Ofankor and Swami interchange are loans. So I am not even sure what NPP is arguing. This House approved a loan of $750 million from Afri-Exim and said that we should use part of that money to do a Chairman 4 bridge. They decided to divert that and took it to Kumasi for the Swami interchange when the loan agreement for the Swami interchange fell off. So when they argue that we are not doing Swami interchange and Ofankor with loan, it is difficult for me to understand. Indeed, we took some of that money to those projects, yet the projects are not completed. So he hasn't said anything different. Finance Minister didn't say that those projects were 10 key projects to be done by a loan. He says that you took a loan, you paid for those projects partly from the $750 million Afri-Exim money. And that is factual. So he hasn't said anything that is wrong. Mr. Speaker, my colleague also talked about why PTC is not part of Big Push. You know better than I do about this. When you came to this House about that so-called barter agreement with Honorable Amwakwata, Sino Hydro, we told you that was not going to work. That no one was ready to take our bauxite and give us road. You said, oh, it's the most fantastic. With the Vice President Baumia holding a calabash in China, that we have gotten 15 billion Ghana cedi. It turns out that you came back here to convert the so-called barter agreement to a loan. Guess what? Sino Hydro got angry and stopped working because when they raised certificate, we were unable to pay them. So we have to go to China and beg them that they should come back. And let me tell you this. It is true. Sino Hydro has listened. They have decided to sign the agreement. They will be back
to do the PTC runabout project. So you cannot put a project which is already with a Sino-Hydro under the big push. That is why it is not part of it. And you should know better about that.
Teach him.
How do you call it? I heard you also saying somewhere that you issued a statement saying that we are saying that President Akufo-Addo, well, we are trying to rubbish President Akufo-Addo's record of 10,800 kilometers. You were not here. He was standing here and said, we have built 10,800 kilometers of new roads, and he was doing us like that.
Remind him.
And I fact-checked him. I was the ranking. I fact-checked him. It was a lie. He never built 10,800 kilometers.
Honorable Minister, withdraw the word. It was a lie.
Mr. Speaker, I will not even belabor the point.
Very well.
I withdraw the lie.
Very
Mr.
well,
Speaker,
very well.
what the president said here was untrue. Yes. He never built 10,800 kilometers of new roads. And guess what? He compelled the ministry to issue a statement, and the statement says that, let me read. If Honorable Asenso, you can check, you still have some people at the ministry. And this is what the ministry issued, that Road Ministry confirms construction of 10,875 kilometers of new roads under President Akufo-Addo, Joy FM, because he compelled them to do that. Fortunately, the PRO who issued the statement is still my PRO today. I don't know how he feels today by issuing that statement and the reality of the day. You understand? So your press statement was needless. In fact, you are confirming what I have said. Mr. Speaker, my brother, you see, you have been a road minister for the Republic of Ghana. It's just a small advice. The road minister of Republic of Ghana, it doesn't sit well where all your examples appears as if you haven't been to any other place in the country. It doesn't look well. Yes, I agree. Accra Kumasi have the biggest volume of traffic in the country. But when you give the impression that just because that is the biggest volume, what about the farmer growing yam in Yendi? Yes. Don't we have to take a road there to convey the yam for us to consume in Accra? So you think that just because there are more people in Accra and Kumasi, we should spend all our money in Accra and Kumasi? Okay, let me give you this. The reset of President Mahama means that we are not, and my brother.
Please, Honorable Bondi, resume your seat. Honorable Bondi, resume your seat. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the road minister, should just learn, former road minister, should just learn from his leader. Before I took the podium, he advised that when you were speaking, I never even moved my body. I listened to you.
You were taking notes.
Just, you see, I don't know why you are feeling uncomfortable. Just stay calm. Let me tell you this. And then you went as far as saying that we build roads where human beings are. I went around the 16 regions. When I got to OT region, there was no active road project going on in the OT region. Wow. Is that fair? Wow. Is that fair? Guess what? Reset means that we are taking road infrastructure to every part of the country. And if you don't like it, you can do whatever you like. When you come back, you can decide not to do road there. We shall take road everywhere we like. Mr. Speaker, you are not actually listening to yourselves. In one vein, you are complaining that we are not taking on some projects on big push. On another vein, you are saying that some of the projects you are taking on as big push are your projects. Imagine. Which one is which? Imagine. Do you want us to do the project or not? And guess what? What the finance minister said here was quite clear. We had our own plan for big push. And let me tell you this. Every single region in our country is touched by the proposed big push projects. Yeah. Unlike a few years ago, when the finance minister, the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta stood here and completely ignored Volta region in the critical roads. Completely. You remember that? That happened here. All the 16 regions are touched by the big push. And let me tell you, let me repeat once again. Big push is not a constituency-specific or a political gimmick. Take, for instance, as you have been a former road minister, take from Wenchi to Wa, you travel that road. How do you feel?
He doesn't know that.
It's completely neglected. Take from Wa to Bolga. The reason we don't find vehicles on Wa to Bolga is because it's a death trap. Yes, I agree with you. You can drive for hours, you don't even see any vehicle. It's because the road is terrible. When the road is good, people will ply it. So President Mahama decided, in about 2 years, we shall reconstruct the road from Bolga to Wa. What is wrong with that? I agree that sections of that road are currently under contract. Just sections. A vast majority of it is not under contract. So a big push is a national program to address the inefficiencies along the major corridors. And guess what? You talked about which region is not captured. So when we want to do a bypass around Kumasi, the eastern quadrant. Currently, when you are from Accra going to Kumasi, or you are even going to the north, you need to drive straight into Kumasi, get stuck in the traffic. We are saying that we are building a bypass. The first portion of the bypass is when you get to Ejisu, you do a detour at the back of Anita Hotel, and then you take that quadrant all the way to hit the Mampo Road. As first thing. What is wrong with that? And then when we say you get to Sunyani, we do, in fact, we started the Sunyani Ring Road. And then when you came, you abandoned it. We are saying we are going to complete it. What is wrong with that? Tamale is one of the fastest growing cities in West Africa. Go to Tamale now, going around is a problem. We say we are completing and expanding the third ring road. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Now let's come to Accra. I agree that the exit and entry point of what do you call Accra are very bad. The Ofankor Road. As of the time you were leaving office, the contractor has raised certificate of $77 million. You didn't pay him, you left. Now people are doing demonstration. Just this week, we paid that contractor over 300 million Ghana cedis so that he can continue the work. Why are you not commending us for that? And then we are saying that since we don't have any dedicated fund, we are putting that project as an additional burden on the big push. And you don't like it? And then go to Kaswa Winneba. Of course, the money has run out. The worst that will happen is that the contractor will leave site. President Mahama does not want any of those projects to be abandoned. He said carry it on as additional big push project. You don't like that? What are we talking about here? And then I heard you talking about motorway to Central University. Honorable former minister, you and I know that when you came to this house to give that contract to BHM, I suggested here BHM was not a construction firm.
Teach him.
Was a management firm. That company, it was only last year that company bought a construction firm. That is why they were struggling to do the road. So phase 1 is what they are struggling to do. So the phase 2 is not even an MPP initiated project. The phase 2 is not under contract. And we are carrying it on as a big push project. You should understand this thing. We are quite clear in our minds what we are doing. It is not politics. It is not politics. And I agree with you, you did your best. But the contractors were not listening to you. Because maybe you were afraid of them. I say, if you are a contractor, Ghanaian or foreign, if you breach our laws, we'll deal with you. That is why when I stood here and said that the Indian company that took our $30 million, pretending that we should terminate the contract, I will not. They either build a road worth $30 million or will find ways of taking our money. You can't go for our money. It doesn't matter. We are taking our money. So help me retrieve the 30 million that is supposed to use to do Savelugu to Walewale. Help me. Where's Dr. Kabiru? Help me retrieve the money. Because I need that money to pay contractors who have worked and are not being paid. So help me do that. So I don't know why you are not helping me doing this. And then there's something I need to explain. Big push is not the only road project we are doing. Big push, and I want to say this to all our compatriots across the country. Big push is a special vehicle to address the interconnectivity of our region to our national capital. It is not about Adaklu or Swami or anything. In any case, I've also heard Swami interchange. Yes, the loan for Swami interchange is a turnkey and a commercial agreement. When you declared yourselves bankrupt, the contractor decided that the bank said they will not give us the money. When you say we should complete it, with money from where? But even that, President Mahama says take it on. So we are taking the completion of the Some interchange. We are taking on the completion of the Some interchange as part of Big Push. We are taking on the completion of the Some interchange and on Big Push. What is your problem about that? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that we need to deal with is there's this lack of understanding about some over 160 districts that we have identified as the most deprived of roads. And we are saying that some of those districts are largely agrarian in terms of their economic activity. Yam growing areas, rice growing areas, food we consume. And we are saying that instead of spending 70% of our road budget on Accra and Kumasi building additional interchanges, the real economic value of our country comes from agriculture and mining and tourism. Let's tap into those things. So we have identified those 160 districts, and we are saying that out of equity, we shall devote more resources to upgrade the roads in those districts. That is what we are talking about. It is, can Ofori Atta and the NPP declare the country bankrupt? And then let me conclude with this. Honorable Road Minister. The situation of our roads in Ghana is a very terrible one. And I want the House to join us address this. Everybody, including every colleague, including myself, the road in our backyard is very terrible. There's nothing wrong if the finance minister decides that instead of sharing our oil resources, building astroturfs here and there, mainly in your constituencies, mainly in your districts. Yes, the record is there. Instead of doing that, let's build roads that everybody can use. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, astroturf is good, but you see, today, put astroturf on one side and road on the other side.
Honourable member, conclude. 1 minute
Let me
more.
conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, we are clear on our minds. President Mahama's reset means that the road network in our country must improve. And we are making a commitment. Yes, in 3 weeks, we shall start the Big Push projects. And indeed, inshallah, Dambai Bridge will be one of them that will be started. Nothing will stop it. And the last question, Mr. Speaker, if you are a contractor, a consultant, and then you partake in road project from now, and you do a shoddy work, you will be forced to take an insurance, and we shall cash the insurance if you do a bad job. And all those who have taken government money for works they have not done, let me tell you, we are already investigating some of them. We are coming after you. If you are thinking of doing a new project.
Honorable, your time is up. Your time is up.
It shall have good road. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honourable members, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we have agreed that after doing 4-4, we will pause the debate, take the finance committee, the joint committee, finance and budget committee.
I'm aware, so allow me to do the
So the last
4th
person
one.
from this side after, yes.
It's now the turn of Honorable
Is that for?
Daniel Nana Addo Kenneth. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, emanating from the last speaker, I would like to quote the finance minister in his mid-year budget, and I want to read paragraph 575 before I start. To all of us who are privileged to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility. Ghana needs us now more than ever, and our people need us, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit shocked that my very respected senior minister, who I also admire so much, would seek to raise some of the issues that he raised, especially on the Flower Road. Mr. Speaker, the minister considered that it's a turnkey project, and BAC was a company
that secured the funding, and so they had to bring their contractors. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a bit factually inaccurate that BAC was just not a contracting firm. They secured the funding, and so they had to bring in their contractors. Mr. Speaker, on Swami Interchange, at the time that we left office, the contractor was on site. Rango Company was on site. They never left site until we left office till they came in. So, Mr. Speaker, they came in to meet the contractor on site on the Swami Interchange project. Mr. Speaker, as I read, the finance minister called for unity. Calling for unity means that we want to bring everybody on board. And if projects, one of the major lamentations of this country is that successive governments tend to abandon projects that have been begun by the previous government. The project funding is not the political party in power's money. It is for Ghanaians. It's Ghanaians' money. And Mr. Speaker, for them to say that they are abandoning the ongoing Accra Kumasi Road, which is left with just 96 kilometers for dualization, and to do a new express road, for me, is a wastage of taxpayers' money. Because, Mr. Speaker, the minister himself listed the percentage performance of this road. And so, Mr. Speaker, why would we abandon a road that is left with only 96 kilometers dualization to complete and say that we are now going to do a whole new express road? Whilst Ghanaians are using those roads is not just leading to Ashanti region, it also links up north. And so, Mr. Speaker, if the finance minister is calling all of us to come on board and unite to save this country, then I think that my colleagues on the other side, who are the majority, overwhelming majority that Ghanaians have trust in them, should not go the path that successive governments have gone by wasting the taxpayers' money. They should look at completing some of these projects. Mr. Speaker, I also want to associate with my earlier colleague speakers on our side. And Mr. Speaker, one of the major campaign messages of the NDC government was providing of employment for the teeming unemployed youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to be consistent. Right from the inception of this parliament and from the State of the Nation address to the budget reading, we have been consistent in talking about employment. Mr. Speaker, this budget sought to create that the big push, the Nkokon Kitinkiti project in the agri program, the Women Bank, and all these programs are programs that are coming to create employment. Mr. Speaker, the president came to this house and told the whole country that the finance minister, during the presentation of the budget, will bring the policy document for the 24-hour economy here so that we'll all get to know. Mr. Speaker, we are 6-7 months down the lane. Parliamentarians here do not know what the policy document for the 24-hour economy is. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came here, presented the budget to us, and indicated that he will come later to this house to present the 24-hour economy policy document. Mr. Speaker, 6 months down the lane, I was expecting that when he was in the mid-year review, he would have even added as an addendum the policy statement for the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the review statement was read, but there's no sign of 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget, they tell me the big push. I was thinking of the opinion that having trumpeted the 24-hour economy and created one of the beautiful songs for 24-hour economy, the budget should have been named as the 24-hour economy budget. But Mr. Speaker, they abandoned it. This is clear indication that it was just a political campaign song and gimmick to deceive the teeming youth of this country, assuring them to provide jobs and employment for them. But coming here, they turn from the 24-hour economy and now have told that the big push is only purely in infrastructure, and even that for this year, it is purely 100% on roads. Mr. Speaker, on same job employment, indeed, I agree with my respected deputy leader that in 70 years, things have happened in this country that has never happened before. Yes, we have seen the unprecedented sacking of Ghanaians, losing their jobs just because there's a government change. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister called that we should not be divisive. But we have seen in 70 years the more divisive policy of sacking the young people who have received employment. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the finance minister indicated that they were going to fully implement the net capping and freezing of net employment. Mr. Speaker, I was of the opinion that after coming to office for 6 months and trumpeting all the glories of the Gold Board, the review would have talked about the fact that even the net freezing of employment, they are reviewing it. Mr. Speaker, we still in this country, the finance minister was unable to tell us, as we've seen before, the number of jobs they have even created for the young people of this country. Meanwhile, we trumpeted that we are going to create employment. Mr. Speaker, the budget listed a number of interventions that was going to create employment. The budget talked about the adjournment program. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came here to tell us that out of the 300 million allocated for the adjournment program, only a meager 21 million has been released. Mr. Speaker, in 6 months, we are doing only 7% of the initiative that is going to create employment. If you want to multiply it and even give it a 20% increase in the half year, how is the hope that we assure this country? The teeming youth of Ghanaians want jobs through a Jumeirah program, but obviously we are all about promises, but we are not talking at all because the books is telling us something else. Mr. Speaker, the same finance minister considered that the program that is going to create the apprenticeship program that is going to equip people with skills had only 7% released, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, the for economic program, which my very good friend A+ likes talking about, the Nkukon Kete, the Feed Ghana, the vegetable development, and all that. Mr. Speaker, as at now, 1.5 billion was allocated. Ghanaian youth were so happy, but as we speak, 0% has been released. Not even 1 kobo has been released. Yet, we have assured this country of employment. Mr. Speaker, I'm passionate about this employment issue because the people in my constituency, the young men and women I grew up with, a lot of them don't have employment. Those who have come before me, a lot of them don't have employment. And this is a creation of successive governments. So if the teeming youth and Ghanaians have so much confidence to believe that the way to go is a creation of employment, then this country will be let down by this NDC government if they do not walk their talk. Mr. Speaker, 6 months down the lane, 0 release has been given to the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker himself is a believer of affirmative action. The 8th Parliament did so well by passing the affirmative action bill. Yet, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, 0 release, 0 commitment to the Women Development Bank. So are we just paying lip services that we are going to create employment, we are going to empower women by giving them some support through loans and empowerment programs by creating a bank for them? Women were so happy, they were so enthusiastic about this budget that they were going to at least have a dedicated fund just for women. But Mr. Speaker, 6 months down the lane, 0. Mr. Speaker, again, the National Codex Program. The National Codex Program. In the world of AI and ICT, we are all believing that you can sit in the comfort of your home and work. Mr. Speaker, we have sought in this recently a very, very humorous way of definition of coding by our Deputy Communication Minister, which is trending on Twitter and all the social media platforms. But again, 0% has been released. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, what I am saying is that this government should not pay lip services to its promise. The youth of this country need jobs. This government promised the youth of this country jobs, and the jobs they must provide. And like I said, the Ghanaian youth will not forgive the NDC government the 188 majority overwhelming if they do not oversee the government to implement the policies that will create jobs for the teeming youth of this country for what they promised. You promised to create jobs, and Mr. President, please give us the jobs you promised.
Honourable members, let's come to order paper at page 4. Motion. Yes. Chairman of the committee, item number 9. Item number 9, motion. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
If they are not ready, I'm ready to move motion number 11 and 12 on today's order paper.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Joint Committee on Budget and Finance on the request for multi-year commitment for the selected road projects under the Big Push program contained in the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move and seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded. This is a procedural motion. The question, therefore, is as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion accordingly adopted. Motion numbered 10 at page 5. Chairman of the committee.
Yes, I move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Joint Committee on Budget and Finance on the request for the multi-year commitments for the selected road projects under the Big Push program contained in the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana be moved now. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the mid-year policy review of the 2020 budget statement and economic policy of government was presented to this House by the Honourable Minister for Finance, Dr. Kesel Atoforsen, on Thursday, 24th July 2025, in accordance with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, included in the mid-year fiscal policy review statement was a request by the Minister for Finance for the approval of multi-year commitments in accordance with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act 921. The Right Honourable Speaker referred the mid-year review statement to the Joint Committee on Budget and Finance on the same day, Thursday, 24th July 2025, for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee met and they were assisted by the Deputy Minister for Finance and the technical team from the ministry. Mr. Speaker, the minister had indicated in the budget that was passed in this House on 31st December 2025 that he intends to come back to this House for approval for multi-year commitment for the Big Push. The program is intended for the continuation of massive infrastructure projects, infrastructure development projects to boost growth and create sustainable jobs. Government accordingly programmed activities under the Big Push program as part of the expenditure to be incurred in the 2025 budget. The activities were captured in the 2025 budget statement as a multi-year expenditure. Mr. Speaker, Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act states, Mr. Speaker, that a covered entity shall not enter into any agreement with financial commitment that binds the government of Ghana for more than one financial year or that results in a contingent liability except where the financial commitment or the contingent liability A is with the prior written approval of the Minister for Finance, which has come to be known as commencement certificate. B, that the transaction is authorized by Parliament in accordance with Article 181 of the Constitution, which here refers to transactions that are financed from foreign loans. But Section 2 instructively says that Parliament may, in annual budget, authorize a covered entity to make a multi-year expenditure commitment. And where Parliament so authorizes, the annual budget shall indicate the commitment approved for the financial year and the approved multi-year commitment. Mr. Speaker, the intent of this is that before the government can proceed to implement the budget in relation to matters that give rise to multi-year expenditures, that particular budget should be approved. Mr. Speaker, the minority on the other side were of the view that the terms and conditions of the loans that will be pursuant to this approval should have been presented to this House. But of course, the majority was of the view that the Section 33(2) did not intend that when you are approving the budget, you would have any agreement to approve, and that we are not approving loans of international nature which will require approval under Article 181. And therefore, this is purely in line with the provisions of Section 33(2) and therefore properly situated. But Mr. Speaker, we also noticed that the request itself is properly situated because the minister, in moving the main budget, indicated that he will be spending 13.8 billion in 2025 on multi-year commitments. He will spend 17 billion in 2026. He will spend 19.2 billion in 2027, and he will spend 21.2 billion in 2028. And therefore, the various commitments were already approved in the budget, but the specific lists were not attached. And those lists have now been made available under this request. But Mr. Speaker, we want to indicate that the big push is for specific years. So for 2025, we have dedicated the big push to the road sector. So you cannot be talking about a hospital in Ashanti region and claim that they have been deceived, because the big push is not only 2025. In doing so, I have the right to make comments. I have the right to make comments in presenting the report. Mr. Speaker, the transactions that are being approved,
to address the chair.
The transactions that have been approved of 13.8 billion is for road sector and not hospital. So road sector is being approved this year. If you want to see the hospital in Ashanti region, wait till the following years. So that is what will happen. You see, they are uncomfortable when you catch them. When they do propaganda and you catch them, then they are running away. Mr. Speaker, in presenting my report, I have the right to make comments. And my comments are to the effect. Mr. Speaker, I'll request the Hazard Department to capture my report as fully read in this House.
When it gets to your turn,
but in doing so,
Mr.
Speaker, I would like to make comments that reflect this arrangement. And I'm saying that nobody is deceiving Ashanti region. Ashanti region will be delivered that hospital, and it is not this year. In any case, the entire amount that was approved for Big Push amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis. What we are approving here today is 13.8 billion. Yes. And therefore, you should restrict yourself to projects identified under the 13.8 billion. It doesn't mean that other projects will not be done. Wait until we bring the projects for next year, and then you will find out whether we are doing that or not. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicated to us at committee that when they were presenting the list of projects, 3 specific projects under the Big Push were inadvertently omitted. And therefore, he sought permission to include them in the list that was presented, and that the total will not exceed the 13.8 billion program under the Big Push for 2025. These projects are the construction of the 3rd Ring Road, Tamale Phase 1, the construction of the 3rd Ring Road, Tamale Phase 2, and the construction of the third ring road, Tamale Phase 3. When some people hear this, then they are running around. They don't even know what to do to themselves. Mr. Speaker, the committee concludes that we have carefully considered the referral, and in the opinion of the committee, the request is founded. And we therefore request this House to approve this request to enable the Minister for Finance release resources to the Minister for Roads and Transport to deliver the big push and transform the road network of the people of Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Motion move. Any seconder?
Thank you.
Let's
Mr.
have
Speaker.
some order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. In doing so, I would like to comment. Mr. Speaker, when the committee met, we had issues with the whole big push, idea, because we realized that the amount has already been approved in somewhere March in the main budget. So it was something we needed to consider. And then what needed to be considered was the list of projects. Then committee members asked the minister the values for those listed projects, because the committee couldn't approve names and the names of roads and kilometers without the values. But we were assured that they are now going through the procurement processes, so after which they will come back to the House for approval. Mr. Speaker, I think by using the application of the PFMA Act, it is the right thing to do. And that I would advise that the finance minister, going forward, should refer all multi-year projects to this House for approval. This is something that will actually help the House and also the taxpayers, so that corruption will go down in the various entities. Mr. Speaker, now I was wondering the criteria for selecting these roads. The criteria for selecting these roads. Now you look at them, we had a colleague here yesterday pushing hard for the roads to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, it looks as if these roads were selected in certain constituencies to favor the majority, because in the eastern region, Mr. Speaker, we had only 2 roads. And ask me where those roads are located. They are located in the constituency of the Deputy Finance Minister, being Esojamai. So, with the 33 constituencies in Eastern Region, the only 2 roads were allocated to the minister's constituency. Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to understand, but as the road minister is here, he knows that there are a lot of roads that need to be considered. So I still question the criteria for selecting those roads. Mr. Speaker, now I was also thinking about the fact that the 70, he said, ministers, they said the 13.8 billion, if it shall be approved, the selected roads are going to be constructed. It's fine. We are still waiting to see if the minister, whatever amount, or whatever values that will come, will conform to the allocated budget. That is why we expect them to come back. Now, another thing is the DRIP, because these roads are not enough for members. Members keep asking for roads, because road issue has been the biggest challenge in this country. Every MP is looking for roads in the constituency. Now, we have the DRIP. The MPP government purchased those equipment to make roads motorable. And I remember on the committee where we had the now road minister as a ranking, All he kept pushing was that, Minister, it's not about doing asphalt. It's about making the roads motorable. Now, my question is that, how are we going to make all roads motorable? Because with this big push, it can't solve all the road issues in this country. The drape that we purchased, the drape that the MPP government supplied materials and fuel, now they are all being packed. We don't know when they are going to be put into use. So I would advise that the minister consider the usage of the drape to make most roads motorable, because the government so, I think that was even going to be bigger than the big push, because with the drape, every district had the equipment to do their own roads or make their roads motorable. Every district in Ghana had one. I don't think the big push is covering every district in Ghana. That's why I said, even in the eastern region, where you have only 2 roads selected in eastern region for the first phase, yet you have the drapes. So I plead with the minister to use the drape in fixing most of the roads in the country. And also plead with him that there is a constituency called Kede, where we also have roads to be constructed. So in the second phase, you try to consider the Kede to Esiom road for me, Minister, and you also try to do the Otumi to Abrem road for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to speak to the report before the House. Mr. Speaker, before I make my own comments, I have the authority of the chairman of the Finance Committee to, Mr. Speaker, effect some changes. There were some mistakes, and I think they did not take account of it. So in the report, at page 4 of the report, Mr. Speaker, if you compare the list provided to us by the ministry, the additional 3 that they added, you will see that...
Honorable Achampong, hold it.
Mr. Speaker, before the reader is seeking your leave to do certain things on the report, this is a committee's report, signed and co-signed by the leader of our side, that is the ranking for budget. I'm not sure on the floor, on his feet, the honorable leader can change this report and content of this report without first the committee discuss. I know it is your report.
Who is the...
That is the application he's making.
Yes. So is he the vice chairman of the committee? So if he makes application,
yeah, he's a vice
what he wants to do, wait. If it is not what happened at the committee level, then you can draw my attention to it that is not what happened at the committee level.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes members need to be very careful, because when we started the meeting, all of them ran away to organize the press conference. But we took our time, went through the processes. We gave you a copy of the attachment. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the very document we gave you. And in that document, there are 3 additions that the chairman talked about. The first one is the construction of the 3rd Ring Road, Tamale Phase 1. It's supposed to be 11 kilometers. That's the lot 1. And they've written 1 kilometer. The other one, the same 1 kilometer. I don't know if the one they got confused with the one. So I'm just reproducing the original information we provided to you. And want us to take the wrong information, and tomorrow you organize another press conference to tell us that we did not do the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm doing the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, the first one will be 11 kilometers. The construction of the 3rd Ring Road, Tamale.
Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Lot 2.
Honorable Kabiru, you have the floor. Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, the vice chairperson of the committee made first a statement which is not born out of the fact. The first statement he made was the fact that we did not sit in the meeting, that we ran out of the meeting to go and organize press conference. I think this is a House of Records. That should not be made to stand.
Honorable members, if we can all stay away from these tangential issues because of the volume of business,
yes. So, Mr.
I will
Speaker,
be happy. I admonish that we should all stay away, both sides should stay away from tangential issues, and then we can concentrate
Mr.
on
Speaker, the advice is well
the
taken,
main business.
But the most important thing that Hansard has captured what he stated. Hansard has captured what he stated, but I sat through the meeting.
Let that be expunged from the Hansard. Please, let's continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of the construction of the third ring road terminally should read 11 kilometers each. It's not 1 kilometer. Mr. Speaker, I heard the vice chair of the committee complaining about the selection formula of the processes, and finally he begged the road minister to include his constituency in the second phase. And I thank God the road minister is here. He's taking judicial notice of it. The big push is not ending in 2025. The 2025 allocation is 13.75 billion. And then 2026 is 17 billion. 27 is 19.24 billion. And the 28 is 21 billion. So every community will be served under this big push policy that we campaign with. The people bought the idea, they voted for the NDC, so everybody must benefit from the big push project. And it's not only big push, which we are going to use as a vehicle to construct roads. There will be other interventions. The minister said it here, that about 261 districts will get the 10-kilometer project that he talked about. So nobody will be neglected, including all of you here. It doesn't matter, either you supported the NDC, you voted for it. No, we are talking about Ghana. We are resetting Ghana. So by the end of the day, you come back and say, NDC said it, and they've done it. So the only thing we need from you guys is to support us. We have the 4-year mandate to lead this country, to reset this country. The mess created by the former administration is what we are dealing with. So, Mr. Speaker, and if you check through the budget, we are financing this under domestic financing. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you check our debt portfolios, by the end of 2016, Mr. Speaker, our debt stood at 120 billion Ghana cedis. End of 2020, it rose to 315 billion Ghana cedis.
Why do you want to interrupt the debate?
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the committee, the vice chair of the committee, has made a statement again. You've advised and admonished us saying that we should avoid certain comments that are not based on the facts, and that will probably invoke further debate. Mr. Speaker, he stated that.
So, honourable member, you will have your time to debate.
No,
take note, and then when you are coming to debate, you can draw the attention of the House to those things. Order 122 is very clear as to how a debate is supposed to be interrupted. So take note.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm surprised for a government to take inflation to 54%, ended at 23%, and now we're talking about 13%. I don't want to talk about it. What is that? Mr. Speaker, like I was saying, 2016, the debt portfolio was 120 billion Ghana cedis. By end of 2020, it rose to 315 billion Ghana cedis. 21, 362 billion Ghana cedis. 2022, 448 billion Ghana cedis. 2023, 610 billion Ghana cedis. And 2024, 726 billion Ghana cedis. But within 6 months, Mr. Speaker, we brought it to 613 billion Ghana cedis. So if we say we are financing the big push under domestic financing, so that we will not put more burden on our national debt, if you don't want to support this, what again do you want to support? Because the debt to GDP ratio has come down from 80.4% to 43.8%. This is the prudent way of managing an economy. So when people hear about big push, they think it's a big elephant which is chasing them and they want to run to the bush. No. This is a policy. This is a program that is going to help deliver some road infrastructure within the 2-year period for all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some issues that we should have gotten some indicative numbers to know that this will cost A, B, C, D. And rely on Section 33(4) of the PFMA Act that we all passed in 2016. They are now going to award the contract. They've not awarded the contract. They've not done anything to suggest that by the end of the day, this road will cost us 1 billion Ghana cedis. How can we give you those numbers? But already, Mr. Speaker, we have approved the global sum in the 2025 budget. All of us approve it. So we thank the minister and the government for bringing this information back to the House for approval. They could have gone ahead and done whatever they wanted to do with it. We take loans and budget support. By the end of the day, we don't even see what we use that money for. So this is a transparent government giving fresh to what the two of us approved in the 2025 budget. So, but now if you go to a constituency and somebody asks you what entails in the big push program, you'll be in a better position to explain to them that the first phase has been brought to us, and these are the roads they are going to what? Construct. So let's thank the government for being transparent to all of us, because we are in charge of the purse. Sometimes ago we give approval, we don't hear anything, and they'll come and perform.
Honourable member, conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, 33(4) will give us the performance report. So by the end of the day, we'll get to know what the 13.7 billion Ghana cedis was used for. So I call on members to support the approval of this process. This is a multi-year program, and we are going to finance it with our own resources. We are not going to borrow to do this project. Mr. Speaker, with these few comments, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, we have the finance minister during the annual presentation of the annual budget telling us about big push. The big push apparently is an elephant, not an umbrella. And the conceptualization of same has been difficult. It's been difficult for the government that 6 months down the line, they are still trying to get us firm glimpse of the anchor of the big push. And that's the problem some of us face at the committee level. Difficult because big push, we are told, is supposed to finance not just road infrastructure, but key infrastructure projects, including the 24-hour economy. But after 5, 6, 7 months down the line, the finance minister comes back to tell us that in the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the next 2 years, all monies for big push is now going to go into road infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, it means that half of the tenor of the so-called big push is now going to be about road construction, which the Nana Akufo-Addo government has done without questioning it with any name. For the next 2 years, whatever is going to be done under the big push is the normal road construction the government has been doing since time immemorial, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to give fancy terms, exotic terminologies to describe government normal execution of projects. The previous government executed very important, for the first time, the number of interchanges, the number of roads construction, over 13 kilometers of roads were constructed 13,000 kilometers of roads were constructed without a fancy name. Without a fancy name called Big Push. And if we have a term like this, it gets the members also confused, Mr. Speaker. And that is the first thing. Mr. Speaker, the second thing we had issue with was the fact that even the Big Push, the priority projects, speaks to the priority of the government. Even the selection of those particular projects tells us about the seriousness of the government. Mr. Speaker, I will not go far. The Ashanti region, one of the biggest regions in the whole country, where we are supposed to have equitable distribution of resources, and for that matter, evenly and fair distribution of projects. The lists are there for us to see, Mr. Speaker. Some very few projects. Mr. Speaker, where we have created new regions, and the directive principle of state policy requires that we must do everything in fulfillment of the social and economic directive principle of the government. The Northeast region, only one route. Only one route. Mr. Speaker, that one road,
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I'll begin naming and applying the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a whole region, a new region, that a government is supposed to prioritize, and in line with the commitment of the president that he was going to do everything to support these new regions. The Savannah region, a very new region, only Swala Wenchi Road, in the Big Push. One project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bono is, we labor to find any project significant in that region. Yet, these people queue and gave them massive votes in this particular region. Mr. Speaker, we wonder whether these people's effort is in vain. It's a question that battles all of them. What will they get in return out of the lofty promises this government gave them? So we have difficulty. Mr. Speaker, aside that, the committee had another difficulty that Mr. Speaker made referral to us of a certain mid-year budget presentation. And the referral was clear, unambiguous, that we should go as a joint committee of finance and budget to examine the statement by the minister and write a report. And then the minister comes with another 3 projects that the Ghanaian people did not even have the benefit of knowing during the presentation. We had a difficulty because we wanted to even know whether, in line with the practices of the House, Mr. Speaker, the committee can decide to introduce any project, or the finance minister can bring any project and bring it to House for ratification. Because the referral of Mr. Speaker was in line with the budget, mid-year budget presented. But he comes with different 3 sets of projects. Mr. Speaker, these 3 projects were basically on hindsight, because our respected leader, Dr. Amin Adam, raised an issue over the obvious exclusion of the northern region, the World Bank of the NDC from the projects. The NDC and northern region did not even have one single project. And this issue was raised. On hindsight, they brought some 3 projects, and even in the report, they said 1 kilometer, but on hindsight, they are saying they will have to correct it to the 11 kilometer. Mr. Speaker, the northern region, construction of 3rd Ring Road, Tamale Phase 1, Tamale Phase, the construction of 3rd Ring Road, Tamale Phase 2, Lot 1, Lot 2, and Lot 3, Mr. Speaker. These were the new additions. These were the new additions. And the issue we have is those new additions were not contemplated within the original amount of what the 13 billion that they say we should approve. So now, you brought some projects, excluding 3 projects, and now you introduce 3 projects without increasing the amount. That goes to the point that we needed to know for each project what amount is allocated to it. Because if those 3 projects were contemplated, we would have
Yes,
those.
Honorable Adongo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleague is misleading this House. we are not responsible for you exiting the meeting and not hearing the full story. The full story is that the minister says the total amount of 13.8 billion that he's requesting will not change. He will not change. That time he was not in the meeting. So please, don't mislead the people of Ghana to think that we should have added any amount of money. That is the request that was made to us by the minister when he sought to amend his request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I think that the leader of the committee should have the patience and should open the ear to listen when I'm talking. What he said is not different from what I said. What he said is not different from what I said. What I'm saying is that, and if you will listen now, what I'm saying is that the honorable minister gave us some project with some 13 billion. And then on hand side, he added 3 projects without changing the amount. That's the point I'm making. That if you bring a project, if you bring us some project and say that the project...
I think we are speaking the same language. The chairman in presenting the report indicated that those 3 projects that was brought was an omission, and that if these 3 projects are included, the ultimate figure will not change. So you are bringing something based on a stated figure, 3 has been omitted. And if the 3 is now being added, definitely it can result into a change in the figure. Because they claim it was an omission, which is now being added. Honorable Kabiru.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a government that is serious with its work would come to this House with full complements of projects. And on the basis of that, we look at the projects and assign and look at the resources and see whether that match. If we come after all, you bring us some projects, I think it's the most unfortunate thing that a serious government would do. Mr. Speaker, the projects they are asking us to commit in line with the Section 33 of the Financial Management Act, the minister is well within the laws of the country to come and ask us to approve. But the commitments that they were presenting to us, Mr. Speaker, were not commitments. They were a list of projects. List of projects that we cannot even say whether if this House approved this mid-year fiscal statement, it amounts to the approval of those particular projects so instated. Mr. Speaker, it is not proper that you bring us a list of projects, attach to your statement, and you say that by approving the mid-year budget, we are invariably approving those particular projects. That is not proper. A proper thing for oversight of this House would have required that you bring us those particular projects, the committee will sit on those particular projects, we will ask whether those particular projects will get value for money for them before we recommend. But this is the case. We have given the minister responsible for finance a blank check. The minister is going to spend it on
Yes, Honorable Adongo.
I'm sorry I have to do this. Nobody brings contracts at approval of budget. Contract is implementation of budget. And we are here approving a budget.
Yes.
And you are saying that we should have brought contracts, even when we haven't implemented the budget. Please, we debated this, and it was clear. It was clear that the committee agreed. If you read your report, you would understand that we said under 33.4, the minister must come back after implementing and contracting to report to us and give us those details that we want. But at this stage, we are approving budget. Nobody approves contracts at budget time. It is implementation of budget that we will get that. And we are now approving for him to go and implement and come back and report to us under 33.4. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just misleading the public.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I am learning that budgets are approved in vacuum and that budgets are not supposed to be approved with some items attached to them. This is the first time I'm learning it. And if it is the new economic management, then we have a long road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I think we can all use the opportunity to get it right. What is the budget? Proposed expenditure and expected revenue. That is my basic understanding of what a budget is. So at this particular level, it is true that the specifics that we are going to hold them accountable for cannot be detailed out. So it's just a proposal at this particular level.
Mr. Speaker, in this budget, in the budget statement, if you go to page 82, it is not for any reason that they are telling us that wages and compensation is going to be A amount. It's not for nothing that they say interest payment is going to be for A amount. It's not for nothing that they say subsidies is going to be A amount. There is every item attached to the figures mentioned. It's not for nothing. So if you say that budget are revenue and expenditure projection, right, you are very right. But attached to those revenue, there are sources. And attached to that expenditure, there are items. And those are the points we are making. And we have to make that point clearly because this is a house of record. You cannot give estimates in vacuum. And you cannot give expenditure items in vacuum. They must be tied to some items. And we are saying that the 13 billion you are tying, it was okay, we approve it in the annual budget that 30 billion is going to spend. But you are bringing us projects. We didn't force you to bring those particular projects to us. You brought us projects, and then we are asking to know that those projects you are bringing, what is the cost breakdown of those particular projects for those particular 13 billion? It's not something difficult for the minister to provide us, and it's not request, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that in conclusion, the multi-year budget or multi-year commitment presented by the minister requires that in line with 33.4, in line with section 33.4 of the Financial Management Act, the minister would have to come to this house with annual reports on the performance of those particular commitments. It is, even as we have our reservation about those particular projects, it is our hope and belief that the minister would religiously abide by the tenets of this particular Financial Management Act, so that the questions that we are asking now, ex post, which will be late, Mr. Speaker, ex post, we can have answers to them. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Rules. Honourable members, we agree to take 2-2.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and all the comments by colleagues are taken in good faith. But Mr. Speaker, I need to make these points. I know my colleagues on the other side are very much familiar with some of the projects they've mentioned. Comfanoche maternity project being stalled is a sad story, but it is stalled because of the debt restructuring. It is still under contract. Government is trying to restore the loan for that project to be completed. And indeed, the finance minister mentioned that. So I am not sure why anybody in this house would make any comment, but I can only say that because you were not here, you are peddling rumors because you were not here when the budget was read. So you are actually arguing out of rumors because you were not here. Mr. Speaker, we have already said that the big push is not the only road intervention. Graciously, this House approved the Ghana Road Maintenance Trust Fund just last Friday. A lot of the interventions at the district levels, including how DRIP is deployed, it will be based on those things. And we debated this during the formulation of that law. So everybody should rest assured. And the formula for the distribution and the utilization of that fund would be determined here in this house. So there's no need for anybody to ask for anybody to do anything. We decide how much and what we give to every district. So rest assured. The 6 months, yes, we've been collecting data, analyzing it, designing and costing the big push. We do not want to rush and do what you did with the bypasses on the Kumasi Road, Accra Kumasi Road, because you rushed. That is why a project that you said would cost 1.9 billion, you are demanding to pay additional variation of 1.7 billion. Is that what you expect me to do? That is not what you expect me to do as a road minister. So we are being prudent by taking time to do those things. Commend us for being prudent, not for saying things you want to say. And by the way, Honorable Kabiru, last week, you were arguing vehemently that no road in Northeast was added to the big push. I drew your attention to the fact that Bintri Nakpanduri is in your region. Then today, you came and said that it's not enough. At least you have admitted that we are starting something. At least 44 kilometers will start. In fact, hold on. In fact, if the contractor you paid $30 million had delivered 44 kilometers between Savelugu and Walewale, we will not be here. So help me retrieve the $30 million from the Indian company, and then we can do even more than the 44 kilometers. And then I heard you say, Honorable Kabiru, I heard you say that you have constructed 13,000 kilometers. You were not here. When President Akufo-Addo made that statement, the ministry came back to say that the 13,000 kilometers included pothole patching, roadside weeding, and other things. What are you talking about? So I don't fault you for that, because that was what the explanation of the 13,000 kilometers was. Honorable colleagues, big push has been well thought out. Let me tell you this. I explained, Western Corridor, we are starting from Wenchi all the way to Wa. How do you say that there was no principle in selecting this? We want to complete the road asphalted from Wenchi to Wa. It is clear we are clear in our minds. And we are saying that from Wa to Bolga, we want to complete it. What principle are you talking about? We want to start complete the Sunyani Outer Ring Road. Complete. When it get to Kumasi, I said that we are now doing the design of the rest of the Kumasi Outer Ring Road. It's over 100 kilometers. So we are doing the first quadrant. That is from Ejisu all the way to cross the road at Mampong, which will significantly reduce the traffic going into Kumasi, especially if you don't intend to go to Kumasi. So all the big push projects are well thought out. And then the additional project we took on, which is to complete the Ofankor problem you left there, and then the Inza project from motorway, Shama Runabout towards Atimpoku. Everything is thought out. So don't make a mistake. We are not actually shooting in the dark. We know exactly what we are doing. Support us, and we are saying that you and I know. And I spent my Easter at Wa deliberately. I stayed there to see what people go through. Drive from Wa to Bolga, and you wonder why government after government neglected our people on the northern side of the country there. It is not fair. It is just not fair. And President Mahama is determined that in about 2 years, we fix that road. That is what we are talking about. So support us to do that. Mr. Speaker, the respected chairman of the committee has already determined that the ring roads around Tamale, for all you know, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I've already obtained commencement certificate for it. And the finance minister said it here. That commencement certificate has already been got. So it's not an afterthought at all. It's an omission that we admitted to. And it is fair. So it's not an additional road. What he was seeking to do is to draw your attention to that, Mr. Speaker. What I'm happy about is that this report has received a bipartisan support, and I want to thank colleagues for this. I agree that the finance minister might adhere to what we are approving. But the 13 billion is the allocation for big push this year. That is why it's a multi-year commitment. No one is saying that all these projects will cost 13 billion. Mr. Speaker, they are in excess of 70 billion. So the 13 billion is not the cost of the big push project phase 1. So phase 2 will be other ones, which would include the Echiamanfo Bridge, the rest of the Kumasi Outer Ring Road, the Accra Outer Ring Road, and those ones, and the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. We want to build a new alignment to Kumasi. It is necessary, and we are going to do that. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank colleagues for supporting this, and together we shall improve the road network in our country. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I have enjoyed the submissions coming from both sides, particularly from the Roads Minister. But without sounding very partisan, I disagree with the aspect of the submissions to the effect that government after government did not do much for the northern sector in terms of road construction, and that President Mahama is determined to fix this situation in 2 years. Please, Mr. Speaker, President Mahama has been president before. Yes, but if you made an absolute statement towards the end of your submission. If you had been relative, then I wouldn't come up to fault you. But President Mahama has been president before. He's been vice president before. And in fact, your tradition has been in office before. From 1992, when we started this democracy, from 93 to 2000. Then again, they had opportunity for another 8 years. Prior to that, it was your tradition that was in office for almost 20 years, the PNDC. That is where you root your heritage. So, Mr. Speaker, if you are talking about a situation, which I agree, recently when we attended the Northern Development Conference, it is a matter that came up, that a person somewhere in Boko should be comfortable staying in Boko because distribution of infrastructure is even. I think that should be the focus of the argument. But if you now want to make it partisan, even saying that a matter that is a matter of record is not the case. Honorable Minister, if somebody says that I am aggregating, putting everything together under my administration, and I've done 13,000 kilometers, and as a result of that, even pothole patching have been included. What is wrong with it? Because you and I know that a lot of our roads are immotorable because of the state of the roads. So if you fix them and you are adding that to your achievement, there's nothing wrong, with respect. With respect, and you agree with me. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the concerns of the minority has to do with the uneven distribution of these roads. I have seen the list, quite a number of them. Sometimes we, the politicians, we try to pretend, but the reality is always a reality. Some of these roads were started under Akufo-Addo. They've not been completed. You are continuing. That is governance, and I agree. I will not stand here and critique you for that. But it should not be created, the impression should not be created as though it is a certain big push, big push, big push. What are you pushing? Mr. Speaker, you have some regions that are not receiving attention. Some regions are not receiving attention. Volta region, what serious roads are being constructed.
Yes.
Check it.
Honourable Minority Leader, Senior Collins Zauda has been on his feet for long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minority Leader says that he just looked at the roads listed by the Minister of Finance to be catered for under the big push. And he realizes that some of them were started by Nana Akufo-Addo. We want the Honourable Minority Leader to mention one or two of the roads that he finds listed, which were started by Nana Akufo-Addo.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Winneba Road, Mr. Speaker, is there. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. With respect, it was President Kufuor who, with a Japanese facility, yes, please, Honorable Collins Zauda, you are a very senior member, and you know how much I respect you. Unfortunately for you, you spoke for your members to applaud you, but not into the mic. Fortunately for you. So I cannot fault you. But because they heard you loud, but Hansa did not hear you, it's my duty to remind you that President Kufuor started. Mr. Speaker, President Kufuor started and completed all the way from Malam all the way to Yamransa. It's a matter of record, yes. Yes, the Japanese facility. And then today, some of the roads, Mr. Speaker, the roads minister is here. And he knows that I will not attempt to do any propaganda with that which is a matter of record. And I'm commending the government for that effort. That governance is a continuum. You came to me some project being constructed, you want to continue, that is good. But this side of the house has a concern. The uneven distribution. Mr. Speaker, the northern region, we are seeing only 11 kilometers. The Savannah region, what we are seeing, at least, unless you are going to amend. So, Mr. Speaker, I am praying that government is able to raise the needed funds for contractors to get back to the road or to start those that are going to be awarded. But Mr. Speaker, again, the roads minister makes another point. This is not the first time he's making that point. But I have some disagreement and I want the records to be properly put in context. He says that the government pays a certain Indian some 30 million. Mr. Speaker, I have been working with some of our technocrats only yesterday. He is now working with technocrats. Honorable Minister, perhaps today it is convenient to make such a statement. But you and I know that the final document that comes for you to sign, for it to go to the Ministry of Finance for payment, originates from your technical men. It's not everything that you will be able to do yourself as a person, because as a roads minister, you are working with a government structure, a civil service infrastructure, which is there. And in fact, at your ministry, which you know, not a single director has left since MPP left office. It's the same technocrat you are relying on to advise you to make payment. So sometimes when we are throwing some of these uppercuts, let's be careful. Because tomorrow, you may not be there. And a technical advice will now be pushed on your head that Kwame Agboja did this. Meanwhile, you did not do that. So I will plead with you. This issue of your government, you people pay some $30 million. Kwame, you know what it is. You've been there for 6 months. You know how government functions. So I will plead with you. You've moved away from the campaign. The campaign is over. You've won big. You've won big. This is the time for you to govern. Stop this propaganda, else give yourself up to December. Some contractors will get their certificate to your table, and then there may be a problem, and we have to come and say, Kwame, you are responsible. Maybe you may not be. So please, let us move away from this. Mr. Speaker, I will just conclude by urging our colleagues that they should walk the talk. When a government comes into office, it comes with a lot of ambition. It is good. This is your time. 6 months. You made promises. We wish you well. We pray that you will align government finances, do away with the waste. And I'm happy that you've come out with this new road fund law. I wasn't here to have supported because it was something that was dear to my heart. I'm happy you have come up with this new law. When we were there, we worked on it. You have come, you've improved upon it, because a lot of people make double claims. Some contractors will come and claim because the system is manual. Then they'll come again, then the minister will sign. I'm happy you've detected. It's the same Ghanaians who do that. So if you are tightening the system, which was started, and you want to improve upon it, so be it. It's good. I only pray that you get the needed cooperation, because it is not easy. If you get the needed cooperation, Ghana will benefit. And be rest assured, this side of the house is not just here to critique you. We are here to support. And if the roads are constructed and are constructed well to last, Ghana benefits. Mr. Speaker, I will rest my case on that score. Thank you very much.
Yes, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
Let me thank the House for expressing support and urging us to approve the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been said already. Definitely, this is not the first time roads are being constructed in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that as a country, the major challenge that we are confronted with is efficiency in the development of our infrastructure projects. We all always boast about, I started and you continued. You started and I continued. Very often, we do not see a government actually start a route and complete the route. We often do not see that. There are a few cases, but governments have tended to spread themselves so thinly that we start so many routes when we know we don't have the finances for those routes. And the nature of road construction is such that when you put so many contractors on so many roads and they all perform halfway and bring you certificates and you don't pay the certificates, interest accumulates on the certificates. That's the first major source of inefficiency and wastage in road construction. Not only do interest accumulate on the certificates, but because you have not completed the road, the vagaries of the weather will also depreciate the quality of work done. When you have compacted and you are supposed to asphalt, and the contractor is not paid, and he stops at that stage, motorists plying on that road will cause further damage to that road. Now, when the contractor comes back, he's going to redo the part that has been damaged in order to continue where he left it from. And as a government, you will have to pay for the additional work of redoing where he has redoing where he has redone before to now continue where he left off. So two major sources of wastage, which is the interest on what you haven't paid and the redone work. And when the job delays, then they will come back and tell you that inflation has changed the cost of the inputs. And so again, you will have to revise the contract sums. So we have been spending excessively on road construction and yet not getting value for money. That is the major problem in our infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is high time for us as a house, as a parliament, to pay close attention to what is done at the Ministry of Roads, so that when we are approving financing for road projects, we must be assured that there is indeed funding for the road to be completed. And we must support the road ministers to be financed so that they can complete those projects. I believe that this big push project is not the first time we are doing roads, but it's an expression of the commitment of this government to make a major dent in the road infrastructure deficit of this country. You just spoke about the north. Let me take you through memory lane. There are three major roads that we need to develop in the north. The road connecting Tamale to Bolgatanga, the road connecting Tamale to Wa, and the road connecting Wa to Bolgatanga. I can say that the NDC tradition is the one party that has made a major dent in the road infrastructure of the north. Because it was Jerry John Rawlings and the NDC one that took on the task of constructing and asphalting the road from Tamale to Bolgatanga, up to Navrongo and the border with Burkina Faso at Paga. That was a major infrastructure development. And I remember this vividly because as a secondary school student, traveling from Boku to Tamale to attend Ghana Secondary School, we used to travel and halfway we would disembark and walk across streams, and then another vehicle will come and meet us on the other side of the bank of the stream so that we could attend school in Tamale. It was President Jerry John Rawlings under the NDC one that confronted that challenge and constructed the first, most beautiful infrastructure road from Tamale to Bolgatanga, to Navrongo, and then to Paga. He didn't stop from there. He didn't stop there. Indeed, he had done the road from Tamale up to Kintampo and I think Techima. That was how far, yes. That was how far he went. Then when John Dramani Mahama came as vice president with Atta Mills, they then with an African Development Bank facility took on the challenge of connecting Tamale to Wa. And then the then Minister for Roads, the late Salia, had done some work from Wa up to Ga and other parts, going up to, I think, Sunyani. So when John Dramani Mahama and Atta Mills did the connection from Fufulsu to Swala. They then did the connection to Tamale. I am happy and proud that the NDC is back, and we are going to do the last connection, which is from Bolgatanga to Wa. So I can say confidently that NDC as a party in government has made a significant and major mark when it comes to developing the road infrastructure of the North. But that is not all. I will say that when the MPP came, in the last 4 years, or even 8 years, at least we saw some infrastructure development connecting Tamale to Yendi. And I'm sure you can bear testimony that the Tamale to Yendi road was done by, I think, President Akufo-Addo. There are some roads that were done. Indeed, when you take and then some parts of the Eastern Corridor, even though we also started the Eastern Corridor road before we left office. And if you take the Bolga, Boku, Pulmakom road, we started the contract, we engaged the contractor, and you came and then you stopped it, did some audits, and allowed the contractor to continue. You delayed it. So I will say that you contributed in terms of, during your period, the construction of the road from Bolga to Boku to Pulmakum. But it was a contract that was awarded by the NDC government.
Minority
Indeed,
Leader, why are you rising?
Mr. Speaker, you know my respected colleague is being very patriotic, but the patriotism is getting diluted. And I just felt that with your leave, I may have to draw his attention to the facts properly. The road from Bolga to his own constituency and beyond, he is now telling us that, oh, the contract was initiated by if the majority leader would indulge me. He says that it was initiated. And Akufo-Addo government actually ensured that the job was done. Mr. Speaker, that bit doesn't come out well. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale all the way through Gushegu, Karaga, that's one, he has not mentioned it. Mr. Speaker, yes, in the north. Mr. Speaker, he knows them. Mr. Speaker, he knows them. He knows them. So if he wants to add, I just want him to
Honorable Minority Leader, you had your turn. What do you want to speak for the Majority Leader? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that we promised the big push. This is just the first year. And given the damage that was done to the finances of this country, we can only afford to put 13 billion this year. Mr. Speaker, we plan to do more. We plan to do more. He was asking where we're pushing. We're pushing on all the roads of this country. That's where we're going to push. When we finally finish fixing the financial mess that we have inherited, and we sort out the debts that we have inherited, and we begin to make significant savings, I can assure you that your complaint about discrimination will be addressed. We can't start in all the regions at once. And that is why I started by saying that a major failing of our past efforts in infrastructure development has been trying to satisfy everybody at once. In the end, we don't satisfy anybody. That's what we have done. It is better to focus on a few major roads, do them well, finish them, and let them contribute to the economic development of that corridor of the country. And now move to the other corridors and also concentrate. If every regime since 1992 had just focused on 2 or 3 major roads and finished it, I can assure you that today we will not be where we are. If you travel across the country, contractors have been littered on every single road that you can imagine. And yet, nothing is being done. Nothing has been achieved. So I thank the minister for the decision to focus. I also thank the finance minister for his foresight. All the 55 stalled projects, road infrastructure projects, he has decided that he will take those that are just 70% complete so that we can complete the 30%. That's focus. Then as resources come, you take on those that are closer to completion instead of spreading yourself thinly, and then you will stay for 4 years and then you will not achieve much. So I support that approach to our infrastructure development. It's the most reasonable way to go. Mr. Speaker, I thank colleagues, and I can only say that we have begun well, and as he has indicated, we have the support of our colleagues in the minority. This is a national enterprise. We are not discriminating based on partisan considerations. Indeed, in this election, I wonder where the NDC can discriminate against.
Honorable Majority Leader, kindly conclude.
I'm saying that in this election, I wonder where NDC can discriminate against. Is it the Western region? No. Is it Western North? No. Is it Ashanti? No. Is it Eastern? No. Is it Greater Accra? No. Is it Volta? No. Is it Northeast? No. Is it Central? No. Mr. Speaker, we want everywhere. We want everywhere. Edru baby, Sentinel. The smell is everywhere. The scent is everywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not discriminating.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
Thank you,
everywhere
Honorable
they supported us. We are just focusing, and then we'll get to the others. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, obviously, the ayes have it. The motion and the report of the committee are accordingly adopted. Honourable members, I'll suspend sitting for 2 minutes.
My name is
So, honorable members, we are coming back to item 14 to take the rest of the clauses. Honorable members, the Social Protection Bill 2025 under consideration. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a little plea from the minority caucus on this matter. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in principle, we are not opposed to this social protection bill. After all, we started way back. Some unfortunate interventions could not allow us to finish it. I don't want to go the way my friends decided to go. But, Mr. Speaker, we were to deal with this bill, and government side indicated that they want it done under certificate of urgency. We agree. We will support them. But, Mr. Speaker, our side holds a view that we should not rush it. Mr. Speaker, we are rising on Friday. For me, if we've done up to 45 today, the rest of the clauses are not that much. Mr. Speaker, we have the schedules attached. The thing ends at clause 67. The 67 is interpretation. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with government side.
This is up to clause 71.
71, very well. Thank you. Very well. I saw the 67 being the interpretation, so, Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. And I would want to plead with government side that, Mr. Speaker, I'm told again by the chair of the committee that I'm right by saying that it ends at clause 67, interpretation. Yes. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you have the old one, the new one that they have.
Very well, yes.
Very well. So 67. And then after that, we have the schedules, the first, second, and third schedules. Mr. Speaker, if government side would oblige us, we are suggesting that we come back tomorrow to complete this. We have the debate because tomorrow we are taking the leaders. Tomorrow is for leaders. So we can use the first 1 hour or soon thereafter to complete it. Honorable colleagues, we must not be seen to be in a hurry without scrutiny. There is no such urgency that if we don't complete this today, something will stand in its way. So I will plead the spirit of cooperation between us. Let us go by it. Tomorrow, let's come and complete it. Tomorrow is a Thursday. Let's complete it Thursday so that Friday you do your third reading as we rise. Mr. President receives the bill and signs it over the weekend or same day. Let's take it easy, Mr. Speaker. And I've signaled the majority leader that we are not trying to stampede, and I don't see him having any serious objection to this. Let's go. Some members say they want to, do some amendment. They want to file some amendment because, we did not even do winnowing on this because of the previous, Honorable Helen Ntoso, the majority leader heads the winnowing committee. We haven't had winnowing on this one, but I am not pushing for that. Let us take it easy. We have some few clauses. Let us finish our debate tomorrow and then do it, or do it first thing. Close it up, then the leaders can have their turn. That is all my plea, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that was introduced in this House in the last Parliament. In fact, when he was leader, he was leader, he brought this bill to this House. Mr. Speaker, he took it up to consideration stage. He took it up to consideration stage. We would have passed this bill in the last Parliament, but for the litigation that attended to the question of who is majority leader, who is minority leader, and whether the Speaker had some rights or not, that closed the Parliament until the year ended and we couldn't finish the bill. His bill, he brought it to this House, and we had gone as far as consideration stage. I believe we had even gone beyond the clause 46 that he is saying that we should stop at today. We brought this bill back into this House as far back as May. No, as far back as May, if not early June. We introduced this bill there. I remember I was in cabinet when the approval was given, and I kept asking her, when are you bringing the bill? Because cabinet has written to me that the approval has been given, and we don't have that much work doing, so why don't you bring it, let's take it now. And she said it was being cleaned up, and then they were going through consultation. Mr. Speaker, last week, your committee, made up of minority, majority side, met. They went through the bill. They proposed many amendments. They brought it to me, and I said, given that you have so many amendments, don't go and advertise it, and then we'll have to go through winnowing. Just go send your amendments to the Attorney Generals, let them incorporate the amendments, print a fresh bill, come and then withdraw the older one, and then relay the new bill that has captured all the amendments of your committee. And that is exactly what we did. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we don't have advertised amendments. Even though,
in fact, it is not only the amendment of the committee, but the amendment of other members have also been captured and integrated into the bill.
Yes, because there were other advertised amendments, even before the committee went into retreat to consider it. So clearly there are no proposed amendments. That is why today alone we have been able to get to clause 47. And we're left with just a few clauses. And, Mr. Speaker, government has an interest in this bill being passed immediately. And he knows. He knows that this bill has some financial implications for government. He knows. And this matter came up as far back as the previous government, because it is one of the conditionalities for addressing our relationships with our international financial institutions. They want to see how we are carrying along the vulnerable and the marginalized in society, even as we ask for money from them. They want us to legislate the support that should go to the vulnerable and the marginalized in society before they give certain monies. So please, I think that my colleague should allow us to just go through the rest of the clauses, finish it, and have the President give his assent to this bill so that we would have satisfied those requirements. If we hadn't worked on it, that would have been a different matter. But the committee met. In fact, Speaker joined them and helped them to really do a very, very diligent work on it. And so I don't see that there's any significant amendment, and it will not delay us. If we had even started, I'm sure by now we would have finished. All this debate that we are involved in, given the speed that I saw earlier on, by now we would have finished the bill. So I'm pleading with my colleague to allow us to continue with the consideration of the bill.
Let's just conclude it. Yes, you can come in. Let's just conclude. They are touching the soft part of your heart.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, leader of government business knows that having been there before, I'm not difficult. I have never been difficult, he knows.
Yes, of late I've taken note of that.
No, Mr. Speaker, no. From day one, he knows. He would not want to admit it for the cameras, but it's fine. I understand. I understand. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, admitted.
and it is true. It is true that indeed this bill has some financial implications. I agree. But all I'm saying is that because some of our members, Mr. Speaker, I was just conferring with the deputy leader and the ranking, and they've whispered a few things to me. That is why I was pleading with leader that if we can take this first thing before our debate, unless the leader is not ready for tomorrow. You are not ready. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If government insists on doing what it wants to do, Mr. Speaker, we've made a point. We've made a strong appeal to you that let's come tomorrow. But if you insist, Mr. Speaker, I will not litigate.
Very well. Very well. Honourable members. Clause 46.
Secretariat of the National Social Protection Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Function of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Functions of the Regional Coordinating Council in delivery of social protection.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Establishment of District Social Protection Implementation Teams.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 49? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 49 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Composition of the District Social Protection Implementation Team.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honourable John Dako.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I think my amendment is in clause 50, so I will just.
Yes, we are now on clause 50.
50, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my suggestion was that we add MPs to the team, so by way of new amendments, so that in clause. Yes, after M, N, we'll add MPs to the list.
Please propose an amendment. Propose a rendition.
So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that MPs are added to the team for
so
the
you want 275 members of parliament to be added to this committee?
I mean, so for every district, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is that from?
For every district.
For every district?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. At least one MP. Yes, that MP is added, yes. Yes.
Yes, the difficulty is that some districts are not coterminous to a constituency. And there is going to be meetings at the constituency, which may be in conflict with your sittings in parliament. We've been made members of the assembly because of sittings in parliament. We mostly don't attend assembly meetings. And you are proposing that MPs should be added to this committee meeting. Well, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
let me plead with my colleague to consider what the committee is about. If you look at it, it's an implementation team. And because it is an implementation team, there's a conscious effort to take out political actors. So you see that even the district chief executive is not there. Assembly members are really not part of it. Okay, the chairperson of the Social Services Subcommittee of the District Assembly, and then the other members of the Social Services Subcommittee of the District Assembly, nominated by members of the Social Subcommittee from among their numbers. So for an implementation team to reduce the member of parliament to sit in the district to implement social welfare programs might just be lowering the status of the member of parliament. I think we should leave it to the various technical people that are being proposed at the district level. If we need to play a role, we need to find some other higher level to play a role. But at that level of a technical implementing committee within the district, I don't think you want to reduce MPs.
And honorable members, in addition, you are supposed to play an oversight over all these issues. How do you go to sit at the committee meeting and again be the one to oversight? Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Yeah, Speaker, the bill expected to cure a certain mischief. And one of the things that we realize, or I do realize, from the implementation of LEAF program especially, and social protection program, is the fact that there's disconnect between the member of parliament and then the implementation. And that's the more reason why the minister has started giving us updates and sending reports to us and giving us information ahead of disbursement, because they want to synchronize the participation of the member of parliament to that of the implementation. Much as we provide oversight, our role is also political. And that if we don't have insight as to the implementation, it becomes a bit problematic. It may not be the MP himself, but a rep, so-called, should be part of, even if the person is ad hoc and not part of decision-making, we can make provision for that, so that the person may not necessarily be part of decision-taking, but he sees, as like we have, the Act has made provision that they may co-opt some members to join. But the issue about people belonging to different constituencies is all addressed. We are members of the respective district assemblies, and this sits well, very well with the respective district assemblies. So, Mr. Speaker, we both agree that some level of the MPs' insight into implementation, whatever has to be done, what level the Act has not made provision for us in any way.
So well, in order not to drag this matter, I will intend to put a question if a member who moved the motion insists. So I will put a question on the proposal by Honorable John Dako that members of parliament should be made members of the district social protection implementation team.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, members of parliament or their representatives, with respect, Mr. Speaker.
So, as a member of parliament, you are not appointed, you are elected. So how do you designate your representative? You are elected to perform a function. How do you designate? And who do you designate?
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I believe that members of parliament play a very crucial role. And for this particular program, it is my belief that at least a member of parliament or his representative should be there to advocate for the member of parliament. The member of parliament must be aware. And so even if the member of parliament is not going to be there, his representative should be there because look, the district chief executive is going to appoint some members to join the implementation committee. So I don't understand why my colleagues here don't understand. I believe that at least a representative of the member of parliament should be part of this. So the leave can be given to the member of parliament to appoint member or recommend people to the district chief executive to add to the implementation committee. And I believe that that will help the member of parliament, it will help the members of parliament here. And look, if we should be careful. If you are not, if you don't ensure that this amendment is carried, member of parliament, you'll be sitting here and decisions will be taken about this program against your interest. You are in support, so get up and support my cause. Get up and support my cause. Members of parliament here should support this cause because I believe that it is in our interest that our representatives are on this committee to also support and push our interests. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is very important and it should be added.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the submissions of the colleague who proposes amendments, and I've also listened to the majority leader. The majority leader basically was looking at the structure. It says that, well, an MP is high and above an implementation committee, which is being constituted by a district chief executive. Much as I agree to some extent, the Speaker, I struggle to also appreciate the import of that vis-a-vis local government administration. We all know that MPs who do a lot of the job at the local government level have been alienated completely either by the constitution or by statute. We are members of the district assembly. We go there, they tell us that by law, we are ex officio. This is because they don't get to their offices through popular vote. The people do not see them as the people to go to. They come to us. We are talking about a social protection law to address vulnerability issues, inequities, social imbalances, etc., etc. If you turn to the next page, which has to do with clause 51, it tells you about the functions. If we read carefully the functions of the committee, we would be in no hesitation in supporting what our colleague is saying. Because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot leave the committee and then we are here. And again, we pass a law that we are detached from. It is important that an MP or somebody authorized by him, his representative, is in there. You are in parliament. You may be seeing a government policy. When you get in there, you can aid them with some information and actually lead the process. Actually lead the process, because all those challenges at the local government level, it's the burden of the member of parliament. So if we say that we shouldn't be involved at all because they are being appointed by the DCE, perhaps we can do an amendment and say the DCE, the minister shall do the appointment upon recommendation by the DCE, so that it doesn't appear as if, is a power given to DCE to appoint an MP is higher. We can look at the clause 2 and then amend that to give the power to the sector minister who will do the appointment, of course, with a recommendation from the DCE. So, colleagues, let us look at it in the beyond. You need to have your eye there. And this social protection committee that is going to implement, bear in mind that any support, any intervention Anything that government will budget for to be implemented, they are going to take charge. If as a member of parliament, for instance, my constituency, and then I know that there are some local, some areas, Jahazi, Inswechi, they need some support, and government has come with this intervention, and I'm not a member, how would I direct that? No, instead of taking it to Kojobedu, take it to Atechedo. That is where you need it, because you are the member of parliament, you would have the data. So let's look at it broadly and support it. Otherwise, like you and I know, a lot happen in our district assemblies that we have no hand in it. They take decisions, they don't tell us. If you even go to their meeting, they tell you that you are not a member. So let's consider that, Mr. Speaker, and at least for the first time legislate and have the MPs. If some senior members in this house, some years ago, had not thought it wise to allocate for MPs to have a portion of the District Assembly Common Fund, ask yourself, where would we be standing now? Everything would have to come from our pocket, because the Constitution only envisaged that MPs will be making laws. The Constitution did not envisage that MPs will be right there as stakeholders, agents of development. But in practical terms, we are agents of development. So any social intervention program must have the full participation by law.
So Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I will guide the House to take a decision. So I'm going to put a question on the proposal by Honorable John Dako that members of Parliament at their respective districts should be added to clause 50. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. So the ayes have it. I will direct the drafters to put it in proper terms. Clause 51. Clause 51.
Functions of the District Social Protection Implementation Team.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? 51.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, with respect, on the appointment 52, sorry to take you back.
Yes.
Yes, I was 52, that I was, Honorable Minister, if it pleases you, I was thinking
so I'm
that...
coming back to clause 50.
That is so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was... You want it to remain... You do... Mr. Speaker, I was going to propose that we should do some amendment in clause 2, that the minister shall appoint members of the district social protection implementation team upon recommendation by the district chief executive. Mr. Speaker, that is a proposal I have, that the DC recommends to you for you to effect the appointment, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, when it comes to board appointment, recommendations are made, but the ultimate appointing authority is the president. On this one, you are the sector minister. So, I believe that the MC or the DC should recommend to you to actually issue the instrument of appointment. That's my proposal, just for you.
Yes, let me hear you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think all the suggestions and recommendations are well intended. But if we take it the way Honorable Minority Leader is suggesting, it would defeat the purpose of decentralizing it. And my challenge with the earlier amendment made was the fact that at the substructure level, the MPs are not there. We don't sit in EZICO. We don't sit in Public Relations Committee. And so all of the decisions that are taken at those levels, they come back to the Assembly, where we are ex-officio members. Even if we are made members of this committee, we will never be voting. And in fact, our contributions, looking at the technical staff there, might not necessarily make much of impact. So if I go ahead and accept the amendment as suggested or proposed, what it means is that it will be bringing or re-centralizing, which we want to avoid, so that the powers will be with the district, and then they will take decisions that affect them. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to litigate this matter. I'm strongly persuaded by the very submission by the minister to the effect that you want to do away with centralization. And if you think that this would amount to still keeping the system centralized, then I would just pull back and then rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
Well, as many as are in favor of clause 50, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the 52. The 52, for the 51, the membership is already established and it's automatic membership. So I am looking at, as we have, it is these persons comprise the members. So I don't think there's a need for the chief executive.
Composition of our boards. When our boards are statutory, why should they be appointed by the president under Article 70? Why should appointment be made under Article 195 if it is static?
Very well, Mr. Speaker, let me abandon it.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Functions of the District Social Protection Implementation Team.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 51 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Meetings and disclosure of interest.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 52 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Secretary to the District Social Protection Implementation Team.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes. Honourable Minority.
Mr. Speaker, unless I'm not reading correctly, is there any provision for who is secretary at the clause where we are constituting the committee? Because if you go back to 50, where we are talking about the composition, we don't mention secretary, we mention chairperson. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, maybe I'm not reading well. So we may have to make provision for secretary. Otherwise, we just don't jump.
Honourable members, let's look at it in line with the board composition. A secretary may be a member of the board, or a secretary may not be a member of the board. So it is not a good reason that in talking about the composition, you should make provision for secretary, because the secretary may not be a member of the committee at all. So the position of secretary in all the laws that we have passed is a separate provision that deals with it.
Speaker, with respect, you realize that the new Company Act, the provision on who becomes a secretary has been properly defined, and now it is supposed to be a lawyer. Previously, anybody at all could be company secretary stroke director, or anybody at all could be appointed as secretary to the board. Mr. Speaker, if you read 53 carefully, the term secretary to the implementation team is being introduced the first time. It is being introduced the first time. It's the reason why I am proposing that, to the extent that we have provided for who is to be the chair, if you come to 50A, the district coordinating director as chairperson, it's without any ambiguity. But we say nothing about secretary in that 50. So if you come to 53, and then now you are mentioning secretary, my view is that if you don't place something on something, there will be nothing to hold it, it will fall. Therefore, out of the tall list, we have the district gender desk officer, we have the focal person on issues of disability at the district assembly. If in the spirit of inclusiveness, we want to even consider this, I would even propose that we further amend M to read that the focal person on issues of disability at the district assembly as secretary. Hold on. Then if we introduce that in 50, then we would have laid the foundation, and if at 53 we are talking about the function of secretary, there will be no problem because we've already provided for. No, the 53 now talks about yes. I'm saying that we have to deal with it in 50. You define it there so that it doesn't become superfluous introducing it at 53.
So, Honorable Minority Leader, propose rendition. So, propose rendition. Honorable members, for all laws that we have passed, we talk about the composition, we talk about the functions, then we make determination as to who should be the secretary. And that is in line with all the laws, in line with the structure of all the laws that we have passed. That's why I'm indicating to you that talking about 50 is talking about the composition of District Assembly Social Protection Implementation Team. Now 53 is telling you who should be the secretary for this particular. No.
Mr. Speaker, I will not want to litigate, but just let me make this last point. The 53 is introducing somebody. All right? The 53 is now introducing somebody as secretary. But my point is that it would have been a neater approach if, as we did in 50, we introduced a chairman right there. In 50, we said the district coordinating director as chairperson.
You see, if you look at it, that they say the district coordinating director as the chairperson, it means that the district coordinating director is going to be a member of that particular committee.
Yeah, but Mr.
Now,
Speaker, if you look
the secretary here, the secretary may be a member
Speaker,
or not a member.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
I've looked at the B.
The B is the head of Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. It's already there as member. So that's why I'm proposing that let's amend
that
and
is why
add a secretary
that
there.
is why I am saying that, you see, the secretary has a function to perform. So if you look at 54, 54 is talking about function. Now, if you craft the B as it is in the A, where are you going to integrate the functions of the secretary? That is why it must be a separate provision.
Speaker, with respect, I'm sure would land safely on the point. Mr. Speaker, on the functions, I am not against it. No, I'm not against it. I am dealing with the superfluity of the 53. And I see it in this context, that we've already, you want to come in? Okay. We already have chairperson defined. The head of Department of Social Welfare and Community Development is already there in B.
Yes.
So I'm saying that why not add, also define, just as we've done for A, that A as chair, then when you come to B, then you also add as secretary. You end it there. Then the 53 becomes superfluous. You don't need it. That's all the point I'm making. That's all my point. Because you've already designated the coordinating director as chairperson.
You see,
and you define
over there are functions for all the board members. But this one, you have a specific function for the secretary. But it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Netiwul.
Mr. Chairman, leader, I've understood you. What the minority leader was saying is that because we designated the chairman at 50, the number 2B should have been secretary immediately. But I think that our attention is being drawn that unlike the chairman, the secretary has specific functions that will be mentioned in the bill.
Yes.
That's why they want to put the two together, so that it starts there, so that you have the secretary and his functions. So who becomes the secretary is designated, and immediately after that, you have the functions.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you are going to have a situation where B designates a secretary, and you will come to some other clause somewhere, then you are talking about functions.
Yes.
So that's what they are trying to say. I think this one is very tight.
Yes, and this is in line with the other bills that we have passed in this particular House. Well, but if you feel so strong to it, the House must take decision. Honorable Minority Leader, you feel so strong about it, so I put a question.
Mr. Speaker, I would still push for my proposal that we should delete 53 completely and rather amend 51B to define the same person who has been introduced at 53 as secretary, just as we did for the coordinating director as chairperson. So, Speaker, I hope my allies will come in.
Yes, Majority Leader.
I think I support the Minority Leader in this.
Majority Leader, this would have been a complete departure from other laws that we have passed in this House.
Not really. I think the first thing you do in legislation or legislating is to avoid verbosity as much as possible.
Yes, I believe in the brevity principle.
Yes.
But let me ask you a question.
Let me finish, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
If in the clause 50, you have designated the personnel, the district coordinating director, as secretary, as chairman, then B, the head of the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development as secretary, then nothing stops you. Nothing stops you, because first and foremost, the following clause deals with the functions of the committee itself. Is that okay? The following clause, this is the function of the committee. Then, within the functions of the committee is the secretary. So the succeeding clause will also spell out the functions of the secretary.
So if you do it like that,
yes,
and you don't have a separate function of the chair, because the essence of doing it in this way is that the district coordinating director as the chair, and then together with all others, they perform the function as in 51 together. But the secretary has specific function. That is why you have a specific provision designating the person as a secretary to perform that specific function. And that function is not performed by the entirety of the committee, but only the designated secretary. That is why it is crafted this way, and so it is in all our legislations. So, based on the principle of consistency, I think I will advise that we leave the provision as it is.
My colleague and I, the minority leader, we will yield because we've seen that the speaker is well entrenched in his position on this matter.
All other legislations that we have
The
passed.
speaker's position is well entrenched.
To guide.
Even though his job is to be a speaker, we can see that he wants the clause to come out the way that it is. And I'm sure my colleague and I know why.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Even though the...
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I think my leader will stand it down. Since the majority leader cannot defend his brother so well, he will just abandon it. He doesn't want to be left alone.
Yes, it's good. So the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 53 as it is in the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Functions of Secretary to the District Social Protection Implementation Team.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, clause 54D. I propose the deletion of move beneficiary into and replacing with facilitate productive and gainful employment of beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, the current rendition is so, it lacks clarity, and as much as possible, you must bring clarity to the law. And if you say move beneficiaries into productive and gainful employment, how is that going to be done? And I've already mentioned what I'm proposing. The proposal is that we replace that with another rendition, which is facilitate productive and gainful employment of beneficiaries.
Yes.
I think this is a technical stage of our work, and our young ones are getting into it, so we need to help them. If I understood him correctly, in legislation, the term delete and insert, those are the technical terms that distinguish us from non-legislators. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want Dr. Kabiru to come back to use those terminologies. Then after that, he says the new rendition shall be. Then he carries us along. So please try again. I know you will make it.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment. clause 54D, delete move beneficiaries into, and insert facilitate productive and gainful employment of beneficiaries. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are deleting is move beneficiaries into, and replace that with facilitate, and insert that, or in place of that, insert facilitate. And the new rendition will then read, facilitate productive and gainful employment of beneficiaries. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. I intend to put a question. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampo.
Yeah. Oh. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the original rendition is in order because this is a social protection scheme we are talking about. So we are graduating them.
But Richard, tell me how you are moving beneficiaries into a productive and gainful employment. The issue that he's raising is about the use of the word move. So you can facilitate.
Mr. Speaker, they are moving from one stage to another stage. The secretary is moving the beneficiaries to a productive and gainful. That's the point it is making.
Honourable members, I think the use of the word facilitate is in order. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I have a problem. I have a problem with facilitate, that the facilitate that is being put there. You can facilitate beneficiaries. It's something that you must facilitate for beneficiaries. Look at it. You can facilitate beneficiaries.
So the rendition is facilitate productive and gainful employment for beneficiaries. That is the rendition. Yes, okay. Honourable Majority Leader.
I think we can delete that and insert enable beneficiaries. To enable. So it will be to enable beneficiaries become gainfully employed and productive.
Honourable Leader, let's look at it from the operative word. The operative word is the secretary shall
enable. We shall enable.
No, I think the secretary shall facilitate. I think it's a better rendition.
Facilitate beneficiaries to be productive and gainfully employed.
The secretary shall facilitate productive and gainful employment for beneficiaries.
To enable. You enable the beneficiaries.
The new rendition shall read, the secretary shall facilitate productive and gainful employment of beneficiaries.
And honourable members, this is neater, so I intend to put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 54D is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, this secretary, when they meet, the implementation team meets, I'm sure one of his or her functions will be to take the minutes. We cannot assume that to be an implied function. We must be expressed in our legislation and bring clarity. I therefore propose that there should be a clause G, be introduced to say, take minutes and records of all meetings of the implementation team. To make it neater, of all meetings of the district social protection implementation team. Mr. Speaker, I so move. for 54F. After that, we are bringing G.
So the secretary shall take and keep minutes.
Minutes, yes.
Yes, Honorable Yarga.
Well, before we get to introducing the new clause G,
then we'll ask the drafters to rearrange the provision for us. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is ordered to start part of the bill, and I would direct the drafters to tidy it up by using the appropriate language.
Yes, 5E. 5E. So, Speaker, in legislating, we have to assume that we are dealing with the one district assembly in which the implementation committee is residing. So when we say work with district assemblies in 5E, 54E, are we saying that the secretary can go beyond his assembly and do sensitization for other assemblies?
Honorable Majority Leader,
yes.
Sometimes it is being envisaged that the sensitization program may cut across districts.
My assumption is that each committee is working within its district assembly. You can't go beyond your district.
So the word should be assembly.
Yes. So it has
Very
to be
well.
Work with the assembly. Yeah, the assembly, the district assembly. Work with the district assembly to undertake community sensitization and public hearings as appropriate.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to E of 54, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed to clause 54E is ordered to stand part of the bill. Then I'll put a question on the entire 54. As many as are in favor of clause 54 as variously amended, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Clause 54 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Community facilitators.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Round members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed...
Mr. Speaker, I'll be on my feet. Mr. Speaker.
This is 55.
I'm on my feet, please. Mr. Speaker, 55, paragraph 3. A district assembly shall, in engaging community facilitators, give priority to females to ensure gender inclusion and female participation. I suggest we delete give priority to females too, so that the new rendition becomes a district assembly shall, in engaging community facilitators, ensure gender inclusion and female participation to avoid the verbosity our Honorable Majority Leader talked about. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. This is more gender neutral. We capture the same sense, but in a very gender neutral manner. Yes, Honorable Chairman for Agric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw your attention that there appears to be too many repetition of females there, and by the current rendition, it appears gender means female. Inclusion is inclusion. Gender inclusion, it doesn't bring out the meaning clearly, and we are enacting a law. So I don't know if you can hear me.
Well, your constitution, did you use the word gender or female?
My constitution?
Yes.
Which part?
So you realize that if you look at the Constitution, you use the word gender, you cannot be wrong using the constitutional language. So his amendment is appropriate.
Female gender inclusion. Mr.
No.
Speaker.
You see, one of the guiding principles in drafting is that you must be gender neutral. So the use of the word gender, for instance, we say gender equality. Why can't we say female equality? But we all know what we mean by gender equality. We don't say male equality or female equality.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm with you on the same page, except that if you hear me, the sentence says, give priority to females to ensure gender inclusion and female participation. Yes. So you are either ensuring gender inclusion or you are ensuring female participation. End of story.
That style of drafting is not good. So the proposal by Honorable Kinsidinyako, yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In as much as I appreciate the new rendition, I think leaving it at gender neutral and defining gender as it is, male and female, I don't know if it will be solving the problem or the challenges we have at the local level, where the inclusion of females are actually at a very low level. Granted that we are working towards affirmative, actions that will bring men and women apart in terms of some of these things, I would suggest humbly and respectfully that we leave the female there so that the assemblies will be very conscious of that. Having participated in the elections at the local
Honorable
level.
Minister, I'm not cutting you short, but you are likely to cause a problem that occurred in the passage of the domestic violence law. We at that time advised that it should be a domestic violence bill, which will be passed into a domestic violence act. They said no, it should be domestic violence against women and children. But today they intimated to me they are coming to Parliament to come and amend the law because there are evidence of domestic violence against men. So therefore, if you use the word female, and in future, the situation has changed, you also have to come back to this house to come and amend. So in order to avoid those situations, you just draft in gender neutrality. And I believe the drafters would agree with us that we draft in gender neutrality. So the rendition proposed by Honorable Kinsidinyako is up. So I'll put a question on it. The rendition is for you to delete, give priority to female, so that it will be to ensure gender inclusion and participation. So you delete female. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, without meaning to belabor the point, I think affirmative action is meant to be a corrective tool.
Yes.
And so, as the situation is, if we leave it to the local level, you will have very little or low or no women.
Honorable Minister, the affirmative action bill that we have passed, have you seen any clause referring to male or female? It's all talking about gender. So, using the word male or female here will not accord with the principle of drafting in gender equality. As a result of which they say, even in drafting, you don't use he or she. So, Honorable Kinsley, propose your rendition and let me put a question on it.
Mr. Speaker, I propose we delete give priority to females so that the new rendition becomes a district assembly shall in engaging community.
Honorable Kinsley.
Mr. Speaker.
I think, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we can exclude the second female, but the point is that we need to emphasize, because gender equality, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members, I think the rendition should be give priority to females. And in the same line, delete females. So that the rendition will be a district assembly shall in engaging community facilitators. Ensure gender inclusion and participation.
That is correct. That is correct.
As many as are in favor of the rendition say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 55(3) is ordered to stand part of the bill. Should I now put a question on the entire clause 55?
Another proposed amendment.
Yes.
The Speaker, on paragraph 4, a community facilitator shall serve on the terms and conditions specified in the letter of engagement. The Speaker, if you look at most of the bills, even though engagement is appropriate, but the word appointment is what is used in most of them. So I'm proposing that we delete engagement and insert appointment. Thank you.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The proposed amendment to clause 55(4) is ordered to stand part of the bill. We have to come back and look at it because the operative clause in 55(1) use the word engagement. Yes, everywhere is engaged. No, this one is not an appointment per se. It's an engagement. So the proposed amendment will not be proper, and then we drop it in 4. Yes. So, yes. So, yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako abandoned that amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, is abandoned.
Very well. Then I will now put a question on clause 55 as amended. As many as are in favor of clause 55 as amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Qualification for community facilitator.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, on clause 56(D), delete and known. And then the new rendition would be a person is qualified to engage as a community facilitator if the person is resident in the community. And then the unknown, how will you be able to determine who is known and who is not known? But if it is resident in the community is enough. Mr. Speaker, if you say known, how do you... If the person is resident in the community, it means that the person is already known.
Honourable members, you can be resident in your community, but you are not known to your community members. Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal moved by the Deputy Whip wants to cure a certain problem, the difficulty of people being subjective with the law. And if you are drafting and you give discretion and leave people to then say that you are not known, you are known, and even the definition of the known, how long should it be known? Who should be those determine whether it's known or not known? Who determines that? Is it the one going to engage, or the community are those who are going to determine that or it's going to be done in consultation between the one engaging and the community. They are all issues of operation. And I think that in engagement, those can be ancillary to the engagement of the person. But to legislate it and say that someone is not known, and then you are disqualifying me from getting the engagement because in your determination, I am not a known person, I think that it will be a difficult thing for the ministry or the one engaging to involve in. But if you leave it at resident, in the engagement process, you would be very amenable to saying, okay, we are selecting you because, you are known, and that is quite acceptable. Or you live in that community, but even in the engagement process, that will come in. So I am siding with the proposal by the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Whip, to the effect that residents should suffice.
Honorable Kabiru, if you get your constituency, are you known?
Mr. Speaker, depending on the one talking, you are talking to.
This is rather to cure a problem in view of the fact that they want the community facilitator to possess certain. Yes, Honorable Nitiwul.
Mr. Speaker, we are not talking of a country, or we are talking of a community. These are people you are engaging. The community members typically know each other. That is what. No, there's a reason they want you to be known.
Yes.
There's a reason they want you first to be resident, and also you must be known by the community members so that you are effective. If you talk about residents, I could be resident in the community because I come from there. I go there once every three years. I'm a resident. I have a house there, but I'm not known by the community. I won't be effective. So they want you to be resident. You must also be known by the community members so that people are not imposed from somewhere and say, I'm a resident because somebody wants to do that. So I think that if you are going to be engaged, you must be known by the community. Otherwise, they will not accept you.
Let me give an example. Honorable Habib, you are not known in Lamashegu, but you are known in Tolon. Meanwhile, you are residents in Lamashegu.
Mr. Speaker, who determines that?
The community members.
Who determines? Mr. Speaker, we are talking about engaging somebody as a community facilitator. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about engaging someone as a community facilitator, and we are making a law. If we give discretional powers to some people, they will abuse it. So if it reads that a person is qualified to be engaged as a community facilitator, if the person is resident in the community.
We have seen that with election. Residents who are abusing it.
Mr. Speaker, even the Constitution, even in the Constitution, if we are talking about somebody is qualified to even be a member of Parliament, they said that if the person is a resident of the community, but they don't say if the person
that is not what we are talking. We are going beyond that. We are going beyond that. Yes. Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Speaker, I was also thinking of a different dimension. That can't we add a certain period? That you should have been resident in the community for at least 5 years. But what if you are in a community for 5 years and you are not known? Then you cannot be known. So, and that deals with what is naturally in the
You see, if you are in a community and you are known, it will depend upon your involvement in the activities and the affairs within the community. You can be resident in the community for 10 years, but if you don't involve yourself in community activities, in matters affecting the community, in the affairs of the community, for this particular purpose, you will not be eligible. That is what I am understanding it to be.
That is the case. But, you know, where there are instances that you are dealing with, say, maybe within the community, I play football. So among my peers, they see me play football. So they know me. But the market women, they don't come watching football. So they don't know me. Those that drink Pito, who are also at a different joint, they may not. Speaker, and that was why Dr. Kabiru was raising the issue, was raising an issue with.
For you to be known, it will cut across, so that it can really help in identifying those who are economically poor, socially vulnerable, and they are at risk. Not somebody who is confined to a corner. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I want to fine-tune it in a way to read, having heard the views of members, so that I'll try to fine-tune it to read, a person is qualified to be engaged as a community facilitator if the person is resident in the community and participate in community activities.
That's answer.
You see, to be able to handle issues of social matters, you must be a known person. So I don't think there is a problem with the rendition, but I will put a question. Yes, Honorable Jasiah.
Mr. Speaker, I think that you are right in the spirit of known. My problem is with the law. How do you measure known? That's subject to abuse. That's subjective. Somebody can decide that, yes, he's known. Another will say, no, he's not known. So how do you judge that really this person you are proposing as a facilitator is known or not known? That is why, if we won't go by the time for being a resident, I will yield to what Honorable Habib is proposing. It's a better rendition, because the fellow participates.
Let me hear the minister responsible for gender, then I'll put a question so that we can truncate the debate.
Mr. Speaker, once the fellow
Gender
participates...
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If we go by the number of years the person has stayed there, that will not suffice, in the sense that somebody can stay in a community and then move out and come again, and nobody will know the person. If we are looking at it within the context of social protection, activities or social activities, then we are looking at somebody who participates in all of the community activities. And I think we should not restrict ourselves to the cities. Let's think of the typical areas where unit committee members, assembly members are actively involved in the development of their communities. And when you look at the functions of the community facilitator, it should be somebody who is known. If you are living in the community and you go out in the morning when everybody is asleep, you come back when everybody is asleep in the evening, you could have stayed there for 10 years, but nobody will know you. So it is important that that stays as it is.
You see,
because there will be so many assumptions if we change it.
You must be somebody known, and people can bring you their social problems. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Giselle and our respected Lady Minister are saying the same thing. I think the language that runs through their two submissions is very simple. The person should be seen to be participating. Because you talked about not only residence there in terms of number of years, but you are known to be participating. So I think it's a reason why the proposer came back with a better rendition to say that instead of staying on that known language, that phraseology must be known, it's likely to be subjected to some abuse in one way or the other at the community level. So the cure to me, is found in what you said and what he said thereafter, which has already been taken care of by the proposer. To now say that, we now say a person is qualified to be engaged as a community facilitator if the person is resident and participates in community activities. So it answers your question, it answers his question, and I think that this one would be very open and helps. Because one of the things we should have in mind, colleagues, lend me your ears. Colleagues, lend me your ears. One of the things we should bear in mind is to ensure as much as possible clarity in the laws we pass. Mr. Speaker, some of us who are practitioners in the court.
So, can we resolve the problem by saying the person is a known resident and participates
Mr. Speaker,
in the activities
I think
of the community?
we have moved away. Mr. Speaker, I think from what the minister said and what Honorable Giselle said, we are curing it with the addition of participate in community activities, so that we do away with the known word which may be abused. So then, what you said earlier, Mr. Speaker, was that the person must be participating, must be seen to be participating in community activity to qualify.
Well, I said that to indicate the process by which the person will be known to the people.
Okay, so, Mr. Speaker,
so
we can build
the understanding that I have is that this is a person who, one, those who are vulnerable, those who are economically poor, the category here would know that Dr. Jasawa lives in that particular community and they can send their problem to you. Now, you should also be in the community and you should be able to know and identify those people. That's the understanding I am having.
Who do that? Mr. Speaker, I think that we've listened to ourselves. The proposal is that a person is qualified to be engaged as a community facilitator if the person is resident and participates in community activities. Mr. Speaker, may put a question on this.
Well, I'll put a question on the rendition by Afonyo Marquis. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. It is ordered to stand part of the bill. 57.
Mr. Speaker, we are not down to 56.
Functions of community facilitators.
Very well. Let me put a question on the entire 56.
Mr. Speaker, 56, we are not done, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that 56, I'm looking at the F. After all these debates, who is known and actively participating? If we say anybody who plays partisan politics should not be considered. Some of us from communities that the very active people in our communities are all politicians. And you say we shouldn't put them. Who are we going to put? No, teacher, all of them have cards. All of them belong to either NDC, MPP, or something.
Well, Honorable Member.
So what I'm going to say is that I'm proposing that
Honorable Member.
Active.
They say chiefs are not to take part in partisan politics.
I didn't mention
does it mean they do not have card?
But the chief may not be able to read. No, they are saying the condition is there.
No, I'm using the word, I'm speaking to you with a view of the partisan politics that is being used here.
Yes.
What this is seeking to avoid is for me to say that you are economically poor, but because you belong to party A, I will not do the facilitation for you. That's the mischief this particular provision is trying to cure.
Speaker, most of these people who are active in politics in our rural communities, let me tell you, they relate with everybody. It's only election time that they are different. I am telling you. And they are even family members. The same family have people in different parties. And they are the only active people and educated people. There's a whole community you go and the educated people are few. And all of them belong to different parties. If you want to say that those who have party cards, virtually in my community, I can tell you there is no house and there's nobody who is adult and doesn't have a party card.
That's why I'm telling you.
So if you do this, you
that
bring problems.
the word used here has nothing to do with party card. They say partisan politics.
Yes.
Honourable member, what is partisan politics?
Anybody who participates actively in supporting a particular ideology is partisan. It's politics.
Well,
and I would plead that we delete this clause.
Yes.
You won't get people in some communities who to fulfill the other clauses.
Honourable member, we don't do this in Parliament. Once another person has been recognized, you resume your seat. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support my colleague. And I say so because somewhere 2015, I tested this law. And if members will listen to me, I would try and explain. Mr. Speaker, I tested the constitutional provision under Article 94, 2B. And if you recall, the matter of Kojoga Adra. Mr. Speaker, this matter had to do with a situation where some GES and Ghana Highway Authority officials were contesting for constituency positions in the NDC constituency. And my view was that to the extent that somebody at the Ministry of Education is being prohibited by 94 2B, and somebody at GES claims that he has not been mentioned, so he would go, it will be discriminatory. Therefore, the law should be applied mutatis mutandis to those who have not been listed, but by way of their actions, they are in the same category. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court said no. If the Constitution had envisaged those are GES, the Constitution has stated so. So although somebody at Ghana Highways reports to the Minister of Roads and Highways, once that Ghana Highway Authority has not been mentioned, but it is only Ministry of Roads that falls under the civil service category. Indeed, I cannot say that those people at Ghana Highways should also be prohibited. Mr. Speaker, on that score, my argument simply is that the Constitution has provided for those to be prohibited from partisan politics, and it's constitutional. We cannot use an enactment to introduce a new category or prohibit people from community engagement merely because they are involved in partisan politics. So what our respected colleague is saying, we should pay attention to it. Mr. Speaker, this is community. There may be communities that the total number in the community are just about 20 or 30. And the only educated person who has completed WASI or equivalent and can read and write and participate and in activities and can lead the community to realize its social protection dreams is, say, the MPP constituency. Is the MPP constituency secretary. Immediately we say he's prohibited. Then we create a problem. So Mr. Speaker,
let's take the rendition and put a question.
Very well.
So that we can truncate the argument and move faster.
I am supporting his...
So, honourable member, then go ahead and propose your rendition.
No, he says to delete. We are to, Mr. Speaker, the proposal is that we should delete the E does not participate
So
in
then the rendition will be is a person of high moral character and proven integrity. I'll put
We
a question.
ended.
As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Mr.
The
Speaker,
ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, no. Mr. Speaker, no. Wait. No, wait, please. No, yes, he is right to some extent. We cannot say Mr. Speaker is wrong. Mr. Speaker can never be wrong. But Mr. Speaker, I'm dealing with the technicalities of lawmaking. We are proposing that E be deleted. F, sorry.
So
F.
Now, if you are deleting
F, yes.
then the "and" here cannot stay.
That is so.
That's why I am saying that delete and does not participate in a partisan politics. You understand?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that was not what you said.
So then the
already.
rendition will end at character and moral integrity. So is it not the same thing?
Mr. Speaker, you can never be wrong. It's the approach. So, Mr. Speaker, we get to the same destination.
Very
but
well.
you and I know when we were learning this whole thing under Do Ajaho as Right Honorable and under Deputy Speaker Jogate, we were taking through the rudiment of the technicalities. So I was thinking that we will first put a question on the prayer for us to delete E in full together with the "and." Because the "and" is at E.
Yes, that is what exactly I am putting the question on. That's why I'm saying that. Then the E would then end after character and integrity. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
I fully concur and support the proposed deletion of F. But let's be mindful of the policy underpinning the inclusion of F, which is to not have facilitators using that role to engage in partisan politics. That is the underlying consideration. And so even though you are deleting it in 56F, we will need to introduce it in 57 in a way that prohibits the facilitator, when he has become a facilitator, from utilizing that office for partisan politics.
Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with the leader of government business that when we get there, he would have to lead that charge and we'll support him. I agree.
Let me put a question on the proposed amendment to delete "and does not participate in partisan politics," so that the rendition of E will end at integrity and the whole F together with "and" will go. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes.
I would want to take leave of you. It is 9:30. I need to go and prepare fully for tomorrow. My able deputies are here. I need to prepare tomorrow for the majority leader. But, Mr. Speaker, before I leave, I want the minister in charge of this bill to acknowledge the industry of the House. Mr. Speaker has been sitting all day. I want you to find time to acknowledge Mr. Speaker's industry in facilitating this whole process. So that is all I want to say to you. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I want
Thank you
to take
very
my
much.
leave.
Yes, 56.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 56. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that 56A and B
56, A and B should be deleted. And we...
No, 20 is Kabiru. Kabiru have honored Kabiru with 20,000.
Wait, Mr. Speaker.
Kabiru is...
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I was not aware that you had put the question on the entire clause 56, because I wanted, maybe we might go for second consideration. Because, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to propose that both A and B should be deleted because it is an affront to the Constitution and it is discriminatory. And I wanted to propose that. But if you have put in the question already, no problem.
What is discriminatory?
Mr. Speaker, if you say, example A, possessing a West African senior high certificate, a senior school certificate, or an equivalent, is proficient in reading and writing English language. Mr. Speaker, even if you read the Constitution in Article 94, members of Parliament, qualification, we know definitely what we do here. Allow me to make... Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 94 of the Constitution, 1, it says that subject to the provision of this article, a person shall not be qualified to be a member of Parliament unless he's a citizen of Ghana, obtained the age of 21, and is a registered voter. You don't even see academic qualification there. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted the clause 56 to rather start, because in my community, I might have somebody who can be a very good facilitator, who might not be able necessarily, you don't need to legislate it. But at least when the person finishes whatever he is doing, he can put things together. But the person can be a good facilitator.
So
Mr. Speaker,
let me ask this question.
Mr. Speaker,
in communities...
Mr. Speaker, can I finish and then you can...
I understand the sense. In a district where they speak multiple languages, and you have a district chief executive or the implementation committee transmitted something in English to the community so that the facilitator is going to use same to do the facilitation. And at the end of the day, the facilitator is also writing back to the community. And you don't possess these characters. How are you going to do the work?
Mr. Speaker, no matter what, I don't think we should legislate educational qualifications.
Because this one is not a representational function. It's not the representational function that you are going to perform. This is not a representational function that you are going to perform. So that your eligibility is determined by people's mandate, people's that you are going to represent. The social protection is going to engage you in the community as a facilitator. And you cannot speak the local language. How are you going to facilitate within the community? Let me pick the thought of Honorable Telabi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that every job has its own requirement of, skill set. Please, we do. If you go into, the various laws that we have prescription for who becomes, a registrar, for instance, because the job requires a certain skill set. This, this position is going to, is being given to a particular person to execute, and you need a certain skill set to do that.
I'm sorry, if you go by that principle,
yes.
If you are legislating a health bill, you may not put a qualification criteria for a medical doctor.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders says that the business of Parliament should be conducted in English. But the qualification to be a member of this House has not stated qualification under Article 94. It did not. But our standing order says that business in Parliament should be conducted in English language. But the Constitution in Article 94 does not even give you a qualification to be in this House.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
so I wanted this thing at clause 56.
Let me hear
So
the
rather
minister
start
and
from
I'll
C.
put a question on your proposal.
Right.
Very well. Very well.
Speaker, originally when my boss started, I was not at the same level with him. But you see, if you look at the qualification to be a member of parliament, and even that of a municipal or a district or municipal chief executive, Speaker, the moment we talk about even language, then we are going back to the issue of whether or not you are known in the community. Because if I live in Choko or Bawe or Weja, and you cannot tell me that you know me, and or you agree that you know me, but I cannot express myself in the Ghana language or the very usual language, then I cannot be known. Same thing for a community facilitator.
So do you agree that the category of the person we are talking about in Choko should be able to speak the Ghana language?
Speaker, respectfully, yes.
Respectfully, yes.
Yes.
Okay, let me hear the minister.
Very well, thank you.
Yes. That's all. Minister, I will give you the floor. Let me listen to him.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jasal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is, how about if tomorrow the West Africa Secondary School Certificate changes in name? Will you come back to amend the law?
Did you read the complete rendition?
I'm sorry?
Did you read the complete rendition in A?
Or an equivalent? Okay, I'm persuaded.
So does your issue arise?
All right.
Yes, Minister.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the 57, which talks about the functions, this is somebody that is going to be more or less employed with some allowance. And every job that you go into, there are some criteria or some qualifications that are expected of you. When you look at the J of 57, it talks about the person being able to prepare and submit quarterly reports as required by the District Social Protection Implementation Committee. So how will the person write and prepare and submit the report? So I think it is important that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that it stands as it is. If the issue is not with the level, but it is with
Honorable Habib, having listened to the minister, do you still insist on your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I cited Parliament as an example.
So do you insist on your amendment so that I'll put a question for the House to take decision?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is unfair
I'll
to the
put a question on the amendment proposed by Honorable Habib that the A and B be deleted. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, I'll then put a question on the entire clause 56. As many as are in favor, yes.
With respect, paragraph B is proficient in reading and writing the English language. But when you go to C, it says it's able to communicate effectively in the local language of the community. No, wait, I have a proposed amendment. And I'm saying that instead of saying proficient, we can delete is proficient in reading and writing and insert able to read and write the English language, or can read and write the English language. That is simple than to say proficient. And
no, you see,
that makes it simple.
Yes, and sometimes what I do not like is members sitting down after putting the question on the clause, then they get up. No, this particular clause has been debated for long. So your proposal is for the B, we should do what?
I'm saying that we should delete is proficient in reading and writing and insert can read and write the English language or is able to read and write the English language than to say proficient. Sorry, no, if you see, when it came to local language, when it came to our own local language, you didn't talk about proficient.
Honorable Kingsley Nyako, when we say proficient, what do we mean?
Why do we do injustice to our own languages? When it came to local language, you didn't say proficient. You said should be able to communicate. And I'm saying that it is proper for us to say the person can read and write the English language or is able to read and write than to say proficient. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, this proposed amendment, and it is not an imposition, it's just a suggestion, Mr. Speaker.
All members, I'll put a question on his proposal. Yes, are we going to debate this?
Maybe a little bit of persuasion may let him abandon it. We may not be interested in voting all the time in partisan, if you like, this divided house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member is seeking to do is that if we are treating local language and foreign language, we must treat them in equal wavelength. That is basically the government office argument. And that if you are minded and you are using proficient and able, it may seem discriminatory. But the explanation is that whereas in English language, there is a system of measuring proficiency clearly established, most local languages don't have that system. And without the benefit of that system, it's difficult to qualify it. But if there is assurance that we can have that system, then we can just replace the other one with proficient, and then we can address the concern therein. But I think that the point made is a very valid point. We shouldn't be seen to be jettisoning our local language for the foreign language. But the only explanation I can say is that because English language is structured with a system of measuring proficiency, our local languages don't have such a system, and it is okay to say able to communicate in our local language. Mr. Speaker.
Most of the local language does not require you to write. It's only communication. So for me, I don't see any big deal for us to be. But I'll put a question on your amendment. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Kingsley Nyako say aye. Those against say no. I'll put a question on the entire clause 56. Yes?
Mr. Speaker.
I hope you are not taking me back to what I have put a question on. If that is the case, kindly resume your seat.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, with your leave.
I ask, are you taking me back to what I have put a question on? Because you are supposed to take part in that debate. But you can't wait after putting the question before you get up. I'm not inclined to grant my leave if you are taking me back to what I put a question on. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 56 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, let me place this on record. I've been in this house for a very long time. I know how a clause can be delayed. So when those tactics are being played, I know it. Clause 57.
Functions of community facilitator.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr.
Any
Speaker,
proposed
there's
amendment?
No proposed amendment?
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, let's consider clause 57. Yes, Honourable Jerry Ahmed.
Sorry, Speaker, the majority leader made an intervention on 57. Speaker, to the extent that...
Yes, propose that amendment and it will be
that
carried.
it has to do with the view of partisan politics.
Yes.
That whoever the community facilitator is should not come into that office engaging in partisan politics. So we should just have a clause or something for that. I'm just reminding because he made it. It says a community facilitator, all of that. So maybe as G, EFG, Speaker, as G, that or a community facilitator should not hold that office in a partisan manner. I don't know. You can know.
Well, I would ask the drafters to give us the rendition.
Yes, so they can.
Yes. So it will be taken as 57-2.
57?
2. So that it will be a proviso.
Very well.
So we would then have 57-1 and 57-2. And the drafters will give us the rendition. Any more proposed amendment on 57?
So are they going to give us?
Yeah, they will do the rendition. Any more amendment on 57? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question on clause 57. Clause 57 as amended. Those in favor of clause 57 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Complaint mechanism and case management.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 58 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Establishment of unified social protection case management system.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 59? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 59 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Complaint.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 60 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Levels and processes of complaint resolution.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any consideration? Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 61 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 62.
Allowances.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 62 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Conflict of interest.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 63 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Clause 63
Mr. Speaker.
is ordered, yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, if you indulge me, I just wanted to seek, because at the time, for the district social protection implementation team, I want to take information whether who is going to pay the allowances. It would inform me in terms of the consultation, because I heard the minister in any case talk.
Now, remember, if you take about 10 bills of this House, you will see this particular provision.
Yes, but because
It's a subtle
of the,
provision.
because of the decentralized nature.
Yes.
And because of the Decentralized Local Governance and Decentralization Act.
Yes.
That is why I want to ask the minister.
Yes, a
because-
member of the Social Protection Committee, a district social protection implementation team, and a community facilitator shall be paid an allowance approved by the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for finance. Under what condition will the minister of finance approve payment?
Minister, I just wanted guidance whether the districts are going to be paid by the district assemblies or they will receive the allowance.
So
from
if the
George.
districts are going to be paid by the district assembly, does the finance minister determines that payment that are made at the district level, does the finance minister determines that?
The finance minister issues guidelines and have lower ceilings and
That is
upper
not
ceilings.
true. Payment of allowance to district assembly members has never been determined by the finance
Please,
minister.
there are ranges.
Please.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, there are ranges. And it's based on IGR, but there are ranges. There are lower ceilings. Mr. Speaker, if you check the current, please, if you check the guidelines, there are lower ceilings for allowances. There are lower ceilings for end of service benefits. That is why the Adenta issue came up and they indicated that the ceiling that the finance minister had released, they were challenging the ministry
Honorable members,
in that regard.
let's look at Article 250, Clause 2, so that we don't throw dust into the eyes of the people. The emolument of the presiding member of a district assembly and other members of the assembly shall be determined by the district assembly and paid out of the assembly's own resources. So why are you saying these are determined by the finance minister?
Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that the finance ministry issued guidelines. I don't have the guide, but if you look at the last emoluments, and please, there's even at the end of the year, there was a case Adenta indicated that the ceilings that they had brought, even for their end of service benefit, they were challenging it because they had more to pay. And the ceilings that the ministry had released was too low for them. These are facts. These are facts. So I just wanted to inquire whether the allowances would be borne from central or from the ministry or at the local level. And based on that, would have informed my proposal. But this is not a matter for us to litigate. Honorable Speaker,
Honorable, that's why I indicated to you that if you take 1,001 bills passed by this House, this is a regular rendition. And it is only when payment is going to be approved by the finance minister, that's why the minister will do the determination with approval. But the constitution is clear as to what happened at the district level. So I cannot be convinced that at district level it is determined by the finance minister when the constitution is clear. So you cannot be correct in that regard. Clause 64.
Offenses.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the 63. I think I have to put a question on the entire 63. Before putting the question on the entire 63, let's look at 63.5. Where the ministry becomes aware that a public officer under the ministry has an interest in a matter before the ministry, the chief director shall, in consultation with the minister, make a determination as to whether the interest is likely to interfere significantly with the social protection program. So what of if the interest does not significantly interfere? So in law we say the res ipsa loquitur, the matter speaks for itself. Do we delete significantly? So the proposal is significantly should be deleted from the second to last line of clause 63.5. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Then I'll put a question on the entire clause 63. Yes?
Then,
Then we will have to look at the following clause, the sub-clause as well, which is the 3.6, because it also uses the same word significantly.
So propose
And so
the amendment.
where the minister determines that, yes, so it's consequential.
Yes, so consequential. It should be deleted in 63.6 as well. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposal for amendment is carried and is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on the entire clause 63. As many as are in favor of clause 63 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 64.
Offences.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 64 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 64 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 65.
Guidelines.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 65 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Regulations.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, maybe this one I'll seek clarity first. This bill establishes, this proposed bill establishes the Social Protection Fund. But in the contemplation of the regulation, we have only envisioned the livelihood program, the national registry, and regulation made to that effect to regulate that. But I've not seen any expression of the fact that the regulation should also reflect on how do we administer the fund accordingly. I don't have on top of my head amendments, but maybe for the reflection of the drafting unit, if it is something that has to be contemplated. If it's already there, I'm guided. Otherwise, I think that the fund, which is
won't your concern be addressed by L?
By
L.
F is talking about operation of the National Household Registry.
L in Lewis.
Lewis, okay. Okay, for the effective, efficient implementation of the Act. I think that, okay, maybe everything in the Act, but the specific mention of Livelihood Empowerment Program is within the Act, and the fund too is within the Act. So once we mention...
Have we also looked at 66C?
66C, I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. Very well, thank you.
May I put a question? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully suggest that we give some time limit within which the ministry should bring this LI. Within 12 months, it's stated. Okay.
Did you read the provision? It is copiously stated here that the minister shall, within 12 months after coming into force of this act by legislative instrument, make regulation. So the time is there. Should I put a question on 66? As many as are in favor of clause 66 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
There was a proposal that vulnerable society should be defined.
Mr. Speaker, it's rather vulnerable communities, right?
Vulnerable communities, yes. Okay. So do you have the rendition for the definition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a proposal. I don't know whether they have a rendition. Do you have a rendition, Chairman, Chairperson?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, clause 67. The definition for vulnerable communities. Vulnerable communities means communities with a significant number of people who are in need of social protection and are eligible to receive social protection.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, that definition does not come out clearly as one vulnerable community.
So bring us the one that will come out.
Mr. Speaker, I think that vulnerable communities mean communities that are at risk of poverty, social inequality, and susceptible to national and local emergencies. Mr. Speaker, this definition reflects on the object of the fund or of the bill, which talks about providing for poverty, chronic poverty, talks about the fact that they have to also provide for communities that are affected or people that are affected by national and then local emergencies. I think that definition of vulnerable community should reflect the object of the bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You see, if you look at clause 1, it said the act applies to persons who fall within the following category of vulnerability. Chronically poor, economically at risk, socially vulnerable, and persons affected by national or a local emergency.
Emergency.
So at least A, B, C, we should be looking at the definition of vulnerable community along that side. Yes, there's a further amendment. Let's hear the further amendment that will come to you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, she says she has a further amendment.
Vulnerable communities means communities with a significant number of people who are chronically poor, socially and economically at risk, and in need of social protection and are eligible to receive social protection.
Very well, that's the new rendition and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes,
I was thinking that we could look at it from a different angle. I just worked on one. I just wanted to share on the vulnerable community that talks about. Just a second, Speaker. I lost it, so I'm going back to it. Speaker, please pardon me.
So, do I direct that we see the drafters Speaker, and then help in coming out with the definition of a vulnerable community?
Speaker, so let me bring my rendition. It says that it's a group of people with characteristics or circumstances that make them more susceptible to harm, disadvantage, or exploitation. This could be due to factors like age, income, health, social status, or living conditions. Speaker, that's the one I...
Very well. Drafters, be taking note. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I think that both definitions come out clearly in defining what vulnerable community is. Safe to say that if we are adopting the rendition by the chair, we should delete the last part, like an eligible for social protection. It should just terminate it at the definition and don't add the bit. So the drafting, once they are contemplating on both definitions, I strongly propose that we should delete the part that says and are eligible to social protection. That part is not necessary.
Very well. Drafters, take note. Yes, Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, I think the draft of the two definitions are fine-tuned it.
Very well.
If not, everybody will bring out
any
his own definitions.
Any more on clause 67? Yes.
I would like us to take a look at the definition given to residents under page 41. I just need maybe a clarification, because the way it defines resident, I don't get it. Resident means a person who is not a citizen of Ghana but lives in Ghana. Is that a definition we want to have?
So are you talking about non-resident or rather residents? Yes, Chairperson. That's the issue being raised at page 41, the definition of residence. How can the definition of a residence mean a person who is not a citizen of Ghana, but lives in Ghana? Then you are a non-citizen, but not a resident. So, drafters, I think the definition of residence features in several laws. So, let's handpick the appropriate rendition and put it there. So, Honorable Member for Yendi, thank you very much for your observation. Any more on clause 67? Honorable members, I will then put a question on clause 67. Honorable members, clause 67. Honorable members, the question is that all those in favor of clause 67 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 6, the ayes have it. Clause 67, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill, subject to the drafters tidying some definitions up. Yes, so they may use the word include instead of means. Honorable members, let's turn to page 44, the first schedule.
Criteria for social assistance.
Page 44 to page 47, dealing with the first schedule. Any proposed amendments? Honorable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of the first schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Second schedule.
Flagship social protection programs.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there's no problem.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, any proposed amendment to the second schedule? Honorable members, in the absence of any proposal, yes, Honorable Jasau.
Be sure the second schedule. My mic has vanished, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just on the second schedule, productive inclusion. Is that correct? Is that a term of art, or what does it mean? Honorable Chair, could you help?
Has been used in the bill severally. Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the second schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. The third schedule.
Specialized agencies and the role of the specialized agencies in social protection.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, any proposed amendment? Honorable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of the third schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Third schedule is ordered. Yes, Dr. Asamoah. You see, honourable members, let me use the opportunity to state that you can even draw my attention to it. If I ask, it is for the consideration of the House. That is the point that we should be making the amendment. But I realize that instead of reading the bill and making our notes ahead the consideration, we rather read the bills whilst we are here. That is what is partly causing the problem. So sometimes after I'm putting the question, then you then get up. Because I recall that a particular clause, I put a question on it 2 times.
No,
Yes, Honorable Asamoah, you have the floor.
No, Mr. Speaker, a quick one.
Honorable Asamoah has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third schedule, this House just passed the Medical Trust Fund Bill, and here we only have the National Health Insurance Authority. So if we can make provisions for that one as well.
We make provision for?
The Medical Trust Fund.
Yes.
Because most of the people that will be benefiting from, the vulnerable that will be benefiting from this fund will also be captured here.
So which particular schedule are you referring to?
The third schedule.
Yes, the third schedule. Which provision?
Where we can have another slot just right after the National Health Insurance Authority, because not everybody will be covered with the National Health Insurance Authority as it stands right now.
So, drafters, can we consider using the word include? Yes, chairperson of the committee. Chairperson of the committee. Can we consider using the word include? Specialized agency and the role of the specialized agency in social protection, including.
Yes,
so that
Mr.
you don't
Speaker.
limit it to those listed here.
Yes, Mr.
Draft person. What we are talking about, Dr. Samuel, has it been mentioned in the bill? Has it been mentioned in the bill?
No, but Mr. Speaker, this act has just been passed by the bill, by the House, and the beneficiaries will have to come through. Most of the beneficiaries of this vulnerable society will have to also benefit from that. So you should find its expression here. So if we can have an
But you realize that the bill made mention of NADMO. The bill made mention of the Community Water and Sanitation Agency. The bill mentioned Commission for Technical and Vocational and Training. So all those that are provided by the schedule here are mentioned specifically in the bill. But I haven't seen that mentioned in the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I believe as of the time of the drafting of this bill, that bill had not been passed by the House yet. And now that the House has already passed the Medical Trust Fund bill, we should find its expression here as well.
Well, I will direct the drafter to liaise with the minister to include it in the schedule, having regard to clause 8 of the bill. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, if you check the third schedule, all the institutions mentioned here, we have National Disaster Management Organization, Community Water and Sanitation Agency, Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, National Health Insurance Authority, Youth Employment Agency, Ghana Enterprise Agency. But what he's referring to is a fund, not an agency. No, the trust fund. But all the institutions mentioned here are agencies. So we want us to include the fund, the trust fund.
Well, is the trust fund not established as a body corporate?
It is, but here we did not include National Health Insurance Fund, but the agency that we included, not the fund. And the Youth Employment Agency, you can't find any fund included in the third schedule.
Well, honorable ministers, honorable members, I would direct the drafters to liaise with the sector minister to see whether or not the fund in the circumstances can be included, having regard with the fact that clause 8 is talking about collaboration with specialized agencies and agencies responsible for flagship program. So if so, then the drafters will then include it accordingly. So should I, yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've made a very important observation in terms of the delays of, especially when you are putting the question, when the House has finished the consideration, you put the question. Mr. Speaker, consistently, I have been informing you and asking that, no, he's done. Oh, I think he directed that the drafter should.
Do you have a proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of the third schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The third schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An act to promote access to social protection, provide social protection services to specified persons, establish and specify institutional arrangements to secure social protection, and provide for related matters.
Yes, Chairperson of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the long title? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to the long title, the question is, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I think we've come to the end of the consideration stage of the Social Protection Bill 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader, any indication?
Taking item 15. On the other paper.
Item 15.
Come on. You want to work?
Honourable members, I think the agreement we had was that we'll finish the consideration stage and then we'll take the item 15 tomorrow. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, you are right, but after that, we had an engagement among each other and we agreed that we'll take the third reading.
Very well. So those engagements, you have to be communicating same to me because I was part of the decision at the pre-sitting. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I am coming under a different note. I am coming under Standing Order 1711. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Standing Order 1711. Where a member intends to delete, amend, or introduce a provisions in a bill which has passed through the consideration stage, the member may, immediately before the sponsor rise to move the motion for the third reading of the bill, move that the bill passes through a second consideration, either willfully or in respect of particular part of the bill, or some proposed new clauses to the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm moving that the bill be taken through a second consideration stage.
Honourable members, you should have added the provisions that you want to be taken through a second
32B. 32B.
Only 32B.
Yes, only 32B.
Well, the motion is moved for the second consideration of clause 32B of the bill. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
The motion is moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the motion taking clause 32B as second consideration, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 32B is to be taken through second consideration. Honourable member, what is your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, at consideration stage, I think the mays need to be
It's back to second consideration stage. So. Yes. So the social protection bill back to consideration stage. Yes, what is the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, you didn't move the motion for second consideration of the bill. The provision that you read in the standing order is correct and it is clear.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Clause 32 1B. Mr. Speaker, to delete for social protection interventions, and the new rendition is make specific allocation for the social protection fund. Mr. Speaker, it will be because the ministry responsible for finance do allocations to the Minister for Gender and Social Protection. So if this particular provision stands as it will read, the ministry responsible for finance shall make specific allocation for social protection interventions and the social protection fund. It will be a repetition or duplication of the release of the fund, because there will be one for social protection interventions, which will be different. So the new rendition should read, the minister responsible for finance shall make specific allocations for the social protection fund.
Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I support the mover of the proposed amendment on the back of the fact that this bill creates the Social Protection Fund. And this protection fund is supposed to be funded, and if you read section 34, it means monies approved by Parliament, which are monies passing through the consolidated fund to support this particular bill. And the cure, the mischief that proposed Amendment 6 to cure is to avoid the fear of duplication of social intervention. Because in line with the object of the bill, we say we want to integrate social protection funding, and which was even debated in the earlier part of the consideration stage. So when we delete the social protection intervention, it makes it tidier that the ministry's role in terms of this bill is to contribute money to the social protection fund, and that will avoid the because when we leave it this way, that means we are treating social protection intervention different from social protection under the social protection fund. Meanwhile, the fund is created to provide social intervention or social protection intervention. So once we just leave it as providing funding to the fund, it cures the matter so that there will not be that sense of repetition. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes. Chairperson.
Mr. Speaker, I am not persuaded by the argument put by my colleagues on the other side. Here, the current rendition presupposes that the Minister of Finance, based on a specific government's policy, may give some emphasis and therefore additional financing to social protection interventions different from the funds allocated to the social protection fund. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that if the Minister of Finance is providing additional social intervention financing, it means it goes to a repetition. No, it may be additional financing for specific prioritized projects that are of social nature. And so I think that this should give more leverage and allow for possible more financing for the social intervention needs of this country. This will allow it. But if you restrict it to just the fund, I think we are rather restricting it, and that's counterproductive. Especially for us as social democrats, we reject this completely.
Honourable members, let's look at the application of the fund in clause 1, particularly D. Person affected by a national or a local emergency. Now, this may be unforeseen contingency. And you know how budgets are prepared. So once it is an unforeseen contingency, in an event where the budget is prepared, and budget should be for specific activities, it can only make a small provision for miscellaneous. And there is this kind of national or local emergency. Are we saying that the Ministry of Finance cannot make allocation for these interventions?
Mr. Speaker, this point actually supports the point we are making, that there may be emergencies, local or national, that demands that the Minister of Finance makes allocation of resources to support those social protection interventions. But that money cannot be spent outside of the Social Protection Fund. Because if you read 5, clause 5D, the Minister of Gender and Social Protection is to develop linkages among social protection programs to enable the integrated delivery of social protection programs.
Yes, that is between agencies. You understand?
Yes.
So that is why those collaborations will come. Let's say this House is supposed to approve funds for the social protection in the country. And the fund will be approved without knowing the emergency situation that will confront us. So if the law does not make provision for the minister, then it means when those situations crop up, the hands of the minister will be tied because he has already made releases per the approved money for the social protection programs. But these emergencies can occur. For instance, we're in this country, we didn't know the country will be hit with COVID. And all of a sudden, there was COVID. You understand? You cannot hold the minister to the approved budget because at the time you are giving the approval to the budget, such unforeseen contingency, you understand? So that is why in the main budget, we make provision for contingency fund. But in this specific budget to sector ministries, we don't make such provision. So it is only the minister responsible for finance in situations of that nature that can come to this particular house to seek for an approval to use money from the contingency fund for those social interventions, which will definitely not be coming from the allocation to the fund of the social protection, from the social protection fund. It's a legitimate point that you have raised, but that is how we are also looking at it.
Mr. Speaker, I think you have thrown more light on the issue, and it is clearer now. And I just avert my mind to NADMO. If there is disaster, they're supposed to go through some social interventions. They don't necessarily have to come to the fund. But my thinking was that if there are other social interventions, why not we use the fund? But with your explanation, it is
because
more clear.
NADMO,
so I will abandon.
NADMO will be given an allocation, but there can be a disaster beyond the intake of NADMO. So the minister should be able to intervene by making.
So Mr. Speaker, I'm abandoning it because of your explanation, not because of what Dr. Jasal said, that they are socialist party. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm abandoning it because of your explanation. So I have abandoned that amendment.
Very well. We've again come to the end of the second consideration stage of the Social Protection Bill. Do we then take item 15 and wash our hands from it?
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, we are constrained. We cannot do motion 15. We rather go back to continue the debate. Mr. Speaker, we still have 3 people. Mr. Speaker, we still. I don't know why you are saying when you are talking about 24-hour economy. I don't understand. It's just 10 p.m. and you are already tired. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, it may interest you to know that he is justified. I have been in this house when we are getting to the end of the term. Sometimes we spend day and night here. So if the pleasure is that we should conclude
Mr. Speaker,
the number of people who are to speak today and go back to.
Because, Mr. Speaker, we said tomorrow our leaders are concluding. Mr. Speaker, we have already informed people that they are going to debate today. They are still waiting up to now. And it cannot be the case that we are just going to abandon it. So, Mr. Speaker, we are constrained on motion 15 because of obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, for obvious reasons. But we can continue with the debate. And tomorrow, third reading is less than 1 or 2 minutes. Then we can take. So let's continue with the debate.
Honorable Habib, today I was going to commend you highly for your cooperation. And I know the challenge of the minister responsible for gender, children, and social protection. If you could allow the motion to be taken for 5 minutes, then we'll come back to the debate. I'll be happy.
Mr. Speaker, I have abandoned my earlier position that we should take motion 15 tomorrow. But I also want to make amends, and I agree that we can take it today. But subject to the fact that let's conclude the 3 people on the debate and do the third reading. And then we can call it
I promise you that we are left with 3 each to speak. If you take the motion, I will be in the chair, even if the second deputy is not around, to take those three. I give my words for it.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot litigate this further.
Very well. Motion numbered 15. Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to respectfully move that the Social Protection Bill be 2025 be now read for the third time. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that this bill, when passed, will give legal backing and strengthen with regulation the many social intervention initiatives in the country. Most especially, Mr. Speaker, in the wake of all the initiatives that are currently ongoing. The passage of the bill will therefore capacitate the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection to appropriately monitor, assess the impact of social protection activities on women, children, persons with disability, and other vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Motion move for the third reading. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, there is a difficulty here on the third reading of this motion. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, you know, I have related. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have related with you. And then, Mr. Speaker, if it will not, Mr. Speaker, with respect to you, if it will please you, Mr. Speaker, with respect, we are in a difficulty here. If we can do it tomorrow morning, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I said so in all.
Honourable Member, the motion has been moved already by the consensus of the House. It's just a matter of seconding the motion and then we'll put a question.
I'm drawing your attention to something. And Mr. Speaker, you know, as you said today, I have, you know.
Yes, today I observe you are on point.
Mr. Speaker,
No, editing is my neighbor. Why not editing?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, off your like I told you earlier on, Mr. Speaker, I'm just in a difficulty here. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say certain things on the floor, but I want to still plead with you that we should leave it for tomorrow morning. Mr. Speaker, considering what is happening in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, considering what is going on in the chamber, and Mr. Speaker, if you go ahead to put the question, so we will not be satisfied.
Honourable Member, let's be clear. We've been holding on to the minister to be with us, not to travel for official business. Do we agree that in her absence, any available minister can move the motion for and on her behalf?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in agreement, because if we go now to put the question, we will not satisfy Article 104 of the Constitution. And in the case of Justice Abdullahi versus the Republic, it will be a problem. It's not good to the image of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge that tomorrow, if the minister is not there, any other minister can
there is no case like Justice Abdullahi versus the Republic. Justice Abdullahi have not committed any crime to be prosecuted by the Republic.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
it's Attorney General. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we will still pray with the Honorable Habib, because initially we agree among ourselves. You called the minister to move the motion, and she did that. And you turn around that either you receive a call or a text message. It's not fair. It's not fair, no. We don't treat human beings this way. Oh, no, it's not fair.
Honorable members, time Time
It's not
is
fair.
being spent.
So finish it.
Time is being spent. So sometimes we agree and disagree. So if the sense of the House is to take the motion for third reading tomorrow,
The chairperson for the committee has seconded the motion.
honourable members, let's just not cause any further confusion. What do we do? Should I adjourn the House? Because if we cannot agree on
Just
these things,
Speaker.
yes.
I think that you will bear with us that we have shown total cooperation, and we are very minded to get all of these things sorted. Speaker, sometimes it's just for our colleagues on the other side to appreciate that we are not fighting. We are working together, and as far as we are doing so, we should do that with so much honesty and love. It's not just about always going on this tangent. Speaker, it's almost 11 o'clock. It's almost 11 o'clock. For some of the people making noise.
Honorable Jerry, I am telling you that by experience in this House, when I was here, sometimes we will leave the chamber at 3 a.m. When particularly we are getting to the end of the meeting like this. And so as for that one, it's something that is usual with the practice of Parliament. But if we have decided to take adjournment at this point, then what will happen is that the list to be exhausted here, we will have to agree that tomorrow we are taking these three debaters and leaders will conclude. Because there are outstanding motions, including the current motion that is supposed to be taken. Honorable Patrick Boama has about 2 or 3 motions on the subsidiary legislation. Probably if you add this one, we'll have those 4 motions. We can curtail the debate to 3 people, and then the leaders will conclude.
I think, Mr. Speaker, it will be a good idea so that we can call it a day. Tomorrow, third reading is less than 2 minutes, so that in the morning we'll do it and zoom into the debate.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think, Mr. Speaker, I think what has happened this evening is really unfair. If you have agreed, if honorable members agreed that we can move the motion, and the motion has already been moved, if there is any consultation to be done outside this chamber, Mr. Speaker, that consultation should be done before decisions are made in the chamber, but not to put us in a position where then we have to go and do some consultation and decide to change our mind in the middle of the procedure, Mr. Speaker. But we've gone past five hours, so we're actually in your hands.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let us not drag this particular issue. Yes. Yes, Honorable Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm told the leader did say that we are in your hands, but I think we can still take motion number 15. And that's what I'm doing, so that we second the motion.
Speaker, we have come to you. You are the bosom of wisdom. At this point in time, Speaker, I do not understand why we are going back and forth on this matter.
Honorable members, for me, we need to be decisive.
Speaker,
it's either we are taking the motion,
Speaker, we have asked
or we are not taking the motion. You cannot assure that we are taking the motion. Then the motion will be moved, I will call for the secondment of the motion, and it is at that stage that he will be saying that we should not take the motion. This is a house that the leaders agree and disagree. But our agreement and disagreement on certain things are at the pre-sitting. Our leaders can even engage. Yes?
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you recall that a similar incident occurred during the consideration of the Gold Board Act. We agreed with all the members, the leadership in this role. And the majority leader came in and he said that he was not a part of that agreement. So whatever clause we were supposed to have stopped at, we didn't. And we proceeded. Speaker, society is dynamic. Somebody thought about something and decided that, oh, let's reconsider it and come back tomorrow. Speaker, it's only with all due deference.
And Jerry, you see, these days, you have not been attending pre-sitting. Why?
Pardon me?
You've not been attending pre-sitting. Why?
Speaker, sometimes it's a matter of lorry fare. Since this government came in, it's been very difficult for me to even get money to have lorry fare. So, Speaker, that puts me in a situation.
No, this one, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, you have a very legitimate point. Very legitimate point in the sense that I do not know. They have started deductions. They've started deductions for the car loans. And the honorable member is still complaining about transport. So, leader, the deputy majority leader, do you have something to say in response?
Mr. Speaker, you are absolutely right. The deductions has already started, and the money, I believe, is also in. That's all. I think we were told precisely how long the deductions will take for you to be able to cover the full amount. So it has to be started at some point. It's been a practice for quite some time.
So, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, very soon your concern will be addressed. It's a legitimate concern, so I agree perfectly with you. Because as a first-timer, I know what I went through, the challenges with the transportation issues. Particularly those days, if your car boot is not big, because we have been operating from our car boot. You don't even have offices at that time.
Speaker, I thank you very much for thinking about the welfare of myself and my colleagues. I appreciate that. Speaker, but since we are still talking about welfare, Speaker, you have been in this chair for so long. And Speaker, it's not as if you have moved in and out. Speaker, think about it. And especially against the backdrop that we have our colleagues visiting the hospitals and they coming back with some serious situations of health. Speaker, thank you. It's just tomorrow.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader and I had a gentleman's understanding to proceed with consideration. We are done with consideration. Mr. Speaker, third reading is consequential once we are done with the second with the consideration, and there's no application to take us to second consideration stage. I'm saying there is no application to take us. I'm talking about now that there is no application. In other words, further application. You've already, so there's no further application by way of clarity. Third reading. tomorrow morning or afternoon we are coming. Colleagues, when we all talk, and I don't like us making things difficult for our speaker. It's like MPP, NDC matter. That was not the understanding we had. Colleagues, no, that was not the understanding, my respected chair. That was not the understanding we had. Our position earlier was that having done the concentration up to a point, Honorable Deputy Whip, you don't have the numbers to take a decision. We are trying to. Oh, okay. That is what you, Mr. Speaker, you see, colleagues, you see, if you act this way, you breach good faith.
Honorable members.
You are now tired when you
honorable members.
You see, if we have an understanding, let's go by it to
honorable
the
members, let's have some order.
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members,
I needed to conclude.
When we reach agreement to do certain things, I am personally not happy when we go back and we are placing certain things on the record. So let us further engage. Let us further engage. You see, Honorable Leader, I'm ordinarily not supposed to be holding brief for the minister, but minister is trying to engage because he has a program tomorrow to attend. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
Honorable,
we had all of
before you come,
Mr. Speaker,
the clerk will engage you. The clerk will talk to you. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. I will hold back and listen.
Yes.
Whilst you place this matter on ice.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes,
I will listen to you.
Yes, very well.
We can start the debate and then finish the engagement if we are able to reach a consensus. Colleagues.
So, in fact, going back to the motion numbered 8, to continue the debate, I will then give the floor to Honorable Fred Agbanyo. I think you are a vice. You said? So then it means that you are speaking for only 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes. So
thank you very much.
We are back to business. Honourable members, let's have some order. Honourable Fred Agbanyo, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much.
You are speaking for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the mid-year physical policy review document. Mr. Speaker, as I can to say, Agronibessoa, Efrianopa. To which, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of every event tells how the event eventually will end. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the chamber and listened to the finance minister when he presented the mid-year budget review. And in chapter 66, clause 314, he spoke about the state of the economy that we inherited. The Speaker, if you leave, I quote, upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders was at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak,
but broken, and the misery and sufferings were palpable. That is the state of the economy that we inherited. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that we have turned the corner. Ghanaians can breathe a sense of hope that not too long ago, our colleagues on the other side in government spent over 30 billion Ghana cedis in the name of cleaning the financial sector, the banking sector challenges. They created huge unemployment, closed down all the financial institutions, and today we barely can mention of any bank that is in the hands of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, under our watch, NIB that had almost gone down completely, we have succeeded in reviving it. We have maintained employment, and we have kept that bank in the hands of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, as I listen to the finance minister, that God willing this year, the government is going to build a bridge over River Oti. The Speaker, there was joy, there was happiness, there was total celebration among the people who use that corridor. If you have ever traveled to Karachi and beyond, to Bimbila, to Yendi, to Tamale, and then you get to Dambai after 6 o'clock, only to be told that you can't cross over the river and that you have to sleep at a river bank, then you appreciate what it means for a government to want to put a bridge over that river. The speaker, I was working this morning, assemblymen from my constituency called me, very, very excited that since we began this local government system in 1998, for the first time, a government has recognized the work that assemblymen are doing in our communities, and that government has decided to pay them some allowances at the end of every month. Mr. Speaker, the amount of money they are paying them as allowances is far higher than money that they paid to NAPCO workers under the erstwhile administration. Mr. Speaker, the chiefs and opinion leaders in our communities are happy that for the first time, the money that comes to these assemblies, I'm talking about this assembly common fund, either two, the entire money will be depleted in Accra, and something very little will get to the assemblies. On this occasion, more than 80% of the money are going to the assemblies for specific projects and activities within the districts. For the first time, we will see new markets coming up in the districts. For the first time, we are going to see cheap compounds completed in the districts. For the first time, we are going to see local economy. Oh, the mic is on. That for now.
Honourable Member, well, your time is up. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honourable Nana Osei Ajay. You also have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it surprises me that this time around, the Honorable Finance Minister did not go to the market to go and see the market women before preparing the mid-year review, because in his first budget, he was all over the market. Abobroshi, Makola, I think he even went to the Kufuria market. But this time around, he couldn't go. Mr. Speaker, if he had gone to the market, I think he should have taken national security operatives with him to the market, because he wouldn't have found it easy
with the market women. Mr. Speaker, these are market women, our sisters, our aunties, who were promised of a brilliant idea to serve them through a well-crafted Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, I don't know when this bank will come to fruition, whether it's going to be a bank or it's going to be a rural bank. Mr. Speaker, the NDC government has established a social contract with the market women to establish this bank. And it is something they have to take upon themselves and establish this bank. They rather suggested that they are going to bring 51 million to start the bank. Mr. Speaker, the 51 million is not even in. The 51 million they promised, out of the 400 million or 800 million, according to the acts that set up banks in this country. We have Act 930 that requires 400 million, and we have Act 1032 that requires between 600 to 1 billion Ghana cedis to set up the bank. Mr. Speaker, they brought 51 million. And with the 51 million, it's still not found its way in the budget. Mr. Speaker, what we are hearing now is that they want to set up women's desk across the banks. Mr. Speaker, that was not what they promised the good people of Ghana. The good people of Ghana gave them overwhelming majority all through these policies and projects they said they are going to bring. So, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to inform the finance minister that we actually need our Women's Development Bank. Yes, sir. Or the Assem Abba. Mr. Speaker, you know, setting up of a bank.
Honourable member, you know the rule. You have to translate into English.
There's trouble. To which there will be trouble. Mr. Speaker, setting up a bank, the new Patriotic Party, headed by His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, we have done it before. We have done it before. We set up the Development Bank Ghana, and the bank is still thriving. It is one of the best banks in Ghana. So we have the mandate, we have the way to set up a bank. So what I'm telling them is, I'm informing the finance minister, he's going to set up desk around within the state-owned banks. When he set up those desks, we are pleading with him that the credit risks of this funding that he's going to give to the banks shouldn't sit with the banks, so that he creates further NPLs within our banking sector. So he can set up these banks for the new Patriotic Party to come back to power in 2028, and we will actually set up the Women's Development Bank for the country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alajo Seidu. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this budget statement heavily made by the Finance Minister, Honorable Dr. Ato Forson. Mr. Speaker, listening to my colleagues from the other side, throughout the debate, it seems they are absent during the presentation of the budget by the Finance Minister. They are absent in the House as affected their contribution to the budget debate. Mr. Speaker,
from the beginning, it looks like they are not ready to contribute or to debate this budget. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear from the budget that Ghana is going to see a lot of growth in the coming days and in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, we have seen several good policies in this budget that will transform the economy and put Ghana in the level of growth and development. Mr. Speaker, when the President came here on February 27th for the State of the Nation address, he mentioned emphatically that the economy is in a bad shape, and he, John Dramani Mahama, will fix it for the betterment of Ghanaians. Today, we are seeing the result. Today, exchange rates has fallen from 17 to 10 cedi to the dollar. From 17 cedi to 10 cedi to the dollar. Interest rate has also reduced drastically. Interest rate has reduced drastically in this short period of John Dramani Mahama administration. That is the mess that he promised that he was going to correct. Yes. Inflation, we all know. Just last week, during the weekend, I went to Agugochi to get some tubers of yam for my family. I bought 500 Ghana cedi of tubers of yam. I couldn't carry it in the boot of my car. That is the reward of good governance. The food price today, when you go to my constituency, Chereponi, people can feed 3 square meals with just 100 Ghana cedi. That is the policy that we are talking about. We were here when you promised Ghanaians the year of roads. And I hear my colleague, my good brother from Walwali, mentioning that in the Northeast region, we only have one road that is under the big push. We were here, you promised twice years of road. I did not see one single road in my constituency, Chereponi, constructed during that period. We did not also see any road in the entire of Northeast region during that period, constructed during that period of year of road. Meanwhile, we had the vice president from Northeast. And he, my colleague, was advisor to the vice president. So it baffles me why that person will make a statement saying that we only have one single road under the big push in the Northeast region.
Did you construct them in the air?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Minister for Roads has taken his time and has assessed all the roads in the country. And I can assure you that our region, Northeast region, will benefit from it. And about 166 constituencies will also benefit from the road fund. And that is something that has never happened under your watch. So we are looking forward, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of this budget so that Ghanaians will continue to see the good work of John Dramani Mahama. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Fred Che Asamoah. You are ranking or deputy ranking? Hello? Chair, very well. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy, the Midyear review. Mr. Speaker earlier said nobody can use 419 because when he used it in the previous Parliament, he was asked to withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, today I'm not going to use 419. But
Honourable Member, I consequentially direct that everything you said about 419 should be expunged. We are not kidding here.
But, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Midyear review as was presented by the Honourable Finance Minister, he made a profound statement, and I think it's true, because if you look at what the MPP government, Nana Addo Bawumia government did in recovering our economy, it shows, and it's been confirmed here. If you look at chapter 3, paragraph 65, it said, despite the global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth in the first quarter of 2025, and the economy expanded by 5.3%. Mr. Speaker, this is true. Why? Because for the first quarter, that was when the new government was putting in place its ministers. So that means that this robust performance couldn't be attributed to the current government. It's because the previous government, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, had put all the things in place. You're talking about agriculture, Mr. Speaker. How long does it take one to grow cocoa and pluck it? Agriculture gave us a growth of 6.6. Mr. Speaker, 3 months. How long does it take one to grow maize, harvest it, process it, and sell it? How long does it take one to grow rice, process it, and sell it? So this tells us that the robust economy, which is being built on, is what the MPP government put in place. That is why it's manifesting itself. It's manifesting itself, and it has been conspicuously stated here that the real sector performance was 5.3% for the first quarter. And even when it comes down for service sector, it says 5.9. Definitely, it's because of the good things, the good policies that was put in place by the new patriotic government that led to this performance. And I'm happy that even went further to talk about industry, which gave us 3.4%. Mr. Speaker, economy growth has to be sustained. And if you want to sustain economic growth, there are 5 top things one looks at. 1, increase in physical capital goods. 2, technological improvement. 3, growth of the labor force. 4, increase in human capital. And 5, natural resources and trade. Natural resources and trade, Mr. Speaker, we have them. Human capital, the MPP government initiated a lot of investment into our human capital growth. So it saddens my heart that during the 8th Parliament, the previous government got a bill laid in this hollow chamber that was to establish the University of Local Government and Development, Local Governance and Development. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are in the 7th month and we can't see the bill in this House. And the Honorable Minister did not talk about it. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about sustained economic growth. The MPP economic growth that they initiated, and it needs to be sustained. If we can do that, that means we have to increase our labor force. That means we have to increase our human capital, quality human capital. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that we have issues in Boko. As a chair of the chieftaincy, committee, I wouldn't want to talk about this. This is very sensitive, and I wouldn't want to dwell about it. And as such, we were expecting that government could have talked about codification of our chieftaincy system so that we can prevent similar things like this in future. We know this has been lingering for years. It's very sensitive. We can't go there. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as we are talking, 5 schools have been closed down. And WAEC exams is just around the corner from 4th August to 19th September. What is going to happen? We were hoping and we were expecting that Minister of Finance would have talked about this and what plans government have in place for our students because they are our future. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that GET Fund has been uncapped because that is what it has been put in place and that's what the MPP government was going to do anyway. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the 2025 budget, we budgeted 3.5 billion Ghana cedis for free secondary education, an initiative that the MPP government did that is going to serve this country and is going to take us to the levels we never thought of. We budgeted 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that now that government had been cut, we're going to see almost close to 70% because we are almost coming to the end of the year. We are in the 7th month. But Mr. Speaker, the GET Fund has been giving just about 28%. The free senior secondary school policy has been giving just 28%. That means some contractors are suffering. That means some contractors have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, they always say the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. So if free secondary education has been given 3.5 billion, why are we releasing only just 1 billion to the free secondary education? It's quite unfortunate. There's a slow disbursement. The question is why? It's because maybe the economy is shrinking. Even though the MPP government expanded the economy to the extent that they appropriated the first 3 months, the first quarter budget, and made provision for resources to be used by the current government. And this is what led to the robust economic results, the macroeconomic indicators that we are seeing in the mid-year budget review. So what is happening? Maybe the economy is shrinking. We don't know. We will see at the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to see some update on the previous government initiated digital textbooks, and we are hoping that we will feed more money into this digital book so that our students, about 1.4 or 5 million students, can have access to this tablet. So the payment should go so that we can have the schools using these tablets that have the digital textbooks. Mr. Speaker, my senior Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, on the 25th of June in this hollow chamber, in responding to Honorable Atta Mills, said that the government is going to recruit 50,000 new teachers. Mr. Speaker, 50,000 new teachers this year. He didn't say over the 4 years. He said the government this year is going to recruit 50,000 new teachers. See, Mr. Speaker, you know there are some words that I use that you asked me to withdraw, so I'm not going to use them. But is it wishy-washy? I know if the Honorable Finance Minister makes the money available or the clearance to my good friend Honorable Haruna Idrisu, he is going to do the recruitment. But he hasn't. In fact, not even one recruitment clearance was given. Mr. Speaker, remember that to sustain that good work that was left in 2024, we need to continue to grow our labor force and we need to continue to increase our human capital. Unfortunately, that 50,000 recruitment that was said, nothing was said about it. But what saddens my heart, Mr. Speaker, we have a need. Now, as we are talking, the Ghana Education Service needs not less than 40,000 teachers. The classrooms are hollow. The classrooms, they need teachers. They need non-teaching staff and teaching staff. So the 50,000, where is the 50,000? The 50,000 recruitment, where is it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you all know that in 2024, both the third and fourth quarter, there was recruitment for approximately 5,000 teachers. And when the new government came in, I believe in education and I want the government to succeed in education. 5,000 teachers that are supposed to be going through validation. Mr. Speaker, almost 1 year, these hard-working Ghanaian teachers are working without salary, and some don't even know what is happening to their fate. 5,000 that were recruited under the guise of validation, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what is happening to them. No salary for 1 year, but they've been working so hard. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, then let me come here. You know, I'm from the TVET sector, so I have information and update. It's quite unfortunate that a lot of institutions that are training for our TVET sector have not been paid. The Ghana Skill Development Fund, those that were awarded projects, they have not been paid. It's unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, training institutions that are going through the apprenticeship program have not been paid. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister talked about things. When you go to the budget review, paragraph 537, it talked about a lot of things, but I want to dwell on 3 issues: the national apprenticeship policy, the Jumera, and the codes. Mr. Speaker, the question we are asking ourselves, if we really want to improve on the human capital base of this country and want to grow labor force, what is happening? We budgeted 300 million for national apprenticeship program, and how much has been paid? 21 million. The question we are asking ourselves, where are the policies? Because if you don't have a plan, you don't know where you are going. Where are the policies? The policy that is informing our national apprenticeship policy. Why? Because we have a national apprenticeship policy that was established by the previous government. Governance is continuing. Why are we whining around? Today, this national apprenticeship policy is at the Trade Ministry. Tomorrow is at the Youth Development. We really want to have some focus. There should be some focus on what we are doing as a nation so that we can put our money where our mouth is. We can properly invest in this national apprenticeship program for a proper return on our investment. Jumera, and we're talking about repackaging NEIP. Good, but let's put the money in. This is the 7th month. Let's have the policies, let's interrogate the policies, and let's help government. We here in the opposite side want to help government to succeed. We need the policies with proper guidelines so that we can support. Now let's come to the codes. $3 billion for the codes. Mr. Speaker, 1 million train. And as we are talking, we cannot even boast of 5,000. And we say, oh, we have 5 years. We are here. Some of these things were raised. I raised them when we were doing the budget debate, and we are back to it. Mr. Speaker, what are we expecting to see? Mr. Speaker, the previous government set up ICT centers. And we are talking about 30 specialized programs developed. In fact, in the world of work, we need proper certifications so that our certifications will not have no bounds. What is the work of the national coders doing? What have we been able to put in? What are the strategies? Let's interrogate the policies and let's support the government to be set up. Other than that, 4 years will come, 5 years will come, and nothing will be done. Because for me, I don't really mind whatever they can do. I believe that governance is continuing, and the MPP government will come back 2028 to support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
will then give the floor to Dixon Chiredua. You have the floor.
Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, for indulging me to comment on the mid-year fiscal policy review, which was ably delivered by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, permit me to convey to this honorable House the utmost appreciation of the good people of Brekum West, and ultimately to the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Finance Minister, and the Road Minister for including Brekum, for including the almighty Jene Sampa Road on the list of projects to be undertaken by the big push. Mr. Speaker, our friends from the other side have tried strenuously to take credit for the economic gains we are making at the moment. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask, what credit are they asking for? Are they asking for credit for the areas of the 67 billion in contracts areas and 194 billion they bequeathed to this government in terms of commitments they made? Are they asking for credit for the 1.5 billion shortfalls in the energy sector financing? Are they asking credit for the 32 billion debt they left in the cocoa sector? Mr. Speaker, are they proud of the inflation rate of 24% they bequeathed to this government? Mr. Speaker, are they celebrating the international rating of restricted default that they left when they were leaving office? Mr. Speaker, are they proud of the dollar that was printed at horse pace, leaving the CD on this trail at $1 to 16, 17 cedis? Mr. Speaker, thankfully, as a result of the prudent economic management anchored on fiscal discipline and, of course, devoid of profligate spending, the economy is back on track, even though we are not completely out of the woods. Honorable Speaker, contrary to the narrative that our friends are pushing to the effect that this government is not spending, it is obvious in the mid-year review that this government is spending prudently. This government is investing in the right areas. From January to June, we all know about 114 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to announce, and the good people of Brekum West are very happy, that they have got their share of the 2.7 billion released to the District Assembly's Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to draw the House attention to the fact that the 9.1 billion paid to the energy sector is the reason why we are having the lights on. Mr. Speaker, once again, prior to the elections, our friends were taunting us that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and for that matter, NDC government was going to abandon the free SHS. What they misconstrued as reviewing the free SHS is what we're seeing today. Between January and now, this government has released 1 billion into the free SHS program, not to talk about the 477 million that has been released to LEAP for my old men in Fetenta, Pruso, and Chenchem benefiting from the LEAP. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to touch on the fact that this government really is spending and spending in the right areas. And the trajectory that this economy is moving. We are very confident we are on the right track, and we commend once again the leadership of this government, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Finance Minister, and the managers of this economy. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for indulging me.
Honorable Michael Ledu, you have the floor. You are speaking for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the 2025 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I said I dare say that you don't flog a dead horse. Some of us knew from beginning that the media budget review, other than was the media budget review, didn't have anything new. Stop putting the microphone off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of us believed that the media budget review didn't have anything new other than the continuation of the lamentations in the main budget. Mr. Speaker, today I've heard our colleagues on the other side reiterate the point that we were not in the chamber during the budget review, and based on that, we do not have anything to say in contribution to the budget. But let me remind them that smart analysis does not require physical presence, and that the real debate is out there. They should go out there and listen to the people. It surprises me that they have soon forgotten the promises that they made to the Ghanaian people. They should go out there and listen to the gold dealers. The gold dealers are already crying over the price of gold. They should go out there and listen to the cocoa farmers. They are expectant of the 6,000 to 7,000 price per bag of cocoa. And as it stands now, it doesn't look so. They should go out there and listen to the cry of the public. Whenever you say anything about issues of the economy, our colleagues will refer you to the dollar, that the dollar has reduced. The dollar has reduced. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you today, it has not reflected in anybody's pockets. Mr. Speaker, we have a huge number of our population who are youth. And if my colleagues will refer to their own manifesto, chapter 2 of their manifesto, let me refer them to page 19. On page 19 of their own manifesto, the 2024 manifesto, which is the resetting agenda, they state that 30% of our youth are unemployed. And I was hopeful that you find expression of opportunities that they had stated in their manifesto in the budget, the main budget, and the media budget. But as it stands now, if you look at the media review budget, policies like the 24-hour economy are just policies on paper. Mr. Speaker, they have the Women's Development Bank, which my colleagues have reiterated that the funding is woefully inadequate. They have the National Apprenticeship Program, which pathetically, if you look inside the media review budget on page 57, all the agencies under the Ministry of Youth Development are struggling because they do not have the funding. If you speak to the agencies under the Ministry of Youth Development, their major challenge is funding. And the government didn't even resource them enough to consider that our youth are unemployed. Now, there's this critical issue that I want us to look at. Mr. Speaker, my attention is on the rapid industrialization of the 24-hour economy, which is in the resetting agenda manifesto. Under the Rapid Industrialization for Jobs program, they said they will set up agro-industrial zones in all regions, emphasis in all regions, based on their comparative advantage. Establish mini processing plants for cassava, tomatoes, fruits, and other commodities.
I remember, where are you reading from?
From the manifesto of the NDC 2024 manifesto, page 19, chapter 2.
Is that what you are holding?
Yes. I can table it, Mr. Speaker. I have it here. I
Then
have the full
proceed to
manifesto.
come and table it. You are holding a phone saying manifesto.
It's a PDF full document that I'm reading from. Mr. Speaker, it's a PDF document that I'm reading from. Mr. Speaker, Western, North, Eastern, Central, Ashanti, Bono, East, Ahafo-Volta, and Oti regions, they said they will establish cocoa processing factories in these regions. Mr. Speaker, they said they will revamp the textile and cotton allied industry, facilitate the construction of at least 20 medium-scale animal feed processing plants, and revamp the collapsing poultry industry, promote the establishment of factories for the brewing of local beers in the Upper East, Upper West, and other regions. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, all these industrial opportunities that they mentioned here, as it stands now, if you look at the budget presented, there is zero, zilch, share, nothing in the budget. There is share, nothing in the budget. Mr. Speaker, let me tell my colleagues, there's an account adage that says that, Kasatente and Toponko. Let me translate.
Why is it that everybody wants to be speaking Twi?
Mr. Speaker, let me translate. Mr. Speaker, let me translate. Kasatente in Toponko means that long speeches does not give results. For those who don't understand, so for the fact that the finance minister came here to read the long Midyear budget does not mean we are seeing these things on the ground. As it stands now, the chocolate factories that we are expecting in these regions, none of them have been established or initiated or even factored in the budget. All of them are shade. There is nothing there. Mr. Speaker, today I sat here and watched my venerable leader, Honorable Ricky Hagan, mention that I quote him, he said, nobody in their right senses would trade gold for oil. Let me remind my senior colleague that when the Russian-Ukraine war started, the Russians were trading gold for oil, and that gold is a globally recognized store of value and can be traded with oil. Even on the routers trading platform, there's an exchange for gold and oil. So, Mr. Speaker, for the records, I have to put this on record, that gold can be traded for oil. And that for anybody to say that it doesn't make sense for you to trade gold for oil, the person will be disingenuous to the facts. Mr. Speaker, today I've listened to a lot of things here. The IMF published a report recently in July as part of their report for their review report. Mr. Speaker, in that report, I took the opportunity to read the budget on page 28, where the Minister of Finance also talks about the IMF gains and where we have reached. Mr. Speaker, conspicuously, the Minister of Finance failed to bring forth some of the issues that the IMF had reported in their July report. And let me read on page 18 of the IMF report as published in July 2025. Mr. Speaker, the IMF says that on cocoa, production during the 2024-2025 season has recovered thanks to a more favorable climate and ongoing interventions to enhance productivity. Example, pollination, which was introduced by the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia government. Mass pruning, which was introduced by the Nana Addo government. Mass spraying and high-tech. International cocoa prices have remained high. The new financial model, today I heard on this floor, our senior member saying that what the MPP government was doing was going for syndicated loans and contracting loans. Mr. Speaker, the IMF says that the new financial model, which reduces reliance on syndicated loans in favor of other trade financing options, appears to have reduced liquidity constraints, delivering faster payments to the farmers. Cocoa Board's cash flow is expected to remain balanced during the current season. Mr. Speaker, those who were in the 8th Parliament will remember that in the last season, Ghana Cocoa Board did not go for syndication. So it will be disingenuous on anybody to stand in this chamber and say that all that the MPP government was doing was contracting syndicated loan for Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, we also know today that one of the reasons why the economy is standing on its feet is because of inflows from our cocoa process. And everybody who understands cocoa knows that the main crop season started from August 2024 to current, and currently as we speak, we are in the light crop season. So most of the gains that were achieved in the main crop season under the Nanado government. Mr. Speaker, let me, as I end, Mr. Speaker, today I've heard my colleagues say a lot of things, but let me remind them that even with the energy sector, if you tell us that you have paid all the debt you are paying the debt in the energy sector, let me remind you that you are taking 1 cedi from my pocket. You are taking 1 cedi per liter from the pockets of every Ghanaian who buys fuel. You have increased my electricity by 14%. You have increased my water by 3%. You have increased my insurance by about 20-something%. Whilst taking all this money, you come here and tell me that you are paying. To whom much is given, much is expected. I said, to whom much is given, much is expected. On that.
Members, we have exhausted the list of the debaters for today. We've sat in excess of 5 hours. I'll proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 31st of July, 2025 at 2 o'clock in the forenoon.